International Women's Day it is. Well, of course, it's not the only day when we cherish and celebrate women. We do it every day. We honor the social, economical, and cultural achievements of women in all walks of life. We all have one woman in our life who we look up to, isn't it? So, on this special occasion today, we bring to you a special series named The Women Who Inspired Us. So, let's just get started. Who do we start with? Well, the one whose name is synonymous with Indian cricket. Yes, I'm talking about the Indian skipper Mithali Raj. Her journey is reflective of Indian women's cricket team's journey. So, let's have a look at her journey.
I only thought that I would be the one series wonder. That was what was running in my mind when I played my first series in '99. Because after the 100, the next 3 games I didn't score. I didn't get to play the test match. So I thought, okay, I'm just a one series player who just fades away. So that was what was in my mind as a 16-year-old. I really never thought I would end up playing 21 years of international cricket. And sometimes even I feel, how did I even manage to come so far?
I think the way things have gone, it was not an easy journey. It had its own trials and challenges. I've always believed that the trials always have a purpose, and there were times when I wanted to give up for various reasons, but something kept going, and here I am, 22 years of international cricket, but the hunger to score runs for India has never sort of dried up. I am still very passionate to go out there and score runs, to be there in the middle and win games for India. I do I know that there's still room for improvement in terms of my batting. That is something I'm working, because I know I have few months run up to the World Cup, and there is certain areas, the certain dimensions for the game that I would like to add for my batting, and I look forward to working in those areas.
Cover drive is probably one of the most attractive shots in cricket, and one of those who is master at it is South Africa's Laura Wilford. Eager to know what she has to say?
How was the experience of representing South Africa in an ODI World Cup?
Yeah, it was a really great tournament. We made it all the way to the semi-finals as a team, so I have a lot of fond memories of that World Cup. Back then, I was still pretty young, and I guess I've learned a lot since then, so hopefully I can use that experience to my advantage, and we can take it all the way to the final this year.
You were sort of the baby of the team back then, so how do you see your growth as one of the key members of the side now?
Yeah, I was still very young back then. I've played a lot of cricket since then, played for South Africa a lot, so I'm very excited to see this new tournament and what happens, and hopefully we can make it to the final. And yeah, like I said, I can use that experience to my advantage this time, when last time I was just a youngster playing.
So you had a great tournament in 2017. You were the leading run getter for South Africa in the tournament with 324 runs from 7 matches. So how was the whole tournament for you?
I actually didn't know that. That's pretty cool. But yeah, overall, very exciting, very fun. It was my first World Cup of any format, so I was just very excited to be there and very excited to bat as long as I could. I have very fond memories of that World Cup, especially with making the semi-finals as a team. So hopefully we can do the same this year and then take it to the final as well.
South Africa had a heartbreak in the 2017 semi-final. So how did the team deal with it and what were the learnings from it?
Yeah, it was definitely a very sad day and a sad game for us. The fact that the game was so close as well, there were a lot of what could have been thoughts and that type of thing. I think a lot of the players were quite hurt by that loss and it took a while to get over it. But yeah, I think we have a really tight group right now and a really good group of cricketers. So I'm very excited to see what we do this time. And yeah, hopefully we can play some really good cricket and put ourselves in a good position.
So post 2017, you had a great time in the ODI format. You are one of the prolific run getters of the world in ODI cricket. So what work went behind it?
I think I just try to do the same things over and over. I try to be very consistent in whatever I do, routines, practice, that type of thing. I also pay a lot of attention to my technique and spend a lot of hours behind closed doors just working on specifics and that type of thing. But I guess any cricketer does that. So, but yeah, I don't know. I think I've just stuck to my routines and so far they've been working well. So hopefully they work well in this tournament when it really matters, and I can get us off to good starts in the games.
In 2017, South Africa had to go through the qualifying tournament to play in the 2017 World Cup. Now you are going into the New Zealand World Cup as the number 2 side in the world. So how do you see the evolution of the side?
Yeah, I think that in itself shows how much we've improved as a side. Not having to go to qualifiers was quite big for us. Yeah, you always want to qualify directly, so to be in that position is a really good show of what we can do and what we have been doing well the last couple of years. So yeah, hopefully we can continue with that. Like I said, this tournament is kind of the part that really matters, so whatever we've done in the past 4 years is leading up until now. So this is where it all needs to come together and we actually need to show the hard work that we've put in behind the scenes.
South Africa have kept their core intact with the 10 of your members from the 2017 squad still around. So how do you see the team playing together for so long, helping the side in the New Zealand World Cup?
I definitely think this is the strongest side that we've had at a World Cup. We have a lot of very experienced players and then a good mix of youth as well, which I think is a really good combination that we have right now. A lot of our players, I think, are playing the best cricket that they have in their careers. For example, Lizelle Lee, she's an absolute run machine at the moment, and we have players like Shubnam Ismail, Morazan Cup, who are bowling incredibly well at the moment. So I think a lot of players are hitting their peaks at the right time for this tournament. So I'm very, very excited to see what happens.
So you talked about Shubnam Ismail and Morazan Cup. You people, South Africa have one of the best bowling attack in the world. So how do you see that helping your side in the tournament?
Yeah, I definitely think we have the best bowling side in the world. It's something that we strive towards, and something that the bowling unit talks about a lot, I guess, is to stay consistently at the top of their game. So yeah, it's just about the batting unit being consistent and backing them up and giving them enough runs to defend. I think in the past we've been a bit inconsistent with the bat, and it's something that we've gotten a bit better at the last couple of seasons. So yeah, I think bowling is definitely our strongest point, and hopefully our batting can be nice and consistent for the tournament.
So how the absence of regular skipper Dane van Niekerk will hurt your side, and what sort of impact that will have on your side?
Well, obviously losing Dane is a massive, massive loss for the side. Not just in her captaincy and as a leader, but with the bat as well and with her leg spin. So she's just overall, a big loss for the team, and she will sorely be missed. Yeah, she's been a very inspirational leader for us for the past 4 years. So to miss that side as well as her cricketing abilities is just all around not great for us. But in saying that, I think we have a good replacement in Sinead Lees, who's really stepped up the last couple of series in Dane's absence, and has led us to a couple of series wins as well, which has been good for the side. So yeah, we're definitely going to miss Dane. There's no hiding that. But yeah, we need to find a way to try and win without her.
Coming to your personal form, you had a great time against the West Indies in that series. You scored your third ODI 100. So how will that help going into the World Cup?
Yeah, I had the one good game in that series. I was still a bit disappointed in the other 3 games that I kind of got starts but didn't capitalize on that, because I feel like I was batting well but just went out at stupid times. But yeah, I think going into the World Cup with scoring that 100 will help a bit, but I guess you start from scratch either way, and it's a new tournament, a new team. So yeah, I'm trying not to read into anything too much, whether I got 100 or got a duck in the last game. So yeah, just trying to start afresh, and it's a new country completely. So yeah.
You talked about this being the strongest South African side going into a World Cup. So is this time for South Africa?
I hope it's time. That would really be nice if it was time for us. But yeah, I definitely think this is our best chance so far. We have so many really good players and that are playing well and so experienced. So yeah, I think it is our best chance.
Well, she's one of the legends of the game. She talks about the mental health issues, the home advantage in the ongoing ODI World Cup. Yes, I'm talking about Sophie Devine.
Arguably the best all-rounder in the game. Someone I've watched over the last 6-7 years, captain of her team, the White Ferns. If you watch her in any franchise tournament, you're like, how can someone be as talented as this lady? Welcome, Sophie Devine. World Cup on home soil. How big is that? How are you looking forward to that? How are you getting prepared?
Firstly, thanks for having me. It's quite an introduction that you gave me. So, look, it's a really exciting time for women's cricket, and certainly for the New Zealand women's cricket team, the White Ferns, to be playing a World Cup at home. It's certainly something that doesn't happen very often, and it's probably, the last opportunity I'll get to play a World Cup at home. So there's certainly a certain amount of pressure that comes with that of playing at home, but it's something that we're all relishing as a group to be able to play on home conditions, which is something we're obviously all really comfortable and confident on. And, I think we've got a great group starting to build together and hopefully be there at the business end of the tournament.
Yeah, and if I now come to Sophie, the leader, you've got a great team. You've got some extremely talented cricketers, whether it's Amy, whether it's Emilia, whether it's Susie Bates, the whole team. If I go down and I see there is a lot of talent in that side, but the coveted trophy still waits for you guys. So tell me your philosophy as leader, as part of the leadership group, captain and all of that. Tell me, Sophie Devine, the leader, what is your philosophy?
Well, look, I think for me, it's really about being comfortable and expressing who you are as a person. And certainly for us, it's about making sure that we care a lot about you as a person, not just as a cricketer. And when you feel comfortable in an environment, I think that's when you perform your best. And so we certainly try and, I guess, encourage people to just go out there and play their natural style of cricket, to play fearless cricket and to go out and enjoy it, to remember why they started playing cricket in the first place. I know certainly for me as a young girl, I just loved hitting balls, bowling balls in the cricket nets for hours and hours and on end. So it's really important for us as a group that we go back to remembering why we played the game of cricket. So that's something that's really important to this whole group, and certainly will be something that we want to continue through, not just to the World Cup, but moving forward as a White Ferns group, is going back to why we play cricket.
In your case, you mentioned hours and hours of playing balls, but it was hockey as well. You played at the very highest level. If I see you were an extremely talented person from such a young age. Why cricket? How did that happen? And did you ever imagine you will end up captaining the White Ferns, nominated the best ODI, the best T20 player in the world, all of it? I mean, your cabinet is almost full except that one World Cup trophy. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, look, I think it's certainly something in the water in New Zealand where, as kids, you're encouraged to play as many sports as possible. And for me, it was always cricket was the one that stood out, and hockey as well. They're just sports. I know my family, my dad and my brother were both really passionate cricketers, so I'd always follow them around on the weekend and see if I can try and sneak a game on with their team. So it's certainly been in my blood for a long, long time, and it's a game that I think is really unique, that it's a very an individual sport but played within a team setting, which brings its different challenges but also opportunities to perform and help your team win. So look, I certainly love cricket, and as you say, we sort of are missing a few pieces of silverware, and a World Cup 50 over trophy would certainly go nicely in the cabinet. But we know that there's a lot of hard work that has to go into it, that it's going to take a lot of planning and a lot of hard work and execution of skills and plans to make sure that we can be there.
Sophie, just digressing a little bit, I'll come back to the World Cup again. I was sort of Ganguly, the Indian Cricket Board chief, was on my show backstage with Boria, and I asked him that, what's happening with the WIPL, and he's on record on my show saying in the next 3-4 months, the BCCI will be moving forward with the WIPL with a lot of certainty. Your thoughts on that? If that happens, will that give a significant boost to the women's game around the world?
Oh, incredible boost. I think we've all seen the impact that the WBBL has had in Australia and around the world, and the standard of the cricket and the women's game has improved because of that tournament, I believe. And I think the next genuine step is for the WIPL to kick off, and I think it's certainly a really exciting prospect. We all know the impact that the men's IPL has had over the last 10, 11 years, and I guess the increased viewership in the game, the ability to bring in the world's best players alongside the Indian players is just something that I know, speaking with a few of the male players, they absolutely love that opportunity. So it's really positive to hear that the BCCI are moving towards that, because I know, speaking with a few of the Indian female players as well, is they absolutely want to be able to have a competition of their own.
So far you have. As I said, bowling at the top, batting, and the way you've batted over the years as a batter, fantastic. Let me just ask you two personal questions. Two of my favorites will call on their career at the end of this World Cup. They've played with you for a decade and more. For a long, long time, they've been flag bearers of the Indian game. Your thoughts on Mithali Raj and Jhulan Goswami?
Oh, I think, as you mentioned, they've been absolute stalwarts of the Indian women's cricket team and women's cricket as well. I think about Mithali and how long she's played for. I think it's over close to 20 years now.
Yeah,
it's incredible. Yeah, and it's incredible. It'd be amazing to speak to her about the growth of the women's game and how she's seen it evolve during her time. And Jhulan, I think, is one of the most loveliest people I've ever met in cricket circles, and I've certainly been really honoured to have shared the changing room on a number of occasions. And I think her impact on women's cricket is going to be everlasting, because she's had such a presence with what she's been able to do. To think that she's still bowling the way that she is, having been around for so long, it's just so much credit to her, and the dedication she has to fast bowling is outstanding.
You think the World Cup will give a boost to the women's game? That's my last.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it will. I think, as we mentioned, the exposure that we've had recently, I think about the Indian versus Australia, the World T20 at the MCG, where there was 86,000 people watching that game. It just goes to show that there really is an audience for women's cricket. And I certainly think that we keep taking the right steps to moving this game forward and being, what people want to watch. People want to be involved in women's sport, and women's cricket's right at the front of that. So, look, I'm really excited to be able to show my beautiful New Zealand, my home country, to the rest of the world and what we've got, and hopefully we can put on a really good product with what happens on the park as well.
Fingers crossed, because that's important in these COVID times for the entire sporting world. And all I will say is, as soon as the WIPL happens and the auction happens, trust you me, all of New Zealand will have a smile on their face for Sophie Devine, because we know the bid will go sky high. Sophie, fingers crossed for all of that. Wish you a fantastic World Cup on home soil. Don't beat India, do everything else. But great to have you on my show. Thank you very, very much.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for your time.
From one legend to another, it's now time to unveil the journey of India's Jhulan Goswami from Chakda to New Zealand.
On July 2nd, 2017, India beat Pakistan in a World Cup game in Derby. After the match, a young pacer from the Pakistan team, Kainat Imtiaz, walked up to meet her idol. She went to her and said, "In 2005, I was the ball picker for the Asia Cup in Karachi. Seeing you bowl, something was born inside me and I decided to take up the sport." The person she was telling this story to was a bona fide legend. She was the highest wicket taker in world cricket and renowned as one of the fastest bowlers. Jhulan Goswami smiled back at Kainat and said, "Do you know I was the ball picker in the 1997 World Cup final?" The birth of the dream. To tell the story of Jhulan Goswami, we have to go back to a small town in West Bengal, 70 kilometers away from Kolkata. Born in a middle-class family, Jhulan fell in love with cricket at the age of 10 after watching the 1992 Men's World Cup on television. She started playing cricket with her cousins in their backyard. Then came 1997. Australia and New Zealand played the final of the Women's World Cup at the Eden Gardens, packed with 50,000 people. When Australia's Belinda Clark lifted the trophy, a young Jhulan, the ball picker standing around the boundary, thought, "If I become a cricketer, I can someday win a World Cup for India." Chasing the dream. Now that Jhulan had realized her dream, it was time to start chasing it. But this is 1997. There aren't any cricket clubs for girls in Chakda. Even Kolkata didn't have too many. No one in Jhulan's family had ever thought of becoming a professional sports person. So not to anyone's surprise, her parents were against it. The one big reason was, for practicing every day, she would have had to travel to Kolkata for 2.5 hours one way on local trains and buses. Her parents didn't like the idea of her traveling alone that far, as she was just 15 years old. But her grandmother showed some support. She was a well-read and a tough woman who had lived through the partition era. She knew the meaning of freedom and made sure Jhulan, as a young girl, would never stop going after her dream. On her daily train journey, Jhulan would often be asked, "Don't you study? Are your parents mad that they are allowing you to do this?" The judgment often saddened her, but she would never give up. She knew she was different. She was tall. She could run like the wind and give nightmares to batters. She had a high arm action which caught the attention of her coach Sapan Sadhu. He knew he had found a raw material which could be nurtured and made into the world's finest. He went to Jhulan's parents to convince them to give him 2 years to work on her. Fortunately, her parents agreed. But the journey had just begun. It would take her days, months, and years to become the finished article. She kept giving her everything, day in and day out. In 2002, she made her debut for India just 5 years after deciding to take up cricket professionally. But the country wasn't paying attention to her hard work yet. So close, yet so far. In 2005, she met Belinda Clark again, but this time in a World Cup final in Centurion. Her dream was just a step away. But as cruel as the world is, the team which made her realize her dream of winning a World Cup ended up defeating her side in the final. It took her another 12 years to have another shot. In 2017, India played England at the Lords in London. Jhulan ended up with figures of 10 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs and 3 wickets. Her efforts ensured that the hosts were restricted to a smallish total. Despite that, Jhulan and her team faltered at the last lap, losing by just 9 runs. In 2009, she had thought about retiring, but even after the heartbreak at the Lords, she didn't give up. Only this time, the country paid attention. The last shot at the dream. In 2022, Jhulan celebrates the 20th anniversary of her India career, which could probably be her last. But to be effective as a fast bowler for this long is incredible. To put that into perspective, when Julan started, Saurav Ganguly was yet to go shirtless at Lord's. MS Dhoni was still a TC in Kharagpur. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was still the Prime Minister of India. Nokia 3310 was the latest in the market. T20 cricket didn't exist, and Udit Narayan was still mainstream. 340 international wickets later, Julan is still a star and a legend of the game. And she did all of that coming from a middle-class Bengali family with little or no means, with no expertise in strength and conditioning like today, and with no idol to look up to in her trade. Today, she goes onto the field tapped up from various places, making sure she's fit enough to bowl 60 good deliveries. Julan has carried on for one thing, the dream which she realized that evening in 1997, a World Cup win. Maybe what she didn't dream of was being the fastest bowler in the world, holder of several records, an inspiration to a generation, and 20 years as an international fast bowler. In 2022, she takes her last shot at that dream.
Well, the next one is an exciting player, the one who impressed everybody with her splendid performances. Women's Split Zone bring to you the inspiring story of Talia Magra.
South Australia, home to the genius of Karen Rolton, the determination of Shelley Nitsky, and the mastery of Megan Shute. When one looks at the skill set of Talia Magra, it should come as no surprise that she hails from the same state. Talia May Magra, born November 10, 1995. South Australia skipper, all-rounder extraordinaire, and in the words of the power to be, a player with the attributes to cover for the mighty Elise Perry. Mere days after her 21st birthday, Magra made her international debut in 2016. Since then, in just 13 innings, she has gone from being yet another all-rounder on the Australian team roster to possibly becoming an irreplaceable piece of the jigsaw puzzle. Here's how she did it. Talia Magra's 3 acts. Now before we begin, let's take a crash course in screenwriting, shall we? It will be relevant, I promise. The 3-act structure is a model used in narrative writing, and as the name suggests, it divides the story into 3 parts: the setup, the confrontation, and the resolution. Every story more or less follows this structure, and believe me, Talia Magra's story is a pretty darn good one. Just a day before her 22nd birthday, Magra received her test cap. An Ashes series, the first ever women's day-night test. The stakes could not have been higher for the baggy green number 171. After taking 2 crucial English wickets in the first innings, Magra walked into bat at number 8, joining Elise Perry, who had notched up her maiden international ton. Australia were trailing England's 280 in the first innings by only 10 runs, and the visitors were feeling the heat. The debutante had an opportunity to make a serious impression. It didn't start well though. Magra offered up a chance of her first ball only for Heather Knight to shell a sitter at extra cover. 2 balls later, she calmed her nerve with a boundary to open her account. And for the next 36 overs, the right-hander proved impossible to dislodge. She shared a 103-run stand with Perry to help extend Australia's lead to 93. And by the time Magra was dismissed by Georgia Elvis for 47, England were worn out. Charlotte Edwards was right. Team Australia had found their next star. 1,060 days after the conclusion of that test match, McGrath, who had struggled with her fair share of injuries and spent plenty of time with Australia A side, finally got the opportunity to don the green and gold in ODIs. Australia were one victory away from equaling the world record set by Ricky Ponting's team, that is 21 consecutive ODI wins. They were without two of their superstars, Elise Perry, who was recovering from a hamstring injury, and Meg Lanning, who had a back issue. In her comeback game, McGrath was slated to bat at number 7. When she walked in with only 15 balls remaining in the innings, McGrath went ballistic, carting Sophie Devine and Rosemary Mayer around the park, even taking the latter for 19 runs off the final over. 11 balls, 29 runs, 4 fours and a whopping 6, and a strike rate of 263. McGrath's cameo boosted Australia's total to 325, their highest ODI total against New Zealand. The hosts went on to register a thumping 232-run win, thereby securing the record. While McGrath's contribution was not revolutionary in the scheme of things, she had put up her hand for the bigger role that was soon to be thrust upon her. This is the part of the story where the crisis is resolved. Our hero fights against all odds in high-stake environments to land the final victory punch. McGrath got this opportunity against India. Going into the second T20 International of the multi-format series, Australia were holding on to their 2-point lead with the skin of their teeth. India had proven to be a bigger challenge than the hosts had initially believed, and they needed something really special to seal the series. With Australia chasing 119, McGrath walked into bat when they were already 4 wickets down. India's bowlers had their tails up. They really believed they could win. But Australia's jersey number 32 had other ideas. Spurred on by a reassuring word from her batting partner, Beth Mooney, McGrath went straight to work. After an early lifeline from Richa Ghosh, she clobbered the Indian bowlers around the park, stupendously sweeping the spinners, regally driving up against the seamers, and casually sealing the tense 4-wicket win for Australia. There was no over-the-top celebration, no stream of expletives. She pumped her fist, embraced her batting partner Georgia Wareham, and calmly walked off the field like an old pro. In an international career that has so far lasted over 1700 days, McGrath has had the opportunity to take part in precisely 19 of these days. Her chances have been limited, but when they have come, she's taken them with both hands. Is this it? Have Australia stumbled upon their next all-conquering all-rounder? Key partnerships in tests. Explosive ODI and T20I innings. Player of the series versus India. Women's Big Bash League finalist as the first-time skipper. What's next on Talia McGrath's list? Could this be the Ashes, the World Cup, and the year of Talia? Only time will tell.
Well, next, we have a special one in store for you. Watch Harmanpreet Kaur talk about her family, of winning the trophy for Miljul, and a lot more.
Today on this episode of Beyond the Boundary, I have a very special guest. She's India's vice captain, a phenomenal player, और ऐसी जिसके साथ शायद बहुत से bowlers डर जाते होंगे कि जब ये पूरे फॉर्म में है. And recently she's been in great form. Today we talk about that 171 which literally changed the face of women's cricket, not Indian women's cricket, women's cricket. The year 2020, how was it for the world? How was it for her? Importance of family when you're away. The year 2021, when she was robbed of many opportunities because of injuries, COVID, and a lot of other things. People termed her as finished. She made her comeback with that excellent player of the tournament performance in the WPPL, and now aims to lift that silverware alongside legends Mithali Raj and Julian Goswami one final time. I welcome Harmanpreet Kaur to this edition of Beyond the Boundary. Harman, welcome to the show. First thing first, World Cup. मेरे हिसाब से पिछले जो 2 वर्ल्ड कप थे, we've reached the finals, did not win that silverware. आपका इस बार क्या मोटिवेशन है कि नहीं, इस बार तो जाके वो सिल्वरवेयर लेना ही लेना है?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. And secondly, जैसे आपने बोला कि last 2 years हम लोग फाइनल्स में पहुंच रहे थे, बट वी वर वेरी अनलकी दैट इतनी दूर आने के बाद भी वी वर नॉट एबल टू विन द कप. बट दिस टाइम डेफिनेटली वी ऑल आर लुकिंग इन ग्रेट शेप. टीम बॉन्डिंग सेशंस वी हैव डन एंड लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, whatever we can do, we have done everything. So अभी बस we are just waiting for that moment जब हम कप को लिफ्ट करेंगे. और if I talk about our last 2-3 series, वहाँ पे भी टीम ने काफी अच्छा करा, तो एक मोमेंटम जो we were looking वो हमें मिल चुका है. Now this is, we are just waiting for the moment when we just go and lift the cup.
So that, let me take you back to that 171. वो जो 171 था, that pretty much defines women's cricket. मतलब आपने मारा, लेकिन शायद इंडियन क्रिकेट और विमेन्स क्रिकेट को जो ग्लोबल मैप पे जो मार्केटेबिलिटी चाहिए थी, जो लोगों को चाहिए था कि हाँ विमेन प्ले क्रिकेट, वो शायद उस नॉक के वजह से हुआ है. प्रिटी मच द ग्रेटेस्ट नॉक इन एनी नॉकआउट गेम आई हैव एवर सीन. उस इनिंग से आपको क्या लगता है कितना विमेन्स क्रिकेट को हेल्प मिला है? एंड इट हैज कम टू अ स्टेज कि हाँ नाउ पीपल आर रियली इंटरेस्टेड टू सी कि हाँ विमेन आर प्लेइंग क्रिकेट.
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द एप्रिसिएशन, क्योंकि जब भी आप अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलते हो एज ए स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट पीपल शुड रिकग्नाइज दैट, एंड एप्रिसिएशन बहुत हेल्प होती है. और डेफिनेटली वो जो इनिंग थी वो मेरे लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट थी. एंड दैट डे आई रियली वांटेड टू प्ले फ्री क्रिकेट, क्योंकि उससे पहले आई वाज नॉट एबल टू परफॉर्म द वे आई वांटेड. बट उस टाइम एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला, एक मुझे टाइम मिला अपने आप को एग्जीक्यूट करने का. आई थिंक इट वाज नॉट ओनली मी, वो पूरा टीम एफर्ट था, क्योंकि उस टाइम जो हमारी टीम प्लानिंग थी, जो प्लेस की अप्रोच थी, आई थिंक वो सारे जब एक साथ आप सारी चीज़ों को एक साथ लेके चलते हो तो आपको हमेशा पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स मिलते हैं. तो आई थिंक वो पूरा टीम को क्रेडिट जाता है जिन्होंने हम लोगों को बैक करा, हर एक प्लेयर को बैक करा, एंड स्पेशली मी, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे आई रियली वांटेड टू डू समथिंग जहाँ पर विमेंस क्रिकेट, जैसे आप बोल रहे कि उस इनिंग के बाद काफी सारे लोग विमेंस क्रिकेट को देखना स्टार्ट करे, स्पेशली इन इंडिया. जो एक सोच थी विमेंस क्रिकेट को लेके वो टोटली चेंज हो गई. एंड आई थिंक आई एम वेरी ग्रेटफुल दैट कि वो इनिंग के बाद लोगों की जो सोच थी, उन्होंने विमेंस क्रिकेट को काफी अप्रिसिएशन दिया. एंड देन अभी सब विमेंस क्रिकेट देखना पसंद करते हैं और सब वेट करते हैं कि कब विमेंस आल्सो स्टार्ट प्ले क्रिकेट. तो वो सब जो चीजें थी, वो जो ओवरनाइट सब चेंज हुआ था, उस चीजों के बारे में एज ए टीम हम लोग बहुत सालों से डिस्कस करते थे कि वो टाइम कब आएगा जब जैसे हम मेंस को इतना लोग प्यार करते हैं, उनके मैचेस का वेट करते हैं, कब हमारा भी ये टाइम आएगा. लेकिन वो जब उस इनिंग के बाद ये सब बातें होने लगी, एंड इट वाज रियली रियली गुड. आज भी जब लोग उस इनिंग को अप्रिशिएट करते हैं, मुझे बहुत अच्छा फील होता है पर्सनली. जब भी उस इनिंग की हाइलाइट्स देखती हूँ तो हमेशा वापस से मन करता है कि वैसे जाके वैसा एक इनिंग वापस से खेलूं. तो आई थिंक वो सारी चीजें जब आप वापस उस मोमेंट में जाते हो और एक सेल्फ बिलीव आता है कि अगर हम उस टाइम पे ऐसा क्रिकेट खेल सकते थे और आगे भी खेल सकते हैं, तो वही चीजें जब भी हम टीम मीटिंग में डिस्कस करते हैं कि वी ऑलवेज वांट टू प्ले गुड क्रिकेट. एंड आई होप ये जो वर्ल्ड कप अभी आने वाला है उसमें भी हम एज ए टीम अच्छा खेलें, अच्छे परफॉर्मेंस देखने के लिए मिले. सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छी फॉर्म में दिख रहे हैं, सबने बहुत सारे रन्स लास्ट ईयर में बनाए हैं. तो आई होप वो सारी चीजें हम लोग कंटिन्यू करें और एक अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलें, वही हमारी टीम का मेन मोटिव रहता है.
और वो पूरे इनिंग्स में आपने शोल्डर को पूरा बैंडेज वगैरह सब लगा के रखे थे और फिर भी उतना अच्छा इनिंग्स खेल पाना, I think so that's a sign of a big player, and you've always done that. I think so big matches comes Harmanpreet Kaur 2017 में हमने देखा, 2018 के वर्ल्ड कप में न्यूजीलैंड शायद कुछ सिंगल डिजिट स्कोर पे 2 विकेट डाउन हो चुके थे, आप और जमीमा ने, और फिर वो सेंचुरी हमने फिर से देखी। वो थॉट प्रोसेस क्या होता है, क्योंकि एक 10 पे 2 होना कोई भी कैप्टन के लिए एक थोड़ी डरा देता है सिचुएशन को। उस टाइम पर आके एक स्टेबलाइजिंग इनिंग्स खेलना, लेकिन एक ऐसी मैच को निकाल के जाना कि हाँ यार इस मैच की वजह से शायद हम सेमीफाइनल में पहुंच जाए।
I think again credit goes to the team, क्योंकि जब भी कोई प्लेयर ऐसी इनिंग्स खेलता है वो एक ओवरनाइट चेंजेस नहीं होते प्लेयर में, वो उसके लिए वो काफी टाइम से हार्ड वर्क करता हुआ आ रहा होता है। और वर्ल्ड कप से पहले वी वर लकी दैट वी गॉट गुड गेम्स बिफोर द वर्ल्ड कप, एंड उस वहाँ पर एक मोमेंटम क्रिएट हुआ था। वी वर एबल टू मेक टीम कॉम्बिनेशन, एंड यहाँ पर वी न्यू कि अगर कभी भी टीम में कोलैप्स होता है तो वापस कैसे कम बैक करना है। और वो जो उससे पहले हमने जो श्रीलंका सीरीज खेली थी, एंड देन वी गॉट फ्यू वार्म अप गेम्स, उसके अंदर हमने एक अच्छे से टीम का जो एक प्लान क्रिएट करा था, और उस प्लान के हिसाब से अगर विकेट्स फॉल हो जाते हैं देन हाउ वी कैन कम बैक, एंड देन एक अच्छा स्कोर कैसे देख सकते हैं। तो वो काफी टाइम से हम लोग वो चीजें करते हुए आ रहे थे, एंड आई वाज लकी दैट डे, क्योंकि जो भी हमने प्लान करा था और आई वाज एबल टू एग्जीक्यूट दोस थिंग्स। एंड जेमी, आई थिंक जेमी ने जिस हिसाब से उस टाइम पे इनिंग को संभाला था, आई थिंक मेरे से पहले शी वाज देयर, एंड उसने जो आकर मेरे साथ बात करी विकेट के बारे में, मुझे एनालाइज करवाया कि कैसा विकेट खेल रहा है, वी जस्ट नीड टू स्पेंड फ्यू टाइम, आफ्टर दैट वी कैन प्ले आवर शॉट्स। तो जब एक प्लेयर आपके साथ ऐसा मिल जाता है जिसको जो क्रिकेट को अच्छे से एनालाइज कर सकता है, अच्छे से आपको एडवाइस दे सकता है, तो उसके बाद चीजें बहुत इजी हो जाती है। आई थिंक उसका भी उस इनिंग में बहुत ज्यादा हाथ था, क्योंकि शी वाज देयर, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ हर आई वाज एबल टू प्ले आवर शॉट्स, बिकॉज आई न्यू कि अगर मेरा विकेट उस टाइम पे चला भी जाता है, शी इज देयर who can take the inning till the end. So I think ऐसे players का टीम में होना भी बहुत important होता है, and I think उस टाइम पे वही था कि जो टीम का जो हमने एक मोमेंटम क्रिएट करा था, we just wanted to continue that, and of course वो मैच बहुत important था हमारे लिए, क्योंकि अगर हम उस टाइम न्यूजीलैंड से जीते तो we were definitely able to play the semis. So उसी हिसाब से we just wanted to give 100% that day, क्योंकि अगर वो मैच जीतते हैं तो आगे के रास्ते हमारे लिए इजी हो जाएंगे।
आते हैं 2020 पे, आप वर्ल्ड कप खेले मेलबर्न में, फाइनल्स हार गए, लेकिन उसके तुरंत बाद जब इंडिया आए तो पूरा लॉकडाउन वाला सिचुएशन, शायद 2020 पूरा किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसा कुछ होगा। हाउ एज अ प्लेयर एंड एज अ लीडर यू कीप योरसेल्फ मोटिवेटेड, योर टीम मोटिवेटेड, क्योंकि शायद आपकी टीम वालों को भी उतनी ही आपकी जरूरत थी उस टाइम पर कि हम कुछ खेल नहीं रहे हैं लेकिन हमको फिट रहना है एज एन एथलीट, हमको कब बुलावा आएगा कि हम नेक्स्ट मैच खेल रहे हैं हमको कुछ भी आइडिया नहीं है। और यहाँ पर उसी टाइम पर हम ये देख रहे हैं कि हमारे ही फैमिली मेंबर्स या क्लोजर वंस को बहुत अफेक्ट हो रहा है, तो आप इन सब चीजों को एज अ लीडर कैसे देखते हो?
आई थिंक वो हम सब के लिए बहुत ही क्रूशियल टाइम था, क्योंकि आई नो जब स्टार्टिंग में हमें पता चला कि लॉकडाउन हो रहा है, फर्स्ट 1.5 month तो वी वर लाइक यार ये ब्रेक चाहिए था, बिकॉज वी वर प्लेइंग अ लॉन्ग क्रिकेट, एंड उसके बाद थोड़ा सा बॉडी को रिकवरी के लिए टाइम चाहिए था। बट आफ्टर दैट इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स जो सारा साल बिजी रहते हैं, बैक टू बैक क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, बट एंड देन सडनली देयर वाज नो क्रिकेट, नो होप के कब क्रिकेट स्टार्ट होगा। तब ऐसे बीच में ऐसे होने लगा था कि पता नहीं कब क्रिकेट खेलने को मिलेगा, कब नहीं मिलेगा। एंड दैट टाइम एंड वी वर नॉट इवन एबल टू गो आउट, स्टेप आउट भी नहीं कर सकते थे घर से बाहर, ट्रेनिंग सबके पास अवेलेबल नहीं थी। तो आई थिंक उस टाइम पे वी डिड हैव फ्यू Zoom meetings with team members, and यहाँ पे हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे, एंड आवर नरेश वाज देयर, ही वाज हेल्पिंग ऑल द गर्ल्स। तो उस टाइम पे सब अपने अपने कंफर्ट जोन से बाहर आके जो भी पॉसिबल था सब कर रहे थे। बट आई थिंक उस टाइम को भी हमने बहुत पॉजिटिव वे में लिया, सो दैट वी कैन वर्क ऑन आवर फिटनेस, फ्यू एरियाज वेयर हमें जब हम टीम के साथ होते हैं हम लोग वर्कआउट नहीं कर पाते उन चीज़ों पे, स्पेशली मेंटल स्किल्स, क्योंकि उसके ऊपर वी ऑलवेज टॉक बट वी नेवर टेक इनिशिएटिव कि उसको कैसे हम लोग जैसे बॉडी को ट्रेन करना जरूरी है, वैसे ही माइंड को भी ट्रेन करना बहुत जरूरी है। उन चीज़ों के ऊपर वर्क करा एंड जो भी पॉसिबल हो रहा था उन चीज़ों के ऊपर वर्क करा। बट डेफिनेटली जब लॉकडाउन खत्म हुआ, थिंग्स धीरे धीरे अच्छी होने लगी, जब क्रिकेट मिला तो उसके बाद बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट था हमारे लिए कि एज ए टीम वापस आना और फील्ड में परफॉर्म करना। तो वो चीज़ों को सब एक साथ लेकर आना और परफॉर्म करना और जीतना वाज बिगेस्ट टास्क, क्योंकि जब भी आप फील्ड पे जाते हो हमेशा आपके ऊपर यही उम्मीद रहती है कि आप मैच जिताओ और टीम को एक ऐसी सिचुएशन में लेकर आओ ता जो एक अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट हो पाए। तो आई थिंक वो सब चीज़ें वापस से रीबिल्ड करना वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, बट अगेन क्रेडिट गोज टू आवर स्पोर्ट्स स्टाफ, जब बीसीसीआई जिन्होंने हमें बैक टू बैक गेम्स दिए एंड देन वी वर एबल टू डू जो भी हमें करना था एज ए टीम। आई थिंक उसके बाद जो आफ्टर इंग्लैंड टूर, ऑस्ट्रेलिया टूर, जो भी एक मोमेंटम मिला है, तो आई थिंक इट्स टोटली हम लोग बीसीसीआई को और हमारे स्पोर्ट्स स्टाफ को क्रेडिट दे सकते हैं जिस हिसाब से वो हमारे ऊपर वर्क कर रहे हैं।
इन सब चीजों में एक फैमिली का क्या पर्सपेक्टिव होता है, क्योंकि आप रह रहे हो फैमिली के साथ लेकिन शायद आपका दिमाग कहीं और ही चल रहा है, और दूसरी सिचुएशन जब आप एक बबल में रह रहे हो, क्योंकि आजकल सब लोग बबल में रह रहे हैं, आप आपकी फैमिली मेंबर्स को कैरी नहीं कर सकते हो, और उस टाइम पर लेकिन याद तो सबको ही आती है। तो हाउ मच इम्पोर्टेंट इज योर फैमिली एंड दैट सपोर्ट कि हाँ वो है भी मेरे साथ लेकिन वो नहीं भी है।
आई थिंक ड्यूरिंग दिस टाइम अगर किसी ने सबसे ज़्यादा हेल्प करी है वो फैमिली मेम्बर्स है, क्योंकि जैसे आई थिंक मेरे 10 साल हो चुके हैं जब मैं बैक टू बैक इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट खेल रही हूँ, फैमिली के साथ टाइम स्पेंड करने का इतना मौका नहीं मिल रहा था। तो इस टाइम पे टाइम फैमिली के साथ जब टाइम स्पेंड करा तो एक टाइम पे तो मुझे ऐसे लग रहा था आई डोंट इवन नो माय फैमिली मेंबर्स, क्योंकि इतने साल इतने टाइम से इतने मतलब हम दूर थे, जब भी घर जाते थे एक गेस्ट जैसा बिहेव होता था, एक वीक के लिए जाना, 10 दिन के लिए जाना, थिंग्स वर मोर फॉर्मेलिटीज ज़्यादा होती थी देन आई डोंट थिंक दे वर एबल टू ट्रीट अस लाइक अ फैमिली मेंबर। उनको बस हमेशा ये रहता था कि इनकी जो भी डिमांड्स है बस वो पूरी हो जाए। लेकिन उस टाइम पे अपने फैमिली मेंबर्स को जानना, बचपन की सारी बातें करनी, स्पेशली व्हेन I got some time to spend with my brother, जब हम बचपन की बातें कर रहे थे एक दूसरे के साथ, कुछ तो मेमोरीज आई फेल्ट कि यार मुझे तो कुछ बातें याद भी नहीं आ रही थी, क्योंकि आगे न्यू मेमोरीज इतनी बिल्ड हो रही थी कि पुरानी वाली याद भी नहीं आ रही थी कि वो जो बातें कर रहा था लाइक अच्छा ऐसा भी हुआ था, ऐसे भी हुआ था। एंड देन इट वाज सो नाइस टू स्पेंड टाइम विद देम, बचपन की सारी बातें करना, सब वो पुरानी यादें वापस आई। एंड देन स्पेशली क्रिकेट मूवमेंट से जब खेलना स्टार्ट करा था, कितना क्रिकेट के लिए क्रेज था, पैशनेट होते थे, क्योंकि वी ऑल नो विमेंस क्रिकेट इतना फेमस नहीं था, बट स्टिल मैंने क्रिकेट चूज करा। एंड देन मेनी अदर गर्ल्स जिनके पास क्रिकेट प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं था उन्होंने क्रिकेट चूज करा। वो सारी चीजें वापस से याद करना, वापस से अपने आप को मोटिवेट करना, क्रिकेट सामने नहीं था बट स्टिल क्रिकेट की जो मेमोरीज थी उन्होंने इतना मोटिवेट करा सो दैट जब भी आगे मौका मिलेगा खेलने का, I actually felt like I'm playing my first international cricket after lockdown। उतना प्रेशर फील हो रहा था, ऐसे लग ही नहीं रहा था कि 10 साल क्रिकेट खेलते हो चुके हैं, अगेन आफ्टर 10 years I'm playing any other cricket game। ऐसा फील हो रहा था कि आज पहला मैच है, डेब्यू कर रहे हैं। तो वो सारी फीलिंग्स वापस से फील करना, आई थिंक कुछ चीज़ें पॉजिटिव भी थी अगर ऑल ओवर देखा जाए, और कुछ चीज़ें ये भी थी वापस से अपनी फिटनेस को मेंटेन करना, क्योंकि प्लेयर लाइक मी हु ऑलवेज लाइक टू गिव 200% ऑन द फील्ड, एंड एक साल कोई क्रिकेट नहीं, एंड देन सडनली गोइंग टू द फील्ड एंड गोइंग विद द सेम अप्रोच। तो वो चीज़ें कैसे बैलेंस करनी है, तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें इस टाइम ने सिखाई कि लाइफ में you just can't go blind, you have to have good plans and then stay on them, it's more important। तो वो सारी चीजें लर्न करना, I think it was outstanding experience for me।
It was outstanding experience। फैमिली का इम्पोर्टेंस शायद सबकी लाइफ में इतना है, लेकिन 2020 ने हमको वो सिखा दिया कि हाँ सच में कितना है फैमिली हमारे लिए, कितनी इम्पोर्टेंट है। हम शायद उनको कैजुअली ले लेते हैं, लेकिन 2020 ने हमको सारा सिखा दिया। आते हैं 2021 पे। I want to take that entire year आप होम सीरीज शुरू करे साउथ अफ्रीका के साथ, उसमें ग्रोइन इंजुरी हो गया, फिर उसके बाद में थोड़ा ब्रेक था तो कोविड हो गया, फिर इंग्लैंड गए क्वाड इंजुरी, फिर ऑस्ट्रेलिया गए थंब इंजुरी, यू इवन मिस्ड आउट ऑन दैट टेस्ट मैच. A lot of people, fans, people who don't even understand or know women's cricket, former players, सारे लोगों ने लिख दिया था कि हरमनप्रीत कौर इज फिनिश्ड. कि अब शायद हरमनप्रीत कौर से हमको उतने एक्सपेक्टेशंस नहीं है, इन्होंने शायद ओवरसीज लीग्स नहीं खेलना चाहिए क्योंकि इनको फिटनेस मेंटेन करना है. ऐसे सारे अलग अलग लोगों ने अलग अलग चीजें बोली आपके बारे में. एंड देन द WBBL हैपेंड. मेरे हिसाब से मुझे ये पूरा साल का जानना है आपसे कि जब लोग ऐसा सब सोच रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया पे तो हम सारे ही लोग एक्टिव हैं, तो जब लोग ये लिखते हैं, हाउ डू यू टेक दैट एंड what motivates you to come out of it and perform the way you did in the WBPL?
Well, मेरे लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि थिंग्स को बैलेंस करना, क्योंकि जब आप अच्छा परफॉर्म करते हो आपको एप्रिसिएशन मिलती है, वो भी अच्छी लगती हैं. और जब परफॉर्मेंस अप टू द मार्क नहीं होती तब भी सेम पीपल कम एंड टेल यू आर नॉट डूइंग वेल. सो आई थिंक उन चीज़ों को बैलेंस करके चलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि इनिशियली ऐसे होता था कि जब लोग अप्रिशिएट करते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा फील होता था, ऐसा लगता था मेरे से ऊपर कोई नहीं है. बट जब लोग ऐसे बोलते थे कि जैसे आपने बोला कि हरमनप्रीत इज फिनिश, तो ऐसी चीजें भी आती हैं लाइफ में, तो अपने आप को वापस इतना नीचे लेके चले जाना, एंड देन इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट पुल योरसेल्फ, क्योंकि हम किसी को बड़े इजीली बोल देते हैं कि इट्स ओके, डोंट थिंक टू मच, आप बस अच्छी चीजों पे फोकस करो. बट अपने आप से वो बातें करनी इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, क्योंकि अपने आप को मोटिवेट करना इट्स मोर डिफिकल्ट देन टेलिंग समवन एल्स, क्योंकि हम दूसरे की पेन उतने अच्छे से नहीं समझ सकते जितनी खुद की समझ सकते हैं. तो ड्यूरिंग दैट टाइम एज आई सेड कि आई एम समवन हु लाइक टू गिव 200% ऑन द फील्ड, एंड देन एक साल पूरा क्रिकेट नहीं खेला, बट देन सडनली आई वाज गोइंग विद द सेम फ्लो. दैट वाज द बिगेस्ट रीजन आई वाज गेटिंग इंजर्ड बैक again and again. And then thumb injury was something it was very surprising, क्योंकि ball लगा and then fracture होना, it was something out of control. And I was actually there was no thoughts कि क्या हो रहा है, क्यों हो रहा है, कि अभी तो I was just recovering from groin injury, and suddenly, but then again I took some time, I talked to myself that चलो जो भी होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है. बट नाउ आई गॉट सम मोर टाइम टू वर्क ऑन माय फिटनेस, क्योंकि थंब इंजरी की वजह से आई कुड नॉट बैट बॉल फील्ड, but I can definitely work on my fitness and where I can get more confidence. And I think that was the reason I got result in WBBL, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे I was able to work with our Indian trainer, physio, and they were there to help me out. क्योंकि आप घर पे होते हो, no doubt they are always there to help you, but सामने होकर आपको help करना is something very important. Ramesh sir was there, he was continuously talking to me, our batting coach was there. So I think उन सबका वहाँ पर मुझे help करना was something जो उस टाइम पे एक प्लेयर को चाहिए होता है जब उसको बैक टू बैक इंजरीज हो रही होती है, एंड जो आपका मेन परफॉर्मर भी है. तो आई थिंक उस टाइम पे जो मुझे टाइम मिला अपने आप के ऊपर वर्क करने का, एंड देन आई गॉट रिजल्ट इन WBBL. दैट वाज समथिंग जो मुझे एज ए पर्सन आई फेल्ट रियली गुड, क्योंकि काफी टाइम से आई वाज वर्किंग हार्ड, बट देन setbacks हो रहे थे, back to back injuries हो रही थी, but then when I got a result and without any pain I was able to play. That was something जो मुझे as a player उस टाइम पे मुझे जो मेरे टारगेट थे मुझे अचीव करना था कि I wanted to play cricket but wanted to play without any pain. So I think अपने आप पे रोज every day एक भी दिन नहीं था when I didn't do workout, एक भी दिन नहीं था जब मैंने lazy feel करा, because that was something कि every day I was waking up and working on myself, and without single day कि जब मैंने वर्कआउट नहीं करा और फिटनेस नहीं करी, बैटिंग नहीं करी, बॉलिंग नहीं करी. दैट वाज द रीजन आई थिंक आई गॉट रिजल्ट्स, एंड दैट इज समथिंग आई वुड लव टू कंटिन्यू इन द फ्यूचर आल्सो, क्योंकि जो चीजें आपको हेल्प करती है इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू कंटिन्यू दैम.
तो मार्च से सितंबर वाला पीरियड था, वो कितना फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग था आपके लिए? आप बोल रहे हो कि आपने खुद से बात की, बहुत लोगों को ये डिफिकल्ट पड़ेगा कि शायद खुद से बात कैसे करते हैं, शायद लोग उसका ढिंडोरा पीटते हैं कि अरे मेरे साथ ये नहीं हो रहा है, लोग बहुत ज्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाते हैं। आप कैसे खुद से वो ऐसा क्या बात कर लेते हो कि यू मोटिवेट योरसेल्फ, और डू यू स्पीक टू एक 3-4 लोगों का आपका है कि हाँ मैं पापा से, मम्मी से या किसी दोस्त से इतनी बात कर सकती हूँ और वो मुझे हेल्प करेंगे कि अभी जो मैं पोजीशन में हूँ तो शायद मुझे हेल्प मिल जाए वहां पर?
डेफिनेटली फैमिली तो सबसे बड़ी सपोर्ट होती है। उनके साथ जब भी मैं बात करती थी, जो मेरे मॉम डैड है, दे आर वेरी पॉजिटिव पर्सन। वो हमेशा मुझे यही बोलते हैं जो भी होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है, एंड इसमें भी कुछ अच्छा ही होगा। चलो इससे पहले यू वर मैनेजिंग एंड प्लेइंग, बट थमेजरी के बाद एटलीस्ट अभी लाइक यू कैन वर्क ऑन योर 100% फिटनेस एंड देन यू कैन गो एंड परफॉर्म। तो इसमें भी एक पॉजिटिव है इफ यू थिंक, एंड पीपल अराउंड मी, स्पेशली माई क्लोज फ्रेंड्स एंड माई टीममेट्स, और उन लोगों ने भी मुझे बहुत हेल्प करा। क्योंकि जब भी मेरे अंदर 1% भी डाउट आ रहा था, ऐसे लग रहा था कि रोने का मन कर रहा था, चलाने का मन कर रहा था, बट देन they were always there to tell me that it's okay, मे बी ये जो टाइम है 10-15 दिन है, 2 weeks है, आपको बस निकालने हैं, एंड देन योर टाइम विल कम। एंड एवरीवन अराउंड मी, दे वर सो पॉजिटिव। जब भी मेरे साथ बात कर रहे थे, मुझे यही बोल रहे थे कि आने वाला टाइम, इट्स योर टाइम, डोंट वरी अबाउट एनीथिंग, जस्ट वर्क ऑन योर फिटनेस। ये भी maybe God is giving you some signals, you can rest for some time, you can do more fitness, you can work on your court, and then you just go and perform. Then you can play free cricket without any single doubt के कुछ एक्स्ट्रा करा तो ये ना हो जाए, वो ना हो जाए, at least you can go freely and play. So I think उस टाइम पे अपने आप को सिर्फ ये बातें बोली कि इट्स ओके, कि जो भी है जैसा भी है, जस्ट लीव एवरीथिंग ऑन द गॉड, बिकॉज मेरे हाथ में जो है, मुझे बस उस चीज़ पे ही फोकस करना है। जो चीज़ें बियॉन्ड माई थिंग्स, मैं उनको कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकती। सो कंट्रोलेबल थिंग्स के ऊपर फोकस करना इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट मतलब देन जस्ट हमेशा अपने आप को ये बोलते रहना कि ये ऐसा क्यों नहीं हुआ, वैसा क्यों नहीं हुआ। तो जब भी आप 2 मिनट भी अपने आप से ऐसी बातें करते हो, यू कैन सी ऑटोमेटिकली पीपल कम टू यू एंड दे विल ऑल्सो स्टार्ट टॉकिंग द सेम थिंग्स। जब आप नेगेटिव बातें करते हो, पीपल विल ऑल्सो कम एंड टेल यू द नेगेटिव थिंग्स की, तब वो चीज़ें कंटिन्यू होती है। तो पहले अपने आप को पॉजिटिव बातें बोलना, एंड देन ऑटोमेटिकली जब आपकी अप्रोच पॉजिटिव रहती है, पीपल विल डेफिनेटली कम एंड टेल यू पॉजिटिव थिंग्स। तो मेरे लिए वो बहुत ज़रूरी था कि अगर मेरे चोट भी लगी है, बट स्टिल I will never show to my teammates, क्योंकि वो लोग भी everybody they wanted me to play but I was not there, but उनको सिर्फ मेरी तरफ से सिर्फ इतना पुश करना कि it's okay guys, you are there, you will definitely win this game for our country, and our team was doing really well and I was very happy to see that, क्योंकि टीम अच्छा कर रही थी, एटमॉस्फेयर अच्छा था, सब पॉजिटिव थे, एंड आई वाज आल्सो स्टेइंग इन द पॉजिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर। वो भी मुझे बहुत हेल्प कर रहा था। तो जस्ट स्टेइंग इन गुड फ्रेम ऑफ माइंड, वही एक ही ऑप्शन था, उसके बिना कोई और ऑप्शन नहीं था, और मुझे उसी ऑप्शन के साथ कंटिन्यू करना था। एंड आई वाज वेरी हैप्पी दैट जब मेरे टीममेट जो मेरे पास थे उस टाइम पे, उन्होंने मुझे बहुत हेल्प करा। दे वर ऑलवेज देयर टू हेल्प मी। जब भी मुझे थोड़ा बहुत माइंड इधर उधर हो रहा था, they were just there holding me, and I think it was great to have such a great teammate.
Great to have such great teammates. Stay positive और अपने आप आसपास की चीजें पॉजिटिव होंगी। और जैसे आपके टीममेट ने कहा कि आने वाला दिन आपका है, तो वैसे ही हुआ। WBBL you performed really well. आपने कुछ चीजें बताई कि जैसे आपने कभी पावर प्ले में बॉलिंग नहीं की थी, तो आपने वहां पे करी और उसके बाद आपको एक अलग कॉन्फिडेंस आया। न्यूजीलैंड की कंडीशंस बहुत ज्यादा, पूरी तो नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा सिमिलर रहेगी ऑस्ट्रेलिया से। हाउ मच दैट WBBL परफॉर्मेंस और इफेक्ट इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू इन न्यूजीलैंड?
जब after the T20s Australia tour के बाद, when first time I spoke to our WBBL coach Simon, the first thing when he said, like he never talked to me about my batting. He was like, I know you can bat, I know, whenever you get chance you can always perform for your team. He was only talking about my bowling skills, and I was very surprised to see that someone I have never met, but he was like, I saw your bowling, I know you're capable of bowling in the power play. I was like, I have never done bowling in the power play. Yes, initial days when T20 just started, yes, I did few games, but I don't even remember that what I was doing that time. But he was like, no, I know you can bowl in the power play. And that night I was only thinking about my bowling, and I was like, this is something new which I'm doing right now. And I was enjoying that. Somebody gave me the responsibility, bowling responsibility, which is something new, and I was like, I want to do that. It is challenging. I know, we do have very hard hitters in WBBL. They can actually take out your bowling skills and finish your career when you're bowling to them. But still I was like, no, like I want to bowl, I want to see what I can do there, and I want to test my skills. And luckily I was able to perform the way they were expecting from me. And especially our captain Sophie, she was someone, she was always there to help me, and everyone around us. And I think वो जो atmosphere था, I really enjoyed, क्योंकि the first thing, हम लोग किसी को ज़्यादा जानते नहीं थे. Our whole team was new, only 2-3 girls who already played for Renegades. Otherwise all new members were there. But एक दूसरे को help करना और एक दूसरे को टीम को एक दूसरे की गेम को बैक करना was something, we Jamie and I, we both were very much enjoying that, क्योंकि वहाँ पर सिर्फ पॉजिटिव बातें हो रही थी और पॉजिटिव एटमॉस्फेयर क्रिएट था. एंड एवरी डे और हमारा जो बेस्ट थिंग थी हमारी टीम की, वो ये था कि वी वर नॉट लुकिंग टू विन, वी वर ओनली लुकिंग टू डू जो भी हमने टीम मीटिंग में डिस्कस करा है. एंड वी वर ओनली टिकिंग दोस बॉक्सेस कि हमने ये डिसाइड करा था, आर वी एबल टू डू दैट. और उसके बाद रिजल्ट वाज ऑटोमेटिकली कमिंग. हमने कभी अपने ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं क्रिएट करा कि हमें मैच जीतना है और मैच जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हैं. वी वर ओनली लुकिंग टू डू जो भी हम लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे, डिस्कस कर रहे थे. एंड एज यू मेंशन कि कंडीशंस ऑलमोस्ट सेम रहेगी न्यूजीलैंड में. थोड़ा सा विंडी होता है, अदरवाइज विकेट वाइज एंड ग्राउंड वाइज थिंग्स विल बी सेम. एंड आई होप जिस हिसाब से आई वाज एबल टू बैट देयर, बॉल देयर, आई वुड लव टू कंटिन्यू दोस थिंग्स, क्योंकि वो जो एक कॉन्फिडेंस मिला है उसको कंटिन्यू करना इज बिगेस्ट टास्क. एंड आई थिंक वो मुझे मेरा मेन कि अभी 50 ओवर वर्ल्ड कप में और न्यूजीलैंड सीरीज में वही रहेगा कि जो भी मैं बीबीएल में अपने आप से बात कर रही थी, अपनी परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर वर्क कर रही थी, वही चीजें कंटिन्यू करूँ. आते हैं न्यूजीलैंड वर्ल्ड कप में. हमारा पहला मुकाबला है पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट. पाकिस्तान शायद इंडिया पाकिस्तान विमेंस में उतना ज्यादा हाइप नहीं होता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है.
लेकिन अल्टीमेटली इंडिया पाकिस्तान गेम इन इटसेल्फ इज ह्यूज. आपका क्या मतलब, एक हम ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ खेल ले, हम इंग्लैंड के साथ खेले, हम शायद किसी के भी साथ खेले, लेकिन पाकिस्तान के साथ जब खेलते हैं तो एक अलग एटमॉस्फेयर होता है. लोग आते हैं उसी टाइप में सपोर्ट करने के लिए. एक मार्केटेबिलिटी शायद सबसे ज्यादा उसी मैच की, और उसी मैच से भारत का शुरुआत हो रही है.
देखिए, फॉर अस हर एक गेम इम्पोर्टेंट है. आई नो फर्स्ट गेम इज अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान, बट कोई भी टीम हो, कोई भी टूर्नामेंट हो, पहला मैच हमेशा इम्पोर्टेंट होता है. और अभी जैसे आपने बोला कि इसमें थोड़ा सा एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर रहता है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान के साथ आप खेल रहे हो. लेकिन हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट यही रहता है कि हम लोग वहाँ पर जाएं, अच्छा परफॉर्म करें, मैच जीतें, क्योंकि एंड ऑफ द डे मैच जितना इम्पोर्टेंट होता है और अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलना इम्पोर्टेंट होता है, अदर देन टेकिंग एक्स्ट्रा प्रेशर. क्योंकि अभी अगर आप देखो विमेंस क्रिकेट में सारी टीम्स ने इम्प्रूव करा है, कोई भी टीम ऐसी नहीं है यू कैन टेक इट इजीली कि हम कल का मैच इजी और वी कैन गो इजी, बट हर एक टीम बहुत इम्प्रूव करी है। पाकिस्तान क्रिकेट ने भी लास्ट फ्यू ईयर्स में बहुत इम्प्रूव करा है, उनका भी परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छा है। और आई थिंक हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट यही रहेगा कि हम अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलें, अच्छा परफॉर्म करें। इसे ऊपर आई डोंट थिंक हमने कभी ज़्यादा सोचा है और ना ही हम कभी सोचेंगे।
ना ही हमने ज्यादा कभी सोचा है, ना ही सोचेंगे। पाकिस्तान का गेम इज मोर और लेस सिमिलर टू एनी अदर गेम फॉर हरमन, लेकिन शायद देश ऐसा नहीं सोचेगा। और मुझे एक सवाल और पूछना है कि ये पर्टिकुलर वर्ल्ड कप मिथाली राज और झूलन गोस्वामी का आखिरी वर्ल्ड कप है। they have been two legends of the game, have played more than 20 years. Finally it's time for that swan song. 2011 में सचिन तेंदुलकर के लिए शायद पूरी टीम ने खेला था और उस टाइम पे वो ट्रॉफी हमारे हाथ में आई थी। तो पहले तो आप इन दोनों के बारे में बताइए, और आपको क्या लगता है कि टीम वैसे खेलेगी कि हाँ एंड ऑफ द टाइम वी आर गोइंग टू लिफ्ट दैट पर्टिकुलर वर्ल्ड कप?
पहले तो मुझे लगता नहीं कि ये उनका आखिरी वर्ल्ड कप होना चाहिए, बिकॉज द वे दे आर परफॉर्मिंग आई थिंक उनका क्रिकेट करियर कभी बंद ही नहीं हो सकता है। बिकॉज जैसे जोलूदी अपनी फिटनेस के ऊपर वर्क करके अभी तक सेम स्पीड सेम लेंथ वो जो कैरी कर रही हैं, एंड देन अगेन मिथाली दी द वे शी इज परफॉर्मिंग, द वे शी इज टेकिंग द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड प्लेइंग, आई थिंक उनको कभी क्रिकेट छोड़ना ही नहीं चाहिए। द वे दे आर परफॉर्मिंग फॉर आवर इंडियन क्रिकेट, एंड डेफिनेटली हम हर वर्ल्ड कप इम्पोर्टेंट होता है। हर वर्ल्ड कप यही अप्रोच रहता है कि वी कैन जस्ट गो एंड परफॉर्म। और इस वर्ल्ड कप में स्पेशल हम लोग एफर्ट डालना चाहेंगे, बिकॉज वी डोंट नो मे बी if they don't continue till next world cup and what we have to do, and ये जो वर्ल्ड कप है डेफिनेटली हमारे लिए बहुत स्पेशल रहेगा, क्योंकि हमारे जो स्पेशल प्लेयर्स हैं, जो हमारे लेजेंड्स हैं, वो इस वर्ल्ड कप में हम लोग हमें उनसे भी बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें हैं, क्योंकि जिस हिसाब से वो क्रिकेट खेल रहे हैं वी जस्ट वांट देम टू कंटिन्यू दैट, सो दैट क्योंकि वो हमेशा वो एक मैच विनर्स हैं। जब भी वो परफॉर्म करते हैं टीम जीतती है, एंड वी आर ऑलवेज देयर टू सपोर्ट देम। एंड जब भी डेफिनेटली हमारा जो टीम का जो अप्रोच रहेगा यही रहेगा कि हम उनको बेस्ट मेमोरीज दे सकें, और जो भी वो डिजर्व करते हैं उनको वो दे सकें, क्योंकि आई थिंक दे डिजर्व एटलीस्ट वन ट्रॉफी। और हम लोग अपना 200% से भी ज़्यादा देने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि ये जो वर्ल्ड कप है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, एंड स्पेशली व्हेन योर टीम इज लुकिंग ग्रेट, एवरीबॉडी इज इन ग्रेट फॉर्म, एंड you just don't want to miss this opportunity, and we will definitely try to give our best so that they can lift this trophy.
They can lift this trophy, and so can you. The last question: 2017 World Cup finals, 2018 World Cup semi-finals, 2020 World Cup finals. इस बार वो एक winners tag आएगा. What is the motivation of big match player Harmanpreet Kaur to be in that World Cup and take that silverware first time for the Indian women's team?
आई थिंक इससे बड़ा मोमेंट नहीं होगा, क्योंकि अगर हम जैसे आपने बोला लास्ट 3 वर्ल्ड कप की बात करें, एवरी टाइम वी वर एबल टू रीच द फाइनल्स, बट जो वो थोड़े से मार्जिन थे वी वर नॉट एबल टू विन. दिस टाइम वी विल डेफिनेटली लुक दोज स्मॉल मिस्टेक्स व्हिच वी हैव डन इन द पास्ट, एंड दिस टाइम एक्स्ट्रा अवेयरनेस, एक्स्ट्रा परफॉर्मेंस, थोड़ा अगर एक्स्ट्रा हम लोग पुश करते हैं, वी हैव दैट दैट थिंग टू विन दिस वर्ल्ड कप. एंड आई थिंक जो वर्ल्ड कप होगा, इस वर्ल्ड कप में भी वी विल आई विल डेफिनेटली लुक टू गिव माय 100% सो दैट जो भी मेरी टीम को मेरे से उम्मीदें हैं, मैं वो उम्मीदों पे खड़े उतरूं. एंड हमारी टीम, जैसे मैंने बोला कि एवरीबॉडी इज लुकिंग इन ग्रेट शेप, एंड अगर हम लोग जो क्रिकेट हमने लास्ट 2-3 महीने खेला, अगर वही क्रिकेट हम लोग कंटिन्यू करेंगे, आई थिंक नोबडी इज देयर टू स्टॉप अस. एंड आई होप जो भी हमें अपने आप से उम्मीदें हैं, अगर हम उतना भी करेंगे तो we can definitely lift this cup.
You can definitely lift this cup, and I hope so that India wins the World Cup now. April 2nd was the time India last won the World Cup. April 3rd should be the date India next wins the World Cup now.
Yes,
Thank you,
definitely.
Arman. Thank you,
Thank you,
Arman,
Yash.
for your time. आपने बहुत अच्छे से explain किया कि इंडिया के वर्ल्ड कप preparations क्या है, पिछला 4 या 5 साल आपके लिए क्या रहा है. And we hope that this time around it's you lifting the trophy for the country.
Thank you so much, Yash. Thank you.
Well, the next one is from the West Indies team. Hayley Matthews, she is. She talks about the World Cup preparation, the plan, the goals, her batting order, and much more. Have a look.
So, like 2021 was quite a good year for you. Like you also got nominated as for the ICC ODI Player of the Year. You had found a lot of success. Now, the fact that you did not play any ODI cricket in 2020, how did that like help you to like maybe did it help you to go back and find the basics and then come back this year, or was it challenging to come back to ODI cricket once not having played for that long a time?
Yeah, I think looking at, I guess, how 2020 went, obviously with COVID coming about and everything, not having many tours, I think me personally, I definitely wanted to get back to ODI cricket after playing so much T20, if I'm being quite honest. So yeah, I think from the beginning of 2021, I really wanted to set my focus in on ODI cricket and getting on some really good performances. I had, I reckon, probably a couple of technique flaws that I really had to work on, and I guess I got a bit of time in 2020 towards the end, especially to really do that. So yeah, I think coming back to 2021 a bit more prepared and yeah, I guess ready for ODI cricket was really good, and yeah, I guess the results showed quite a bit.
So you started 2021 with a century, opening the batting as you have done. But with time, you came down to number 5 and your roles was changed. So was it challenging? Firstly, was it how challenging it was? And secondly, what transpired that change that the decision was taken?
Yeah, I think it was really about finding probably a good balance for the team. I think obviously we have DeAndre Doughton, who's quite a dangerous player, no matter where she bats. But I think getting her in there in the power play was really, really important. And it shows because she did really well when she did come to open the batting. And then I think as a team, it gave us a bit more structure in the middle order, I guess, with myself, Stefani Taylor right before me. We had Shemaine Campbell coming back in that was able to slot in at number 6, which created a really good structure right through our batting order. I think personally for me, at first I was a bit hesitant, I'm not gonna lie, about going down the order and so on, but I trust the coaching staff around here, and if they believe that was what was best for the team at the time, I had all faith that that was the case. And yeah, I just really wanted to apply myself at number 5, take up the new role and try to do as best as I possibly could. And I think I did a really good job, I guess, at adapting. And yeah, I felt quite comfortable pretty early batting at 5, if I'm being honest.
So let's just shift the discussion to the World Cup, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to speak to you. By the time you guys touched down in New Zealand, you guys would have played South Africa home and away and Pakistan home and away. And one game you guys played at that qualifier. So would you say your team would have liked facing more of the top teams such as India, England or Australia heading into a World Cup year?
I don't think necessarily. I think at the same time it was really, really good to not only get games in, but get some good confidence under our belts as well. Obviously we were able to do that last year, winning a good set of our games. And then look, this year I think South Africa is quite a worthy opponent. They've got some of the best stars in the game, and I think that's going to be the perfect preparation for us going into a World Cup to play against even better teams, like you said, like Australia and England. So yeah, I think our preparation is going to be quite fine, and we're really looking forward to the series and then getting straight into the World Cup.
So you play alongside probably the world's 2 most experienced, or in the sense I would say really good all-rounders. How does the camaraderie work between you, Stefani, and Drienda, and how would you say that you guys, when you guys look at each other and like as a trio, what are the thoughts that you have?
I think what's really important for the 3 of us is that we try our absolute best to feed off of each other. We realize we're not going to be able to have individually good days every single day, But I think it's really important that because there's three of us that are quite capable all-rounders, we can really lean on each other when we're not having the best day. I think even myself, I guess, opening the batting with Deandra a lot of the time in T20 stuff, she's obviously quite a dangerous opener, like we said before, and when I know that I'm not having the best day, it's easy for me just to get onto the other end and kind of admire what she's doing, which takes the pressure off of me, and I think it works vice versa for all three of us.
So in this current West Indies team, you have like 4 off spinners, right arm off spinners, and there's another off spinner, left arm off spinner. So despite all these similarities, and I discussed this with Anisa as well, despite all these similarities, there is still something that keeps you guys different from each other. How would you describe that firstly, and how do you still think that you guys will have that edge playing in New Zealand?
I think if you look at it, even though, like you said, we're pretty similar, we all have our differences. I guess even looking at a spin pair, like, or a spin trio like myself, Steph Taylor, and Anisa Mohammed, we're 3 completely different off spinners. Steph, we like to say she bowls drifters sometimes, not necessarily turning the ball, and then I guess myself, I'm going to be a bit quicker a lot of the time than Anisa would be per se. So I think we all bring something really different to the table.
How much do you think spin will play a factor in New Zealand? Because for all the cricket that we have watched in New Zealand until now, seamers seem to get more off the wicket in those conditions than the spinners.
Well, I guess we kind of have to wait and see. I don't have too much experience playing in New Zealand myself, but like you said, watching the bit of cricket that's been playing down there, it has been pretty helpful for the Pacers. But I think at the same time, as a spinning unit, we're probably just going to have to adapt a bit, try different bowling styles, and yeah, just see what works best. I guess that the first couple of games are going to be really important for us, even just the practice matches that we have down there to, I guess, figuring out the conditions and what's best.
So looking back at 2017, the World Cup in England, you guys did not have the best of World Cups. It was disappointing, obviously, after what you guys had done so well in 2013. So is there a discussion that has been gone ahead of the preparations when it started? Or is there some parts of the mistakes that you guys are looking that these are the mistakes and these are where the areas of concern and we will not repeat it heading into this World Cup?
Yeah, like if I'm honestly speaking, I think probably around 2017, our ODI cricket wasn't as up to par as it probably needed to be. I do feel like we're a lot more prepared now. At the same time, it is going to be a pretty tough tournament, but that's all what World Cups are about. You're going to have to go there and you're going to have to play your best cricket 90% of the time to be able to stand any chance at competing, and we're just really going to have to go out there and do that. I think as we looked at, we had a pretty good 2021 against the opponents that we came up against, and we just have to be able to try to take some of that form into the World Cup and put on some good performances, and I guess be able to execute really well. Our senior players are definitely going to have to come out on the park and step up regularly. But at the same time, I think going into the tournament as underdogs, I would say, is going to be pretty helpful for us. I guess it kind of eases a bit of that pressure off of our shoulders, and yeah, hopefully we can create a lot of surprises and do really well.
From one West Indian pro to another, it's now time to know more about Anisa Mohammed. She is the only player from West Indies to play her 5th ODI World Cup, an incredible achievement in itself.
How does Anisa Mohammed look back at her career that has been so far and the legacy that she's going to live one day?
I'm really happy with the way that I've spent the last 18 years representing West Indies. Not quite a lot of persons are fortunate enough to even represent West Indies. And to be able to do that for 18, going on my 19th year is a really special feeling. I've achieved more than I actually set out to achieve. There's some of the things that I've done that I didn't even think that was possible that I could do it. So to actually go out there and achieve those things and make a name for myself is something that I'm really proud of, and I'm hoping to continue that in however long I decide to play.
So you have got 171 wickets, so 29 away from the 200 mark, and if you do it, you will be the first spinner to achieve that. Your thoughts on that and the aspirations you have looking ahead from now?
Yeah, when I started, my first goal was to pass Fitzpatrick with a 180. So that's still my first goal, to pass her. But to be able to be the first spinner to get to 200 wickets is going to be a really special feeling. Even if I don't get to that 200 and I decide to retire before, currently I am the highest spinner with the most ODI wickets. So in itself is a special feeling. So to be able to get the 200 will definitely be something even more special, and I'm hoping that whatever long I display, that I'm able to achieve that milestone.
So I noticed one thing: you average about 10.96 against Pakistan with the ball. What trick are you playing that Pakistan players are not picking it up? And are you excited to face them going into the World Cup?
Yeah, definitely. So Pakistan is one of the teams that I've had most of my success against. I'm not playing any tricks, to be honest. Just stick it to the tricks and even make mistakes. And so far has been working. It's working, then why fix it?
You led West Indies for the first time in 11 years. How do you describe the experience of that? And now that you are a senior player, you've been a senior player for quite some time, what is your leadership role in the team?
One of the things that I really enjoy is that the way the players have a lot of respect for me, and they're always willing to learn, they're always willing to take advice. Unfortunately, the batters, we didn't score enough runs, and to win an ODI game, it's very difficult to defend 150 runs, and majority of the games we batted first and we scored just over 150, even 120 in one of the games. So to win one-day games, you have to score runs, and I think that was our downfall in that series. But I've been vice captain of the team for quite a number of years, and I really enjoy, being there with the young players, passing on my experience, my knowledge, giving them advice whenever they need to. And what I like is that they trust me and they always come to me for advice. So I'm hoping that I'm able to continue doing that, and that they will continue to trust me.
I noticed in 2019 and 2018, you didn't have the best number of wickets. You didn't get a lot of quality performances. And in 2020, you did not play a match. But a year later, you came up and your average was fantastic in 2021. You got about 20 wickets with an average of 18. So what did you do differently approaching 2021? And especially the fact that you did not play ODI for a long enough stretch, how does that affect or bring the best out of you? What do you think about that?
I think in 2018 and 2019, I was trying to bowl too quick, and that's not really my style. And I think I was listening to too many advice from too many different persons and trying to do what is not me. I took to 2020 to reflect on myself and what has been working for me. And then I came back in 2021, and I've been working with Corey Collymore, Ryan Austin, Courtney Walsh, and what I like about them is that they are past players, so they understand that different players have different skills, and they have allowed me to do what has worked for me in the past. And I'm thankful that I was able to be successful and show them, hey, this is my style of bowling and it's working for me, and just continue to trust me and I will do the job for you.
You mentioned about Courtney Walsh. I had this question a bit later, but I'll ask you now. Having him in the mix, and there are a few more coaching staff you mentioned, how does that put a positive effect on the players? Could you just shed some light on his style of coaching, and what is the best thing that he brings to the table for this side?
He's a past player, and once you play the game and then you come back to it, you understand what it is to be a player in the game. Unlike some persons who just go do coaching courses and they come and try to coach you. So he understands that each player has a different style, and he allows you to do what works for you. It's not just show up at the day before practice and this is what I want done and this is how it should be done. It's what works for you. We are at the international level, and as I said, each player is different, and he allows us to do that, and he's very easy to talk to.
There are like 4 off spinners in your side, and obviously there is Kiana Joseph also. So how do you see this off spin combination coming together? And in New Zealand, especially considering the fact the pitches are not that suited to spin, how do you see the combination working in those conditions?
Yeah, I think yes, we have 4 off spinners on our side, but each one of us have a different style of off spin. We bowl, differently. Some of us bowl quicker, some of us bowl spinner, some of us strip the ball. So we all different types of spinners, different types of off spinners, that is. But what we have also worked on is bowling on pitches that isn't turning a lot. So hopefully once we get down to New Zealand, we are able to execute what we have learned over the past couple of years.
Previously, I talked about the fact that the effect of spin in New Zealand isn't that much. So do you think as an experienced spinner, do you think that there is something extra that you guys need to do to get more out of the wicket in those conditions?
No, like I said, we've worked on bowling on pitches that isn't turning. I'm not going to let out our secret. Hopefully once we get down there, we remember what the plan is and we are able to stick to the plan and execute the plan.
It's now time to know more about Susie Bates, one of the integral parts of the New Zealand setup. She opened up to us about her post-retirement plans, her motivation for carrying cricket, and a lot more. You don't want to miss this one.
Most capped player for her team, highest run getter for her country, ICC ODI Player of the Year, ICC T20I Player of the Year, Player of the Tournament Awards and World Cups, part of the ICC Team of the Decade. A look at this former White Fern skipper's resume, and the list seems never ending. Hello and welcome to another episode of Beyond the Boundary. Today, we have the honor of hosting one of the greatest batters in the women's game, New Zealand's Susie Bates. Well, hi Susie. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us today. First of all, how are you and how does it feel to be back playing international cricket?
Yeah, thanks for talking to me, but yeah, I'm good. Excited about tomorrow and playing some one-day cricket, and yeah, it's just been so great being back in the team after a long stint away and to be on tour again, although it's slightly different to normal. We're really enjoying ourselves over here, and so far we've played some good cricket, so wanting to carry that on into the one days. But yeah, just so excited and really happy to be back in the group.
And you recently played a milestone game, 250 games for the White Ferns. I'm going to ask you to wind back the clock a little bit. Do you remember, what do you remember of your first game for the White Ferns?
Yeah, I remember a lot of it. Obviously, it was a long time ago, but we were at Lincoln and playing against India in a series. And I remember I was actually an all-rounder at the time and picked as a bowler. So I was batting at number 9 and it rained on and off, so we were itching to get started, but it kept getting delayed, but we finally got out there. And yeah, just remember the feeling of being in the field, playing international cricket and just wanting to play as long as I could. I just absolutely loved it. It was such a step up from domestic cricket, and yeah, I didn't get a bat, but I took 1 wicket, so it was just a real taste of that next level of cricket that I just loved.
Awesome. And so through this period, do you have a favorite moment or a standout moment in your career so far?
We sort of chatted about it after that milestone game with the team, and look, I've still always wanted to win a World Cup and win a Rose Bowl against Australia, and we haven't done that in my career, so that's still something I want to tick off the checklist. But look, I think any World Cup final I've played in, I think I've had the privilege of playing in 3 have been special, and any win against Australia, to be fair, as a White Fern, whether it's 2020 over cricket, there have been some of the special moments.
And so you've had a significantly long career, and players often say that in cricket you have more bad days than you have good days. So through this period, has there ever been like a moment or a phase where you've kind of wanted to walk away from it? And if so, what pushed you to carry on, and how did you build that resilience?
Yeah, we also talked about that. I was wondering what my win percentage was out of the 250 games, and I was hoping that I'd won more than I'd lost. I think Amy Satterthwaite managed to work that out, and I had just, so that means I have had more good days. But yeah, it's a tough sport, and international sport, you always have doubts at times, and sometimes it is hard, and when things aren't going your way personally or as a team, you do think how much longer you can keep playing. But I've never really thought seriously about giving up. I've had moments where I've really enjoyed a break and getting away from cricket, but I've always wanted to come back for more. And I think having a serious shoulder injury, COVID, it's made me hungrier than ever. And although I am getting on in age, I feel mentally and physically fresh. And I just know that once you retire, you're a long time retired. So until I stop enjoying it, which at this stage, I've never not enjoyed the process of training or being on tour or playing cricket. And until that stops, I'll keep playing, and as long as I get selected too.
So you mentioned that shoulder injury, and that was like the first major injury that you had that kept you out for a significant period of time. What was that period of rehab and recovery like for you, and how did you keep yourself motivated through it?
Yeah, it was. It's been a strange time. I think having COVID just before I did my shoulder and having the longest break that I'd had in my whole career off cricket almost prepared me for that stint on the sidelines, because I'd had a lot of downtime, worked out how I was going to keep myself busy and keep my mind occupied. So I'd sort of had a practice at sitting on the sideline through no choice of mine. And then, yeah, I think the thing that helped me the most was the fact that the World Cup had been moved already. So when I did injure my shoulder, I knew that I was a chance of coming back fit for that. And to be honest, that really helped my motivation. There was never a day where I didn't want to do it, because that carrot of playing in the home World Cup's always been there. So I think the timing of when I did it, I was quite lucky, and I've been able to stay really determined and motivated. And the goal was to get back for this tour, which was 9 months after surgery. And that was a really realistic goal. So I've had lots of mini goals along the way to help me get to that home World Cup.
And through that layoff, you spent some time in the commentary box. You also, I think, coached the Otago Nuggets for a bit. Can you talk me through those experiences, and did it kind of give you a glimpse into what could possibly be in store once you hang up your boots?
Yeah, absolutely. I talked about it a lot, that I guess I sort of tried to look at all the positives, and I was almost in a privileged position of experiencing retirement before I'd retired, to know what it would be like and what I'd like to do. And I just had this moment over Christmas where I was getting a bit bored. I'd had a long winter with sitting back with coronavirus, and I knew that I just had to keep busy. And I sort of made a promise to myself that I was going to say yes to any opportunities that popped up and just throw myself into it. So 2 of those were the commentary with Spark over the summer and the basketball coaching. And that was just the greatest thing, to be part of different teams and sort of have a team around me when I'm so used to being in a team sport, and met lots of new people and realized that, there is life after cricket. And I'm also now excited about that and what opportunities that holds, but also no, I'm definitely not finished.
Yep, and you mentioned the home World Cup several times now. Looking ahead to that, the teams, and Sophie has mentioned this several times as well, that the team has been very clear that the focus for this tour is on the ODIs, and how that's leading into a home World Cup. In that context, how important is the team's performance in this series looking forward?
Yeah, there's no denying that World Cup is at the forefront of everyone's minds, and we know this is a huge series in the lead up to that. Current world champions in England, and we know we have to play well to beat them, so it's going to be a real test of where the whole group's at. And I'm excited to see where we're at, and I think the 2020 series has just shown that we're just so desperate to compete every game. And if that means we win, that's great. But we're definitely out here to compete every game with England. And I think that's going to put us in a great position leading into the World Cup, and a home one-day series against India as well, I think, coming up.
And obviously the home World Cup means there's plenty of chatter around the 2000 World Cup and New Zealand's success in that tournament. So 2 questions. One, what are your memories of watching that World Cup? And 2, how do those memories or the feats of that team kind of inspire you and the group going ahead into 2022?
Yeah, it sort of gives me goosebumps thinking about it. And there's a group of players, old players, the over 30s club, that would have been, young girls watching that game. And I remember watching it on TV, first time I'd seen women's cricket on TV, only ever seen the Black Caps. So, wanting to be Nathan Astle, I remember growing up, and then I saw the likes of Debbie Hockley, Rebecca Rolls, Emily Drum playing on TV in a World Cup, and then they won it at home, and that was probably the moment for me that I said I want to do that and be that. And that's the opportunity we now have to inspire other females in New Zealand and to do the same, and that is pretty special, really. It's sort of come full circle, and now I'm at the end of my career, and having that opportunity to inspire young girls is what it's all about.
And speaking of World Cups, New Zealand haven't had too much success in global tournaments in the recent past. I mean, 2010 was the last time the team reached a final. 2016 was the last time you reached the knockout stage. So, do those disappointments kind of weigh heavily on you? And, how do you pick yourself up after such disappointing campaigns and kind of refocus on the next task at hand?
Yeah, I think if we're completely honest, the senior players would admit that has weighed on us in the past. We went through a period where we were always in the semis or finals at least. And then, like you say, since 2016, there's a period where we haven't made those finals. So I think it did play a part, but I know for a fact that we've talked about that and we've well and truly moved on. There's no point looking back. We've got a completely new group, completely new coaching staff. A lot of those players have had time away from the game to reflect, and we're not worried about that now. It's all about just doing what we can each day to be better. And I think that's what's exciting. This group has really moved on from past performances, and we're just now looking to the future.
And on to happier things now. You spent 15 years at the international level, 250 games, close to 8,000 runs, a bucket full of awards. Did the teenager Suzie Bates ever dream of achieving all these things? And you did mention that you still have a World Cup that you want to win, but have you ever kind of reflected on all the things that you've ticked off so far?
Firstly, no, absolutely not. I don't think teenage Susie even thought all this was possible. And when I was playing, it was simply just playing for Otago, and then I made the White Ferns, and I just wanted to play as many games as I could. So I'm still here, which is pretty cool. Like you say, the World Cup is a massive thing that I've always wanted to tick off. But I guess at the end of the day, for me, it's just about, looking back on that career, and I know I've given everything that I had at that moment in time, and I'm going to carry on doing that until I finish. And once I don't feel like I can give that, then I'll step away. But at the moment, I'm just loving every moment, and then good things happen when you're enjoying it and just sticking to the process. So what will be is kind of my, I guess, old age now, my philosophical approach. And you can want to win all those things, but actually at the end of the day, they don't mean that much when you finish. It's just about being the best you can be and trying to create a great team around you to achieve good things together.
And on that note, how does Suzie Bates want to be remembered?
To be fair, it's as simple as being a great teammate. I think when you look back on your career, people forget the stats, people forget the runs you've scored. That's obviously the goal, and you train for that, but you just want to be remembered as a great teammate. And if I can do that, I'll be happy. And I know I've got some friends for life from cricket, and that's pretty special.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks a lot for your time, Suzie. It was wonderful chatting with you.
No worries.
And good luck for the tour.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully some good cricket.
But this is the beauty of cricket, the stories that it unfolds. Jahanara Alam opened up on what it means for Bangladesh to play their first ever ODI World Cup, a special moment for the entire team.
In this special episode of Beyond the Boundary, I'm talking to Jahanara Alam of Bangladesh. She talks about the World Cup, the growth of cricket in Bangladesh, and much more. Hello Jahanara, welcome to the show. It's lovely to have
you.
Hello.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So you have been the poster woman of Bangladesh cricket for quite some time now. Now, how does it feel to be part of the team that is playing the country's first maiden 50 overs World Cup? How does that feel?
First of all, I feel proud, and also I feel lucky, thrilled, and as this is my dream World Cup, so I cannot express how much happy I am.
Let's talk about the World Cup a bit more. The joy of qualifying to a World Cup is immense. There's no doubt about it. And we saw a video of you guys celebrating. It was all over the internet. Describe that moment for me. And how was the mood in the camp? And how did you celebrate that night, all the teammates?
Well, we just got that news suddenly. Because of COVID situation, tournament was called off, and just before lunch we got the news, and we couldn't believe even. We start shouting. We came out corridor out of our room, and we just start shouting. And suddenly I thought, okay, I can make a video. So I start making a video, and we hug each other. We cried a lot, and we just thought that yes, we made it. This is our dream World Cup. So we're gonna play to New Zealand, and yeah, this is huge impact for our women's cricket. Yes, we made it, and after finish that, we had our lunch, normal lunch, and when we finished our lunch, we came back to our room. Before enter our room, we had a small swimming pool, and that those days we had quite days there, like 10 to 15 days we were there, and we didn't even enter once into that swimming pool. But that day, we grabbed each other, we threw to the swimming pool, and just we all together jumped up, and we enjoyed in a different way. They're just hanging up. I didn't want it to. They just 3-4 people hanged me, and they just threw me to the swimming pool in a big way. So I thought, okay, this is the things, this is the joy, and different experiences that was, and different joy we just did celebrate together.
What are the specific plans that you guys have laid on going into the World Cup? Is there any specific role that has been assigned to you? Apart from that, how do you see yourself mingling with the side as a senior player and helping Nigar also from the back?
Look, this is our first World Cup we're going to play, and we didn't have any experience, and we had no opportunity to play it against Australia, New Zealand and England, any ODI matches yet. So we are thinking that this is big opportunity for us, and for me, I think as being a senior player, I have a few experience and all. We have got some junior player in our squad, so I can share my experiences with them. Like I have got chance to play franchise league, where I didn't got any chance to play against Australia's player, but there was some New Zealand's player, some England's player, so I know a few of them. So I know how their thought process, how they planning execute their game. So those things I can share with my teammates and all. And specific me, I want to perform always to contribute my team. So I will try to do that with over 100%, inshallah.
Let's talk about a few things that has happened in the last few months. There has been a bid going between you and the board and everything. We heard everything has been resolved, which is a really good thing moving forward for the team. But heading into such a big tournament, do you feel it can sort of add a baggage to your mind, or does it add a baggage to your mind that whatever has happened in the last few months?
For sure that there is no extra baggage in my mind or on my shoulder. I'm carrying with it. There is one word called professionalism. So I am 100% professional. I'm saying, and also I will play always for my team and for my nation. And for me, team come first.
That's a very nice thought. But on that same note, how is the team gelling ahead of the World Cup? How is everybody in the dressing room? We hope everything is running smoothly, because there has been a conscious, or is there a conscious effort from your end to make sure that the pressure doesn't fall on the team, or the side effects of whatever has happened doesn't fall on the team? Or do you try to do something like that?
Look, first things is there is no pressure from my side and on the team also. So together as a team, we have got few of us 15 years experiences, some of us 14 years, 12 years, 10 years. We have got lots of international experiences, and we have got few newcomer with us. So all together we are a very good uniful team. The gelling is very good in our side, so there is nothing with compromises anything. So we definitely will go with our unity, and we definitely will fight as a team, not being a one player. As a team, we will move forward, inshallah.
On that note, what is the aspiration of this Bangladesh team heading into the World Cup? Is there a goal that has been discussed as a unit, that this is what we are trying to achieve? This is why we are going to New Zealand. What is it?
Look, though this is our first World Cup, but yes, we have played already for T20 World Cup already. And this is already 14 to 15 years we are in cricket. So yes, there is a goal, which is first we will learn something from this tournament. This is a big stage, definitely. And apart from us, there is the other 7 team, which is they are on a battle. They will fight each other for the World Cup trophy. But being honest, we are not going for trophy, definitely, for sure. But we can at least fight for win at least 1 or 2 matches. If it is one, that will be huge for us, for our Bangladesh women's team, for our nation.
I hope that happens, and you have surprised Pakistan already in the qualifiers, so that is one match that I am looking forward to. So thank you, Janara, for doing this. It was a lovely talking to you. Hope you guys do well at the World Cup.
Same here. Thank you so much.
A young captain leading a side in their first ever ODI World Cup. Yes, I'm talking about Nigar Sultana. She had opened up about her excitement and her dream of leading the team. Dreams do come true, right? Let's have a look at what she has to say.
Congratulations on being the part of this World Cup. What was your first reaction when you found out that you are going to New Zealand for the World Cup?
First of all, thank you so much. I think it was quite exciting, that moment. And honestly speaking, I was so nervous over there because I couldn't feel myself. This is the first time we played ODI World Cup, and it was our long-awaited dream that comes true. So, however, and after that, I realized that this is a huge responsibility also, that we need to do well in the World Cup. So we need to prepare ourselves as
the first game that happened against Pakistan. What a thrilling game of cricket and what a thrilling victory. What are your reflections on that game? Because that game more or less sealed the spot for Bangladesh in the World Cup.
I felt goosebumps when I imagined that match, actually. Just because of it was that kind of match we need to win for the for a good start in the tournament, even though we need those 2 points, because it was very important for us for the point table. And I was injured that time. I was injured in my left hand, so it was very uncomfortable for me to do keeping with that hand. But still, I was doing very great. I think so. I don't know about others, but I took 3 catches and 1 stumping, so it was great for me. But I couldn't do well in the batting. I don't know, somehow it wasn't working, and but still I was nervous over there, but I was confident too, just because of Farzana Haq played really well over there, even though the most two experienced players, Salma Khatun and Rumana Ahmed, finished it off in a very well style. And in between, I can say the cameo of Ritu Muni, it was brilliant. Just because of her cameo, I think we got into that match. And after that, Salma and Rumana did a wonderful well.
Rumana Ahmed, what a player, has a knack of. So how good is it to have someone, the player of her caliber, and also the others of Farzana and other players, to have those players on your side? How does it feel to have as a captain?
I think if I can talk about Rumana, she's a kind of player you always need to be her in the team, just because of she's a true performer. Like the team needed her when she was always over there as a bowler, as a batter, and as a I think advisor for the team. So it was the moment, like not the moment against Pakistan she did well, even though like you can see those kind of situation when Bangladesh need her, she was there. And I think she's going to be a great role in the team in World Cup also.
Also,
even though Farzana Haq, she is in a good touch, she's in a good form. Even though I'm very happy about Salma Khatun is back in line, and because she is an outstanding bowler, even though she is contributing herself as a batter also in the team right now. Each and every person is trying to improve their performance and trying to contribute for the team. So it feels really good, and as a captain, I think I am very lucky enough because the team is in a good shape and they are in a good touch.
This will be your first ever ODI World Cup. This is the longer format. You have to plan accordingly. How do you think this is an opportunity for you as a team?
We never played such like a lot of international ODI matches, so this is going to be a big opportunity for all of us, even the other girls who were eagerly waiting in the back home, because they knew if we could do well here, so the atmosphere in Bangladesh and will be changed, and the outlook of the cricket will be changed, and it was going to be a great impact of the women cricket in Bangladesh. So this is our big opportunity, I think, and if we could do well here, I think this is going to be a huge changes for the team and for the whole nations. Because the other team will show more interest to play against us, so we will get to more play like international matches. This is like kind of experience we always wanted to be here, and I think this is the stage where that we can show our potential, that we are improving and growing side.
Now, speaking about the World Cup, the conditions in New Zealand are totally new to you. You have never played in these conditions before. First challenge for you to get acquainted with the pitches and the situation in the New Zealand before the World Cup.
I think we will get 2 weeks for the preparation here. So we played against 2 warm-up matches against England and Pakistan. So even though we will get 10 to 12 practice sessions, so I think this is enough. And we have seen a lot of men and women cricket here in the television and sometime in the internet. So we don't know about some weather and the condition here. Even though our boys were played here, so we came back here. So they also shared their experience. How was the condition? How was the wicket? So far, even though I think we know the Australian wicket, even though the New Zealand wicket are much similar, so this is not going to so hard for us because we know our potential and we want to strike on our strength.
Also, you talked about being a captain. That's just the potentially one of the added responsibilities on you, along with the batter and the keeper of the team. So do you think that going into this World Cup, that probably it is the strength of your team, that you are at the helm, you are the captain of the team, that you can guide them and you are aware of the various responsibilities that are on you?
I think captaincy is a extra responsibility. Captaincy, I always felt that, but sometimes I felt like no, my team is in a good touch and in a good shape, and they played really well and they are very confident. So the thing is make me more like reliable, and I'm so relaxing all the time that no, because each and every player do know their roles and what they will need to do in the match and after the match or before the match. So I don't need to take much like tension about them or the team.
Jahanara Alam, Ritu Moni, and your remaining pace attack on these kind of wickets that said that pace is heaven in these kind of wickets. How do you think that is going to create a havoc for the opposition to face these kind of bowlers with a new ball? How do you think that's going to affect the opposition?
Obviously, I think we included one more pacer, like with right-handy Azmin Chamda. She's very good. She's a very good fast bowler. Even though Jahanara Alam is very good in like opening bowling, and with the new ball, she bowled really well. Even though Ritu Moni was doing great in the qualifiers and in the Commonwealth Games also. So we do have a like new face named Trishna with the left-handy. Yes. So. All of the pace bowlers worked very hard for here because we knew the pace bowling attack will be a great impact for the World Cup. So they have been working on that, even though we do have a good spin side. Absolutely. And also. So let's see, we do have a good bowling unit and we're working on the batting also. So if you could do well in the both sides, so maybe we can give a lot of team surprises.
It's now time to talk about two of the most important players of the South African setup. Sunelise, who is living her dream of captaining the side in the World Cup, and then followed by Marisa and Ka, who take us through the team's journey.
Welcome Sune to Beyond the Boundary. First things first, many congratulations on the captaincy. You're 20 ODIs hold. How do you see this thing about captaining the Proteas women at the World Cup?
Yeah, it's obviously a big honour and a privilege to captain the South African side at the World Cup. Something I didn't expect will happen anytime soon. So I'm taking this opportunity with open arms and really taking on the challenge, and hopefully I can make the team and the country proud.
First things first, Dane van Niekerk's injury is certainly a huge blow to the team. Not only as a captain but as an all-rounder. What was your initial reaction when you got to know about all this?
Yeah, it's obviously not ideal having Dane not here. She phoned me, I think the day after injury happened, and my heart broke with her. It's someone that the team looks up to, and to not have her here is obviously not ideal. But we've got a great team and a great squad here, and I'm confident that we can still do the job.
Does it put an extra pressure on you? Because you both are very similar in many ways. Right now you're the captain, but at the same time you're also a leg spinning all-rounder. So does it put an extra charge on you in terms of the role for all the players and everything?
No, I don't think so. Although we do the same, I still think that we're two different people and two different players. So I think, whenever we're in the team together as well, we play two different roles as well. So I don't think this puts any extra pressure on me.
What does leading Proteas at the age of 26 mean to you? How big a dream has it to be to lead the national team of your country?
Yeah, when I got the call up to be captain, I spoke to my dad right away, and he said, "Sinead, do you remember when we were next to the cricket field when you were about 8 or 9 years old, and you said one day you want to be a World Cup captain?" I obviously couldn't remember this. This is something only dads remember, but it's obviously been a dream since I was very young. So this is a great opportunity and a great privilege.
There have been some notable experts who have termed that this current Proteas team is the golden generation. Does this bring any extra change the way you play, or is it just that easy brush aside? Everyone is terming that, including Dane, who's an expert for us at the World Cup, has termed that it's going to be an Australia-South Africa final very early up.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams see us as a threat at the moment in the World Cup. We've had success over the last year and a half, 2 years. So we're definitely a team to be reckoned with. I think the performances we've been putting in, speaks for itself. I think the team's taken responsibility for our games as well. So I think it's going to be a good World Cup, whether we go to the final or not. All the teams here come prepared and they come to win. So every game's going to be a challenge. So I think we're just taking it one game at a time and not look too far.
Having led South Africa in the last 4 years in about 3+ series, is going into a World Cup, you yourself reckon you are a better leader than you were to be, say, 4 years back?
Yes, definitely. I think with every game you play, you grow as a player and as a person. So definitely, I think all of us changed in a way from 4 years ago. I think we've all evolved as players, and I think the game has also evolved, so we had to adapt towards that as well. So I think everybody's changed a bit, but also still being our old selves and being, just who I was 4 years ago, but just cricketing wise, just growing a bit more.
Let's come down to 2017. You were in Bristol that particular day when the heartbreaking loss happened. What was going on in your mind that particular time, and what was your experience?
Yeah, I was still pretty young in 2017. So I know
you are
for
still
some of the
pretty young
older,
right now.
yeah, yeah, thank you. But I think for some of the older players who kind of realized it might have been one of their last World Cups, I think that was heartbreaking for them, and I think obviously for us it was too, because I think we've come so far and we came so close to that final that it hurt even more. So I think if the opportunity presents itself this time around, I'm sure we're going to do the best that we can to not have that again.
So from 2017 to 2022, a lot has changed. Today you are the second ranked ODI side. You've won most of your series last year, beat India in India, beat West Indies both places. Most of your players also have the experience, including you have the experience of playing in the Big Bash and the 100. So what has certainly changed from 2017 to 2022?
Yeah, I think we've obviously played more cricket, and with more cricket comes more experience. So I think that's definitely something that's helped each and everyone in the games. When you play more cricket, you learn more about yourself and you learn to develop a new skill here or there. So I think that's definitely helped, because I think before that we didn't have as many series in a tour. In a year, calendar year. So I think, just playing more cricket around the world as well and experience different conditions and playing with different players also helped.
So you've not played a lot in New Zealand, if we have to look at that, except for that one series in 2020, just before the Australia World Cup. And you've just played 2 warm-up games, and that has been it. So how difficult it is to adapt to a very new condition, and what are the plans for the South African team for heading into the World Cup?
Yeah, it's obviously a quick turnaround from the different grounds and venues you travel to every game. But luckily we have a New Zealand expert here, Kruger van Wyk. He knows the conditions pretty well, and we trust him with the insight and the experience he has that he played here in New Zealand as well. So he can give us a lot of information from the grounds. And I think we've also watched the New Zealand and the series they just played. We could sum up the conditions there as well, and all the places we've played the warm-up games kind of played similar. So we know kind of what the conditions from South African perspective. We're just taking it one game at a time. We're focusing on our opening game, and then after that we'll start focusing on the second game.
So who's Kruger?
Kruger van Wyk, he played for New Zealand. He was the wicket keeper, I think back in 2003 or 4. It's pretty old now. Yeah, so he played his club cricket and provincial cricket in New Zealand as well.
And he's your support staff member?
Yeah, so he's our fielding consultant.
Okay. And coming back, so you mentioned that you recently watched the New Zealand-India series and you've taken a lot of things from there. I want to come down to both the warm-ups. In both the warm-ups, after the warm-up game, you played the super over. So was it something that both the captains just decided, or was it always planned that yes, we want to play a super over because we don't know the semis and the finals can present a super over?
Yeah, I think it was kind of decided between the two captains. Like you said, a super over can pop up at any stage and you kind of have to be ready whenever it comes. So it's definitely something that's been decided between the two captains and, just to prepare us for whatever may come.
Let's come down to that pace attack. You're probably the strongest pace attack that's there in the entire World Cup teams. Having Kaka, Ismail, Kap, and probably a lot more. How do you use them? Because you basically have the best. How do you use them and divide their roles and responsibilities?
Yeah, it's quite difficult because I think, all the pace bowlers that we have can bowl at any stage in the game. Everybody can open the bowling, they can bowl in the middle as well as, end of the innings. So it makes my life even easier to, whenever I need one of the pace bowlers, they're experienced enough to bowl at whatever stage in the game they have to. So it's the difficult part comes in to choose your first 11 and to choose your bowling attack, because there's so many good bowlers at the moment and everybody's been putting up their hands. So I think that's the challenging part for us at the moment, is to lock in that 3 or 4 seamers that we're going to play.
3 or 4 seamers that you're going to play, and missing Lizelle Lee in that World Cup opener because of the MIQ. How big a loss is it? She was the ICC ODI Cricketer of the Year. So missing her right at the top, she provides you that. I was speaking with Dane a couple of days back and she told me, we've only told one thing to Lizelle, that's you need to play 100 balls, because when you play 100 balls, you're going to score 150 runs. So how big is a loss Lizelle Lee is at the top of the order?
Yeah, Lizelle obviously brings that experience at the top of the order. But luckily we've had a series before this where we gave different batters an opportunity to bat up front and to get that experience as well, just to be ready for that first match and the matches coming after that. But it will obviously be great to have Lizelle back after the MIQ, one of our best players and the best batter in the world. And you need your best players in the world to perform at the World Cup.
And let me be cheeky, how many female staff members do you have in your team? Because ICC has mentioned that after 9, you can field your female staff members if needed. I just hope that does not come down to that situation, but yes.
Yeah, I think that's a bit unfair because all the other teams have ex-female players in their management staff, and we don't. We only have a doctor and a masseuse. But no, we're getting their loads up. They'll be ready whenever the time comes. Hopefully, that's not an option at this World Cup.
I just hope that does not come down to that.
Yeah, me neither.
Let's come down to that senior group. You have Mignon du Preez, who's led South Africa. You have Marizan Kaap, you have Chloe Tryon. So how important is it to have these seniors in your team and that guidance which you require on the field? Because there are a lot of times that we don't know this situation occurs.
Yeah, no, having your experienced players on the field with you makes a huge difference. I can always just go to Marizan or Shibnam or Chloe or Mignon, or we actually have a lot of experienced players at the moment, so it makes my life a bit easier just to tap into their minds as well and to get their feedback and their insight. So yeah, it definitely helps having all of them on the field, and some of the youngsters as well. They have great ideas on the spot or on the field in different situations. So I think everybody can kind of get an insight, and we all work together as a team brilliantly.
What, according to you, has been the best thing about this British team in the last few years that has brought success to you guys?
Yeah, I think when you look at the team and the success, you can't really pinpoint someone that's been doing, all of the hard work. I think throughout the year and a half or 2 years, there's always someone different who picked up their hand and performed. And I think that's positive signs for us because you can't always rely on a Lazali or a Marizanne Cup or the star players. I think there's always going to be pressure, and you don't know how pressure affects different players, and I think that's when you need the whole team to pick up the hand. And I think that's in the last year and a half, 2 years, that's what's been great. Even the youngsters are putting up their hands, which is great signs.
Great minds. I want to ask the last couple of questions. First to you. Whenever Dane van Niekerk is the captain, we've seen Sunelise bowl a lot. But when Sunelise is the captain, she doesn't trust herself to bowl a lot. Why is that?
Yeah, I guess you kind of want to give the other players a chance and make sure everybody gets a fair opportunity. But I think that's a balance that I'm still working on. And I'll try and get it right the World Cup.
You have more 5-wicket hauls than any other player that you know. So I think so you should bowl more because that leg spinning option is certainly going to be very useful at the World Cup.
I'll take the advice on board. Thank you.
And where is this going? Is Pretty now looking forward to that silverware which is missing in the lot, so that when you head to the T20 World Cup at your home, you have a 50-over silverware, and then you look at a 20-over silverware next year?
That would be ideal. I mean, that's why we're here. So hopefully we can bring the cup home, and then next year we have the home advantage, and then the cup can just stay there in South Africa. It doesn't have to quarantine anywhere else.
It doesn't have to quarantine anywhere else. All the best, Sune, for the World Cup. It was great speaking to you and great having you on Beyond the Boundary.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Marizanne, to Beyond the Boundary. It's been the last 12 months have been really special. You've won the 100. You've won the WBBL. Is it time that Marizanne Cup now lifts that World Cup trophy?
Well, that would be wonderful. That's the ultimate goal. But yeah, look, it's a lot of hard work still ahead. But look, if we get there, hopefully that will be.
So yeah, what and how are your World Cup preparations going on?
Obviously, it's been a bit up and down with the news that Tanay won't be there. Obviously, missing out on her skill is massive, but I think her captaincy is for me personally, the thing I'm going to miss the most, because she's such a good leader. But in saying that, the squad has been, this specific World Cup is something we've been working towards for the past 4 or 5 years. A lot of our senior players, we are at the peak of our game now. So yeah, it's something we've been working very hard towards. It will be difficult, as is any World Cup, but I definitely think we have the players to get the job done.
And let's come down to that 2017 World Cup. You told that you were a lot young. The entire group was a lot young. A lot of these players who were going to play this year did not even make their debuts that time. But that particular loss in 2017, there is a photo of Dane van Niekerk sitting down and Catherine Brandt consoling her. From that particular loss to this World Cup, first take us down to that 2017 you played that particular time, and now to 2022.
You have to mention something like resources. I think England and Australia has always been ahead of all the other playing countries because of the resources, facilities, coaching that they receive. And I think now that teams like ourselves have been, how many contracts do we have now? I think they just gave out some provincial contracts as well. So things like that helps the girls to train a lot harder, to be a bit more professional. And I think that's the only thing we ever lacked. If we were given this 15 years ago, who knows where we would have been now. So I'm really proud of the girls in our team, of what we have achieved with what we have gotten. But luckily now, I think our performance speaks for ourselves, with the backing of Momentum and CSA. Now finally the girls can just focus on cricket. And yeah, in saying that, I think that 2017 World Cup and then the leagues thereafter that followed for some of our players, it just gave them a lot of confidence to back themselves a bit more and
Because now you see, because when I grew up, you would kind of idolize the Australias, the Englands, those teams. But now when you play, I mean, it's just as good. Now that you get the same resources, you see you're just as good as them. If not, some of our players even better. So yeah, really excited for this World Cup. I think, like I said, we've grown a lot individually and as a team. And hopefully our performances speaks for itself.
From that 2017 loss, there is a huge loss now with Dane being ruled out of that World Cup. How big a loss is that particular thing as a player, as a captain?
Yes, I'm not gonna lie. For me personally, it's a massive loss. Like I told you, you don't even think of a skill; you just think of a captaincy. I mean, we've seen in the 100. I believe we won that just because of her captaincy, and then her performances. She always leads from the front. I've always said Dane, when Dane pulls on the South African jersey, she's just a different player. And so she will really be missed. I'm not gonna lie, but I feel like there's enough of us seniors left that hopefully, in tournaments like this, you need your seniors to perform, and hopefully we can pick up our hands and perform and make Dane and our country proud.
Yeah, and my next question was going to be the same, that with that particular loss, your responsibility as a senior player increases as an on-field leader, as to perform even in these conditions, and a lot many more.
Yes, definitely. I'm not gonna lie, it puts a bit more pressure on you. Like I feel the pressure already, and I'm not even at the World Cup. But in saying that, I mean, I've been playing for long enough. I think I've been playing for 12, 13 years. So over the years, you have learned to deal with different situations, and this is just one of them. Yes, it's going to be hard, but I think mentally be strong enough, and if everyone just backs themselves and play to 80% of their ability, we'll have a very good World Cup.
Coming to this particular World Cup, a new captain is announced. Sunil is going to lead the side, and at the same time, Sunil has led the side in the last 2.5, 3 years. Whenever Dane has been unavailable, be it the India series or a few other series. What's your take on her as a leader, a youngster, when there are so many senior leaders in the team already?
I think she's done well. In saying that, I think because we have so many seniors, how many players do we have that's played over 100 ODIs for their country? I think that's the key to her doing so well. We have a lot of seniors, players helping, giving their input, and we are a side that is settled. We've been playing together for quite a few years. Yes, here and there we made changes, but I think the core group has been the same. So luckily that has really helped us in the absence of Dane. And hopefully, like I said, this World Cup, we can do the same thing.
And the idea of a World Cup made in World Cup way, what does that fascinate you, and how do you see that particular thing in New Zealand?
Well, ultimately, it's any cricketer's dream to win a World Cup. I was so disappointed when I couldn't play in that semi-final in Australia. I remember telling my coach, just get me to that World Cup semi-final and final, because it's especially two grounds where I usually bowl well at. So I think the key for us is just to perform really well throughout the group stages, because I know if we get to the semi-final and final, we'll put up a good fight. Like I said, the core group of players will be there. We've been playing together for quite a few years, so I think now is definitely our time. But in saying that, it is a world event. It will be tough, and we have to perform.
You have to perform, definitely. You will do that. All the best, Marizan, for the West Indies series, for the World Cup. Hope you do well, and hope South Africa lifts that particular cup at the end of it. All. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, earlier we saw the journey of Mithali Raj, but we had caught up with her on her birthday, and you definitely need to check this one, followed by her special interview.
Birthdays and indulgences go hand in hand, don't they? You gorge on the cakes, sweets, and special preparations, lap up the blessings, admirations that come your way. And it's an almost busy day. Today is a birthday of not just any other player, but she's someone special who's shouldered hopes of millions of her country and almost always has come shining to all of them, Mithali Raj. And it is us, the fans and viewers, who have the pleasure of indulging in a chat with her on her special day and know about what she does and what she doesn't on Women's Cricket Zone specials. Hi Mithali, good to have you. How's it been so far today?
Well, I think just before this, before going live, I've told you that the entire day has gone in thanking people for sending their birthday wishes. And as I said, recharging my mobile, the battery goes off. So texting so many people, like good 80 messages when I woke up. By the end of the evening, I was again replying for another 100. So I'm just overwhelmed with the sort of people who've reached out and, extended their wishes, birthday wishes. And yeah, I can only say that I'm just grateful that I have so many people who wish good for me and for my health, for my progress.
And we are kind of in exchange of that we get to see your wonderful shots and the leadership on the field, so we aren't complaining. But you told me you aren't big on birthdays, but do you have these birthday resolutions or things that you kind of decide on that particular day for, say, the next year or some next period of time or something?
Well, I think usually people have New Year resolutions, but okay, I think my birthday falls in the month of where we celebrate even Christmas and New Year. So for me, the resolution would be that to score some more runs, maybe a few more hundreds before I hang up my boots. As and when we get opportunity to get onto the field to represent our country, that is one of the resolutions that I'm looking forward for the next year.
Age is a number, and I'm not going to bring that number up because then your thoughts of hanging the boots, as you said, and we don't want those thoughts today. But this has been strange for all of us. 2020, you kind of felt that it's going to be a T20 game, but it's perhaps lingered longer than a test match. And it's been different for all of us, as I said. And is this a year where you've sort of played the least cricket?
Well, you're talking about the current year?
Yeah, 2020.
Well, yes, I would say that I think there have been times where we've not played a single series in a year. That is way back when I started playing for country, maybe 99, the year that I actually made my debut for country. We just had one series which I made my debut in June, July. We toured England. And then there was 2000, the entire year we just had one big tournament, that was World Cup. 2001, we didn't have any international series. So I would say that it is not something new in my entire career, but yes, it's come after a long time to have a year goes by without playing any international series. Yes, I retired from T20 last year, so I was not part of the T20 World Cup squad or the T20 team which went to Australia. But yeah, I think this year I've just managed to play the domestic season, and it's been over a year that I've played one international for India, good a year, maybe a few months. But yes, it's been one of the longest gap in the recent past, I would say.
You brought up that T20 World Cup, and that was such a good memory because you were there. You were at the MCG with 86, 174. What was the atmosphere like? Did you kind of feel that you wanted to be there as a player and not kind of in a non-playing role? Did you feel that?
Well, not really, because as I said that it was quite some time after I announced my retirement and the team went to the World Cup. But I was quite excited, and I was actually thrilled because the atmosphere was electrifying. MCG, one of the intimidating stadium, I would say, because it caves in onto you when you're playing in the middle. And it was packed. Everybody turned out for that final. Having India into the final, I knew that the sort of impact that it can make in our country, to the young girls who are watching that match, and to the sport in itself. So it was a bigger stage, and I definitely, the way India was doing in the World Cup, I had a lot of hopes on our team, and I definitely wanted our team to lift that World Cup, because we couple of times we came very close to lifting
at least the One Day World Cup, and it was a format where a lot of people wrote off the Indian women's team, and the team has done exceptionally well in the T20 World Cup run up to the final. So me being there, I thought, let me actually watch one of the women's game and see how things are, and it was just amazing to be there in that stadium with one of ex India player as well.
Right, for all of those who are watching, we are celebrating Mithali Raj's birthday with this light-hearted chat. Do jump in with your questions, with your wishes. We'll have them featured. But Mithali, you had come back to action last month in the Women's T20 Challenge. The build-up to the entire tournament was riddled with uncertainty. So talk to us about the phase that you went through, because even being as experienced as you were, that uncertainty is something that we probably are well without, isn't it?
Well, see, uncertainties overall in the sport is what makes it very exciting. But the uncertainty about when we get to play next was something all of us have never faced before because of the pandemic. But when BCCI, when the governing, the IPL governing body made sure that the women also get some matches, I think when they announced that there is going to be Women's T20 Challenge a month before it actually happened, I guess it sort of gave a lot of hope for the girls to at least train towards this tournament. And a lot of young girls, uncapped players, but it was tough because the lockdown was taken face by face in certain states. The grounds were still not accessible to the players. I had to travel from Hyderabad to Bangalore to get some quality training. Even though I couldn't get to play on a turf wicket, I still managed to train on a turf, on a astroturf, because the facilities after the lockdown were closed for most part of it. And we are still sort of, I would say we're still struggling because not many net bowlers turn out to bowl to you like before, because earlier you used to have 5 to 10 bowlers who are ready to bowl for you for hours in the nets. But now you have to manage with 2-3 bowlers, and you have a time slot. You really can train in a particular time. So with all these restrictions, it was very difficult to prepare for the tournament. But I still feel the girls have, shown a lot of commitment to keep themselves fit during the lockdown and even after lockdown. To see them so fit and in shape on the ground was very heartening. Just not the India players, but even the domestic players who participated in the Women's T20 Challenge have shown that their fitness level has never gone down. They were there on the ground, moving very well. Yes, skills do take some time to because after the huge 6-7 months of gap to get back, yes, it does take some time, and we did have very few games. So I wouldn't judge on the skill part, but it was good to see all of them actually training very hard to get onto the ground.
It was locked down and close to that in India, and then you were in a bio bubble, and we humans are kind of social animals. We kind of have to interact in order to kind of pass our day, even though there may be exceptions, of course. But in a bio bubble, you weren't allowed to meet your neighbors as well. So how was that like? What was living in a bio bubble like?
Well, I think all the young people were probably more communicative in terms of using the gadgets. I am sort of physically challenged in terms of the gadgets and the software that it involves. But then even I've got used to the Zoom calls and a lot of these calls on the net. But I guess it's important at some stage to start to talk and communicate, because I realized when you're alone in your hotel rooms and you're trying to follow a certain routine, after a few days it feels like you want to get out. You've not even breathed a fresh air, and it does feel sometimes frustrating for players, because we are so used to talking to each other, the chatter and that sort of an energy. But for someone like young girls, they might struggle with it. So it's important, like on a daily basis, when we were quarantined before going to the Women's T20 Challenge, we were quarantined for 8 to 9 days. So we made sure every day we were communicating with the team, trying to understand where each and every player is, giving them some sort of a homework to go back into their videos and analyze the opponents or the players that we are going to face. So sort of we are keeping ourselves occupied along with the training that we do in the ground in the hotel room. And I think you can train physically with whatever creativity you can with the help of the trainer. You can use the props in the room. Some few people carried weights, but I think it was more important that we train mentally, because that is a period that it can test us mentally and emotionally also. So I guess it was important for the girls to be in a very happy space. So we used to call over the phone and keep ourselves busy that way. So I think at some point, irrespective of how many years you've played, quarantine periods can be very taxing on anybody. I mean, there is no age, or there is no level that okay, this quarantine will be less on senior players, more on the youngsters. It is equally very taxing and demanding on every player. But we will, as professionals, we have to find our way through these periods so that we get some matches on the ground and keep the sport moving, because that is required to get the sport back on track. And as players, as professional players, it's a job to work around it.
And you mentioned about getting used to the Zoom calls and technological things. Like in the olden days, like if you talk about 70s, 80s, or even when I was growing up, I'm not that old. So you saw, you kind of ape film stars to look young, or, kind of fit in. Is the definition of being young changed now? Like you have to be gadget freak, or you at least be adept at using various gadgets in order to be young?
Well, I would say that I'm also learning, because I think it is the need of the hour that one should able to know how to, get onto these calls, use different apps to connect to people. And I've never imagined in my wildest dreams that I would be training on Zoom call with my trainer, actually assisting over these video calls, because I felt coming back from the 90s, I mean, it is more of hands-on job to train somebody, give them time, correct their postures and everything. And here I am in the room with the Zoom call with the iPad on, and sort of working out with whatever props that I can have. It developed even the creativity in us as players, because I remember I've carried a lot of these different color balls, and my trainer used to tell me, juggle the ball. I've never juggled in entire of my life. I've never done all this juggling of the ball, because I thought, okay, that is fun. When Ekta used to do in the dugout, keep juggling with the ball, I thought, okay, that was fun, but I never tried it. And he said, you start doing that, because you'll get the hand of the eye-hand coordination. So I actually went on to the YouTube channel to see how how I can get onto it, learn it, because he gave me 2 days time to learn it. So there was a time limit. So I had to go to the YouTube to actually learn how to juggle it, and it's sort of I developed, and it kept my mind active. I didn't go into those sloppy feeling of okay, just do training, get back into bed, sleep, watch Netflix. But there was something other activity which was actually sort of keeping me involved during the day in the quarantine. So there were so many other things. He made sure that my mind is not getting back into that mold where I get lazy or I get emotionally drained out, that when I actually come out of the quarantine period, then I'm actually struggling. So he didn't wanted that. So sort of these things really helped me to keep fresh in my mind.
And for all you fans, it's a reminder, just keep your questions coming. We'll surely take it after just a bit. But last point about, before moving on from cricket, you kind of, as you said, hung your boots out from T20s, but you still play 50 overs cricket. So how do you kind of adjust your batting when it comes to change in formats?
Well, right now my focus is more on the one-day format, because obviously my goal is to play the 2022 One-Day World Cup, and just not be part of or participate. India should just not be participating in the World Cup, but a team which is now becoming one of the best teams in the world, which has the ability to beat Australia, England. So I want the team to really do well in the 2022 World Cup. So that is something I'm working on, especially that format. When it comes to T20 format, yes, I'm limiting it to the IPL, the Women's T20 Challenge, as in when it happens, maybe next year. Then I will probably train closer to the tournament. I would say that T20 has evolved since the time that it has started way back in 2010. Now there is sort of a very structured way that players prepare themselves for the T20 format. And in terms of, even say the bowlers know like the 6 balls where they are going to bowl, or the batter knows there are a few shots for 1 ball, like they have like 3-4 shots for 1 ball, and wherever that is pitched they are already ready. It is more of a predetermined format, I would say, where you already have your strategies in mind. All you have to make a decision is if it falls in that slot, you're ready with a shot. So that is something all of us are working towards in the T20 format. And it's a sort of, when you get into the one day format, yes, it does enhance your stroke play in the one day format, but again it is a little stretched with 50 overs from 20 overs, so that you still have a lot of overs to catch up on. But in T20, once you let go, you can't get back into the game. It's very difficult.
Right. Let's move on from cricket. There's a biopic on your life coming on. What can fans expect out of that?
Well, I guess that a lot of my journey pre BCCI, like before BCCI got into and taken women's cricket in a country way back in 2007, that is 2007. I think a lot of my journey of 1990s is also being told through the story. So that was pretty much very closer to what the struggles of women cricketers has been before BCCI came into the scenario, how the struggles were, and what sort of facilities and what are the challenges that women cricketers faced back then. So I think that would also be added. That is pretty much what the fans can expect, other than what has happened after BCCI with so much of changes for good for women's cricket. And obviously since 2016-17, I think we pretty much are on social media for everybody to know what is happening in women's cricket. So
That's an interesting point you brought up, because the coverage or the spotlight on you, the women's team, has been increased over the last 4-5 years. So for you, especially, who's been in the circuit from 1999, in the international circuit, of course, has that been tough to adapt, or you had to do something different in order to kind of adapt to the increased spotlight that you're getting?
Honestly, I did struggle when I got a lot of spotlight, because I wasn't used to so much of attention. Because I've played in empty stadiums, grounds, different grounds, rough grounds, traveled unreserved. So for me, it was a very different challenge that I faced when so much of scrutiny was on me. But I guess I took some time to understand and absorb this change and worked it around. I wouldn't say it was easy. It definitely was difficult, because it was not something planned. It just happened after 2017 World Cup when I came back to India. It just hit me like this big wave, like sort of a jolt. And for 2-3 months, I didn't know what was happening. I did struggle emotionally, yes, a lot more, but somehow I found my feet to sort of work it out. And then I was in a very better space to understand and accept things, that this is how women's cricket now is going to be. Whereas I don't think the current generation would face that, because they're already into social media. They already come in with a lot of articles written about them or tweets about them. So they are like, this is part of their life. But the current scenario of women's cricket was not part of earlier women's cricket. So for me, or for that matter, even Julian, we did feel a little bit of change in our setup, but I think we need to evolve with time.
Fair assessment that. But you look at you search for Mithali Raj on any platform, and there are these photos of you playing that cover drive, that gorgeous cover drive, and then you look at some of the highlights. There are commentators who go gaga over that shot. Have you taught that to Taapsee Pannu for your biopic?
Well, I have not taught her, because I just met her once for the cover shoot.
And though I did generate a bit of curiosity in her by saying that, okay, have you ever seen me play the cover drive, because that is my bread and butter, that is my USB sort of, that is what people relate me to. So I just told her, like, you should get it right. So she's like, you've already put so much of pressure on me for that shot. I said, don't worry, I'm sure as a hardworking actor that she is, she will definitely try and emulate it closer to what I do on the field. And of course, my closest friend Nushin is working on that, so I'm sure it will turn out well.
You're sure to, the fans are sure to get some treat to their eyes when the movie comes out. Before moving on to the fan question, one last question. Is there a favorite sports related movie or biopic or a sports related series that you personally like?
I would say Chak De, because I relate a lot with the movie in terms of a team sport and what happens, the dynamics of teammates and everything in the movie is very much closer to reality. And also the sort of the storyline is very much similar to what women's cricket was pre BCCI when we were under WCAI. So the kind of struggles and sort of all those things, the sort of facilities and the travel that we've done is very close and similar to what we have faced in the movie. So I would say that Chak De is something all our cricketers relate to.
Right. On that note, let's move to the fans. Let's have those questions coming. There are too many. I'm sure the producer has to kind of tackle them. Who's the first one? Sunandan Lele. He asks, "Tell us about your hobby of reading books." There are these images and video clips of you reading books before batting going around. So what's the favorite book?
I can't name one favorite book, but yes, something which has changed my perception is I've always mentioned this Paths of Glory by Jeffrey Archer is because it's about a mountaineer who climbed the Mount Everest. I think it's a true story, but nobody knows whether he's reached the peak or not because there is nothing because he died on his way up or on his way down. Nobody has any idea. So the sort of journey that guy has climbing the Mount Everest, because it is again not one person's journey, you work as a team. So it did get all those factors of teamwork and everything in, and his own personal relationships, how he struggled emotionally, and how people around you when you're on a quest, how things changes. So it did change a lot of perspective in me. So that was one of the books that is very close to me.
Right. Thank you, Lele sir, for that question. Here's the next one from Ritvika Dhar. She asks, if a match happens between the India players who played in, where's that gone? Who played in 2000 and the ones who play right now. Okay, here's the other one, Ruhan Singha. Who is your best partner off the field?
Best partner of the field. Well, Nushin and Amita have been very close friends. I've had some amazing time with them, and also Neetu David. So these are the three players that I have enjoyed the most as teammates, and we've had a lot of stories of the field. So I would say all three of them.
Right, interesting. Who's next? Rajeshwari Bhomik. What special meal made for you? What's the special dish that was cooked today for you?
I'm not at home, so I think my mother hasn't cooked anything special for me because I'm not in Hyderabad. I'm at a friend's place, and I'm a vegetarian, so nothing special because I keep a check on what I eat, so I don't indulge much. But the cake is yum, so I had 2 servings of it. So that is the specialty of today, that I could savor some sweet. Yeah.
You're not big on birthdays, but do you have days where you kind of forget that you have to follow a diet and eat or whatever you want?
I would say there were so many times that I was tempted, but I don't restrict myself. I would have just a little bit for the taste, and that is it. I wouldn't indulge
in it, but a little bit will not do much harm, I guess. Maybe run a couple of more rounds extra the next day.
Ritvika asks, what's the new hobby or pastime you picked up during lockdown?
I would say nothing major. I love sketching. I used to do a lot of sketching whenever I get time, but since 4-5 years I have not really touched that side of me, because you're always on the run. You have something or the other working in your mind, even if you're not actively playing or in season. So I was into some sketching during the lockdown. Yeah.
Right. So use your social media to show some of your works, perhaps.
Well, my mother did have frame few of it at home. I'm too shy to put it on social media.
Right, here's the next one from Amita Sen Gupta, who asks, who's your favorite batting partner?
Well, I had a lot of players that I have partnerships with, whether it was Anjum or Hema, sometimes Amita, lower order, funny incidents with Julian on the other end. I wouldn't say the best partner, but I've enjoyed batting with Hemlata Kala, because she was someone who was very good with the spinners and I was very good with fast bowlers. So whenever we had long partnerships. We've won matches, and we had this talk, like, no, she would always say, like, spinners ko mujhe de dena, main khel lungi, to fast bowlers ko khele. So sort of it was good to have someone who also thinks and helps you in your batting on the other end. And of course, Anjum, yes, we did have a lot of partnerships, because usually either I am going after her or she's coming after me. So eventually we have a lot of partnerships together. So these two players, I would say, that I've played maximum with.
There's a connected one. Khushi asks, share your experiences on going with Chakda Express for Dr. J for a long time.
My experiences with?
The Chakda Express.
Oh, Julian. Well, I think I know Julian from under 19s, the first time that she played under 19 in Rai Bareli. So I remember this because way back, we all of us were young, and I already played for India by then. And I saw this young girl that we were put up in sort of a hostel where the ground was the backyard of the hostel. And we had to probably have those the water was not very good. I mean, we didn't have the running water, I would say. So each time anybody has to go and brush, we had those things to pump water, fill the bucket, and then go to the and brush yourself. So the next day when I got up in the morning and I saw this young girl pumping and sitting there and brushing, that was Julian Goswami. And I was like, man, she's so tall. And I remember she got me bowled the first ball, and that is the time I actually noticed her. And I guess she's very hardworking cricketer. I've seen the growth of her as a teammate, as a player, as a captain, and she's very. I would say that when it comes to bowling, even in the nets, she's very competitive, and that is something I've always liked about her. And one more thing I like about her, which is very different to others, is she always is there in some corner of the ground cheering the team, irrespective where we stand in terms of the match, whether we are losing, whether we're winning, whether it is a crucial game. Julian Goswami is in one corner of the ground, and you can hear her, cheer for her teammate, cheer for the country. So that is something I've never seen in any of the cricketers, because sometimes, when the match is pretty much dead, okay, we are not going to win. All of us are like a little low, and then we just go through the motion. But she is not like that. She still pretty much lifts up everybody, like, no, don't give up and stuff like that. That quality of hers is something I've always liked in her as a cricketer.
Right. Along with birthdays, there comes the concept of birthday bumps, where you kind of get some pain or a toughness, I must say. So here's a tougher question for you from Ritvika. Okay. She asks if you have to lead a side with players that played in the 2000s or those in the 2010s, which team would you want to lead and why?
2000s and 2010. As far as talent is concerned and hard working or commitment is concerned, I don't think anybody lacks in both the generation. The 2010s have the edge because they have the sort of support staff that the 2000s have not. And the kind of exposure the 2010s have in terms of camps and the facilities, with having the expert like a bowling coach, fielding coach, who get in the expert views about the game and help them to prepare. The 2000s haven't. So I would say in the current scenario, knowing that the 2010s where they stand with all the facilities that is given to them, we know what they're capable of. That's where, like, today India is one of the best teams in the world. I would like to give the same facilities of 2010s in today's time and see with the sort of talent they have, where do they stand. So yes, I would love to lead the 2000s in the current scenario and see if given the opportunity and all that benefits to them, what that team can achieve.
Very, very fair. We have paucity of time, so let's take one last one before closing. Rajeshwari asks, who was the real prankster, you or Amita ma'am?
Well, I was a silent prankster. Amy is someone like, she's not quiet. She's someone who's loud, and she's a live wire. She sort of she doesn't restrict herself, but there are times when I would tell her, I instigate her sometimes, just do this and stuff like that, and I quietly watch it from behind. So if anybody is going to accuse anyone, it would be Amy and not me. But most of the time, I think both of us have done some amazing things, especially with Julian. I'm sure if she's watching, please, Julu, don't mind and don't get angry with me. Yeah.
Right, Mithali, thanks a lot for your time. Before we wrap this thing up, you have any special message for your fans for whatever the wishes are still not stopped? So you want to have a last word with them?
Well, I can just say that I'm quite touched and overwhelmed with the fact that there's so many people who reached out on different platforms to wish me well for my life, for my career, and I only want you all to continue to support me and women's cricket in the growth of the sport, and as true fans, do follow women's cricket whenever it happens, and encourage girls even around you to sort of take sport as a profession, and just not sport but encourage girls to be independent, to be on the feet, because I think when we have equality, I think that helps in the overall environment to have a more positive effect on each and every one. And thank you very much for giving me this platform to reach out to the fans, and thank you all for wishing me on my birthday, and I hope with your wishes and blessings, I'm able to achieve the goal that I've been having in my dreams, that is a 2022 World Cup.
Twice almost there, but hopefully a third time lucky. Mithali, thanks a lot for your time. It was a pleasure for all of us, and wishing you a successful year ahead. Stay blessed. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've had an incredibly long international career, 21 years and counting, and of course if you count your domestic cricket, then it's even longer. So what's kept you going through this entire time?
I think I believe that if I'm playing international cricket, if I'm playing any format or any level of cricket, I want it to be my optimum best. I mean, irrespective whether it's domestic or international, it never did matter to me. But if I'm getting onto the ground, I have to be my best, and that is something has always been my always been the factor which inspired or motivated me to keep training for all these years, despite bit of I would say issues or factors which at times can play in your mind. But I think this one aspect has always kept me going, or probably got me back on track to continue to work towards the goal that I've set for myself.
Have you ever felt through this period that, was there a time that you simply wanted to walk away, or did you feel like you had enough of playing cricket? And if so, how did you get through those phases?
I did have few issues which did play on my mind. One is way back in 2007 when I didn't have a good series of Australia and New Zealand, where 7 innings have not really crossed 20 odd runs. So it did play on my mind back then. That is the first time that I've ever felt that I should stop playing. And the second time was 2009. Before leaving for the World Cup, I was struggling with the knee injury, and it was quite some time, like since 2005. I did manage to play all the matches, but I think injuries always drains you emotionally more than the physical pain that it gives. So I was at that stage where I had given everything, I tried everything, but nothing was working to get me injured free. So I thought after the 2009 World Cup, I would hang my boots and probably get into another field. So these were a couple of times which I felt I was almost at the brink of quitting cricket for, of course, various reasons. And the first time I think my mother was someone who helped me to sort of get over it. And the second time, 2009 World Cup, I guess that was the first time that Star Sports actually televised a few games of the World Cup, and I saw the sort of response that I got as a player, and the kind of acknowledgement from the greats of the game, men's cricket, like they were doing the commentary. So you felt nice. I felt nice that at some level you're being acknowledged and appreciated for your work. So I thought, let's give another 2 years to the game and see where it's heading. So I continued to play, and during that period of taking various injections, tried to keep things going, and sort of now I'm in a position that I wouldn't say pain free, but I'm definitely like 80% better than what I was in 2009 with the swollen knees.
So one of the main features of your career has been, you did mention that 2007-8 period where you probably struggled with form, but there haven't been too many major slumps in form through these 2 decades. So what would you say, what in your opinion is the secret to that kind of consistency?
Well, I guess the sort of approach I take to every game, that is why I think whenever I have the slump of, even if I go without scoring 3 or 4 innings, then I'm quite hard on myself that I haven't scored runs. And runs doesn't mean that 30s or the 20s or the 40s. Nothing less than a 50 is what runs is for me. And that is how I've been trained from the beginning. That I remember my sir, late Sampath sir, I remember him telling that whether it is a tennis ball, a concrete ball, or cricket ball, whether you're playing on matting, on turf wicket, whether you're playing a club match or an international match, he doesn't care. All he wants is, each time Mithali walks in, he wants a 50 from her. There has to be runs from my bat. So when you're sort of groomed in such a manner with that kind of an approach, I think I'm quite competitive. A lot of people think, if you follow my face or my behavior, you think they know, okay, she's a little soft and stuff like that. But internally, I'm a very competitive person. I mean, even today, if you bowl a tennis ball, I wouldn't want to get out on a tennis ball. I mean, I just don't want to get out, irrespective whether it's nets, where I play for fun on streets, it doesn't matter. So I think that has really helped me to continue to have that approach every game. And even despite scoring 100 next match, I want to start again. I want to score again. That hunger has always been there in me.
So you mentioned captaincy, and I think in previous interviews you mentioned that you probably started off as a slightly reluctant captain. But have you, over the years, maybe come to enjoy the captaincy, the leadership role?
I don't know if I've ever enjoyed that position, because it is quite challenging. It does take a lot out of you, emotionally also, because there are so many times I found myself on crossroads, in terms of my sensitivity, in terms of many things. There are times when I had to take decisions that I otherwise wouldn't have. But for the betterment, for the best of the team, I had to. Times when I was helpless, when I really wanted certain players to do well, but I couldn't do much. So there are a lot of things as a captain. I would say that I was in a place. There are times when it was quite challenging, um, more challenging, I would say, than enjoyment. But I personally feel that my career as a captain, as a player, has run very parallelly, because the years I have captained India, I've also been playing India. Maybe I would have captained around how many years? 13, maybe 13 or 14 years. So
14
that
years.
is almost half of the years that I have played international cricket. So I think, it is probably my second skin, I would say, in terms of captaincy. And captaincy has helped me as a player, as a person, because when I was a young captain, I was sort of very ruthless. I thought, people should be very professional in terms of when they come to play. They just have to come to play, be prepared to do anything. Over the years, with a lot of mistakes, reading books, getting a different perspective, I've understood that one not necessarily has to be so ruthless, but has to learn to be compassionate towards the teammates, to give a ear to what your teammates have to say. So that sense, I have learned empathy. I have learned a different angle to leadership, which has helped me a lot, I would say. I guess it has come with experience. And one thing which I could never change is following my gut. I've had so many times where I had a gut feeling to do certain things as a captain, but you want to take someone, you want to take the suggestion, advices of your support staff, your vice captain, senior players. And I've always felt I've not really backed my gut. Had I done it, maybe I would have won more matches, some very important games. I wouldn't go into that, but yeah, I think captaincy overall has helped me as in my personality as a player, as a person also, I would say.
Okay, so looking back as a 16-year-old, did you ever dream that you would achieve all these things, close to 10,000 runs, to World Cup finals, double century in tests? Did you ever think that you would achieve all these things?
I only thought that I would be the one series wonder. That was what was running in my mind when I played my first series in '99. Because after the 100, the next 3 games I didn't score. I didn't get to play in the test match. So I thought, okay, I'm just that one series player who just fades away. So that was what was in my mind as a 16-year-old. I really never thought I would end up playing 21 years of international cricket. And sometimes even I feel, how did I even manage to come so far?
The two integral parts of the Pakistan setup, Fatima Sana and Alia Riaz, are the next one whom we are going to know more about.
जी सबसे पहले तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह का शुक्र अदा करूंगे, और एक अच्छी बात है एक यंगस्टर के लिए भी, एक मतलब एज ए यंगस्टर अच्छी चीज़ है मेरे लिए कि मैं इस अवार्ड को अपने लिए मोटिवेशन बनाऊं और आगे जितना भी है मैं बड़े से बड़े अवार्ड आईसीसी के ले सकूं। जी मेरा 2019 में डेब्यू हुआ था, उसके बाद 2020 में वो कोरोना का हो गया था, और उसके बाद फिर यही था कि ट्रेनिंग सारी घर में करी और सब कुछ यही घर में किया और बाहर इस तरह किया। तो यही बस एक मोटिवेशन बनाई थी कि जैसे ही सब खुले और एक अच्छा स्टार्ट लेना है वापस से, तो अल्लाह का बहुत शुक्र है कि 2021 मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा रहा थ्रू आउट फुल ईयर। और मेरा सारा यही है कि मैं अपनी टीम को दूंगी क्रेडिट, जिन्होंने मुझे सपोर्ट किया, सारे सीनियर्स जिन्होंने सपोर्ट किया, कोचिंग स्टाफ, और जिस तरह मुझ पर बिलीव किया और मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटीज देते गए। तो बस मैं यही बोलूंगी कि उनकी वजह से इस तरह के अवार्ड्स हासिल हुए। यही है कि पूरी टीम में यंगस्टर मैं ही थी, और साथ जितने भी सीनियर्स थे, स्पेशली डैनी जो मेरे साथ फास्ट बॉलिंग सामने से अटैक करती हैं,
तो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया और उन्होंने मुझे मैच से पहले पूरी पिच के बारे में बताया कि बॉल ग्रिप करेगा और अच्छा, हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छी चीज़ है कि हम एज अ फास्ट बॉलर इसका पिच का फ़ायदा उठाएं। तो बस माइंड में यही था कि उन्होंने एक चीज़ डाल दी थी कि विकेट हमारे लिए फेवर में, तो बस फिर यही प्लान किया कि अब इसको एग्जीक्यूट करना है जो जो उन्होंने बताया, और फिर वो एग्जीक्यूट अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वो हुआ और टीम ने साथ दिया। तो बाकी कोचिंग स्टाफ ने मुझे बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट किया। जी, मुझे वो नेट्स वगैरह जब हम लोग प्रैक्टिस करते हैं वो मुझे तब भी बहुत ज्यादा बता रही होती हैं और वो स्पेशली मुझे गाइड कर रही होती है विकेट के बारे में, क्या ये आज विकेट हमारे फेवर में और अगर आज नहीं है तो उसमें क्या करना है। तो वो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि एक एज अ सीनियर प्लेयर वो मुझे सारी चीजें गाइड कर रही होती हैं और एक सामने से एक एज अ फास्ट बॉलर उनको देखना कि वो सामने एक टीम में भी आपकी टीम में एक ऐसा आपका दोस्त है जो आपको ग्रो करवा रहा है, तो ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि मैं उनके साथ ग्रो कर लूं साथ साथ। सिचुएशन ऐसी आ गई है तो बस यही है कि मैं स्टे करूं और मैं इतना अपनी टीम को ले जाऊं कि हम लोग इजीली चेस कर लें। तो बस यही माइंड में था कि टीम का साथ दूं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा रन, मैक्सिमम रन करूं टीम के लिए। और बस उस टाइम पे ऐसी सिचुएशन थी कि थोड़ा प्रेशर भी ज्यादा था और बस माइंड में यही था कि टीम का साथ दूं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा रन करके दे सकूं टीम को। मुझे एज अ फास्ट बॉलर मैं यही बात करूंगी, मुझे बॉल फास्ट करने का बहुत शौक है कि मैं फास्टेस्ट बॉलर बनूं वर्ल्ड में, मेरा यही शौक है। लेकिन बैटिंग करके भी मुझे मजा आता है, तो इसलिए मैंने अपने सर को एक दिन बोला था और स्पेशली सर मुझे खुद बोलते थे कि तुम बैटिंग करो, तुम में वो टैलेंट है कि तुम कर सकती हो। तो मैं फिर यही सोच सोच के वो मुझे इतनी लंबी बैटिंग कराते थे, फिर मैं बैटिंग कर करके वो मेरा इंटरेस्ट डेवलप होता चला गया। फिर मेरा माइंड यही है कि मैं एज एन ऑलराउंडर पाकिस्तान को सर्व करूं। जी, मुझे सबसे ज्यादा मतलब अपने एज अ प्लेयर आई थिंक सो मुझे ये चीज बहुत अच्छी लगती है कि जो हमारे हेड कोच हैं डेविड, वो बहुत ज्यादा मुझे इस चीज में करते हैं कि सिर्फ एक चीज आपके पास नहीं होनी चाहिए, अगर आप एज अ बॉलर भी खेल रहे हो तो आपको बैटिंग भी इस तरह करनी चाहिए कि आप प्रॉपर बैटर होके खेलो। तो आई थिंक सो जो मेरे अंदर चेंज आया ना बैटिंग में, वो वही लेकर आए कि आप एज एन ऑलराउंडर भी खेल सकते हो और टीम को एज एन ऑलराउंडर भी सर्व कर सकते हो। तो अब मेरी यही कोशिश है कि आगे आने वाले साल में मैं एज एन ऑलराउंडर ही सर्व करूं पाकिस्तान को, और इंशाल्लाह पूरी कोशिश है कि वर्ल्ड कप में भी एज एन ऑलराउंडर ही खेलूं। जी, ऑब्वियस की बात है, वर्ल्ड कप क्वालिफायर एक बड़ा इवेंट होता है क्वालिफाई करना वर्ल्ड कप के लिए, और हमेशा हमारी टीम ने क्वालिफाई किया है, तो एक माइंड में था कि क्वालिफाई करना है और उसका प्रेशर भी अलग ही लेवल का था। तो बस माइंड में यही था कि प्रोसेस करें और जो आज हो रहा है बस उसी पे ध्यान दें, और माइंड से ये चीज निकाल दी थी कि पास्ट में क्या हुआ है, फ्यूचर में क्या होना है, बस यही था माइंड में कि जो आज अच्छा कर सके वही करने की कोशिश की। जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं यही बोलूंगी कि मैंने अपनी स्ट्रीट से स्टार्ट लिया था, जैसे हर लड़का वहाँ पे खेलता है और लड़के खेलते हैं और खेलते ही रहते हैं, तो बस मेरे दिमाग में भी यही था कि लड़के खेलते हैं तो हम भी खेल सकते हैं, और पापा ने मुझे बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट किया इस चीज में कि मुझे रोका नहीं बाहर जाने से। तो और यही चीज अच्छी थी कि मुझे पापा ने रोका नहीं, तो फिर भाई लोगों ने भी मुझे बहुत ज्यादा सपोर्ट किया और वो मेरे साथ स्ट्रीट में खेलते थे। अक्सर ऐसा होता था कि उनके फ्रेंड्स नहीं खेलना चाहते थे, लेकिन वो फिर भी मेरे साथ खेलते थे और मुझे उसी चीज से मोटिवेशन मिलती थी कि मेरे माइंड में यही होता था कि नहीं, अब मुझे खेलना है और इन्हीं के साथ ही खेलना है और इनसे ही निकलना है। तो उसके बाद फिर एक टाइम ऐसा आया, मैंने वुमेन्स भी देखी क्रिकेट में, फिर मेरा इंटरेस्ट डेवलप हुआ कि वुमेन्स टीम है पाकिस्तान की, और फिर मुझे यही माइंड में आया कि बस अब मुझे उन्हीं लड़कियों में खेलना है और उनके साथ खेलना है। जी, सना मीर, जिनका मैंने स्टार्टिंग में ही बहुत ज्यादा नाम सुना हुआ था, और जब मैं वुमेन्स क्रिकेट में आई थी तब भी मैंने क्रिकेट वुमेन्स में जाकर ही पहले ये सवाल किया था कि सना बाजी किधर होती हैं क्योंकि मुझे ये नहीं पता कि वो हमारे एरिया में है कि नहीं या हमारे सिटी में है कि नहीं, तो मेरे माइंड में यही था कि बस वो किधर होती हैं और उनकी क्रिकेट किधर होती है। तो आई थिंक सो वो पास्ट में भी मेरी रोल मॉडल ही थी और आज भी वो मेरे लिए रोल मॉडल ही है, ऑफ फील्ड ऑन फील्ड दोनों में। ये चीज तो बहुत अच्छी थी मेरे लिए, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम जब वेस्ट इंडीज आई थी 2018 में, तो मैं एज अ नेट बॉलर उनको सर्व कर रही थी। मतलब मैं एज अ नेट बॉलर जाती थी और बॉल करती थी, और माइंड में बस यही था कि मैं उनको आउट करूं और ये सब। और इस साल मैंने अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह उन लोग के अगेंस्ट खेला, और मेरी फैमिली ने बैठ के देखा वो मैच। तो वो मेरे लिए और फैमिली के लिए ये ज्यादा प्राउड मोमेंट था कि हम होम ग्राउंड में खेल रहे हैं, और उस ग्राउंड में खेल रहे हैं जहां पर फैमिली मुझे रोजाना आके छोड़ती थी, मैचेस खिलवाती थी। तो मुझे इस चीज का बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड है। बहुत ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ मैं वर्ल्ड कप के लिए, और यही माइंड में मेरे कि मुझे जिस तरह भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले मैं उसको अवेल कर सकूं। और ऑब्वियसली बात है, वर्ल्ड कप एक बड़ा इवेंट होता है और प्रेशर उस मैच में नेचुरली आ जाता है। और बस यही है कि मैं कोशिश करूं कि मैं उस प्रेशर को हैंडल करूं इजीली। तो मैं इसी चीज पे, प्रेशर हैंडलिंग पे ही वर्क चल रहा है अभी, और काफी सारे कोचेज हैं जो इस चीज पे वर्क कर रहे हैं। तो इंशाल्लाह होपफुल कि अच्छा ही रहेगा। फास्ट बॉलिंग करने का ये रीजन है कि मैं जब नीचे गली में खेलने जाती थी स्ट्रीट में भाइयों के साथ, तो वहां पे मुझे बैटिंग मिलती नहीं थी कि लग जाएगी और छोटी है। तो बस माइंड में यही था कि सब बोलते थे बस तुम बॉलिंग कराओ जिस तरह भी करानी है कराओ। तो अब वो इतने डिस्टेंस में बॉल पहुंचता भी नहीं था, तो माइंड में यही होता था, और भाई लोग भी यही कहते थे कि दूर से भाग के आओ फिर फेंको तो पहुंच जाएगा। तो बस ये उस टाइम पे माइंड था। तो फिर उस टाइम से मैंने ये चीज सीखी कि लड़के भी ऐसे बॉल कराते हैं और वो फास्ट बॉलिंग होती है। तो यही था कि फिर मैंने जब गली में खेली और कोशिश किया कि मैं फास्ट बॉलिंग करूं, तो एक फिर वो चीज आई कि बॉल तेज भी करनी है, लड़कों को करानी है तो तेज भी होनी चाहिए। फिर उससे वो शौक चढ़ा कि फास्टेस्ट बॉलर भी बनना है, और ये वाला फिर शोएब अख्तर को अपने वो बनाया कि फास्टेस्ट बॉलर का एक अलग ही एग्रेशन होता है। मैं एज अ प्लेयर यही बोलूंगी और एज अ यंगस्टर यही बोलूंगी कि पीसीबी का बहुत बड़ा हाथ है इस चीज में कि वो उन्होंने जिस तरह का टूर्नामेंट कराया वुमेन्स क्रिकेट का, और अंडर 17 हुआ, अंडर 19 हुआ, उसके बाद पाकिस्तानी का हुआ, और स्पेशली हर सिटी में एक पीसीबी की तरफ से क्रिकेट मिली लड़कियों को। नेशनल स्टेडियम में कैंप लगे जिसमें हर प्लेयर को अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली वो जाके वहाँ पे ग्रो करे, और स्पेशली अच्छे अच्छे कोचेस वहाँ पे रखे गए। तो मेरे माइंड में यही होता था उस टाइम पे कि मुझे इतनी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है कि वर्ल्ड कोचेस यहाँ पे हैं और जिन्होंने वर्ल्ड में अपने नाम बनाए हुए। तो बस यही फिर माइंड में था कि पीसीबी ने इतना अच्छा सबको चांस दिया है तो उस चांस को अवेल करूं। और स्पेशली मेरे लिए तो सबसे अच्छा यही था कि मैंने इंटरनेशनल टीम को भी बॉलिंग करी, वो भी पीसीबी ने ही मुझे भेजा था। तो मेरे माइंड में यही था कि बस उसका नाम क्रिकेट खेलनी है।
She made her debut in 2014, but she'll play in her first ever ODI World Cup in New Zealand. In this episode of Beyond the Boundary, let's listen from Pakistan's all-rounder extraordinaire Alia Riaz as she talks about return of Bisma Maroof, her partnerships with fellow all-rounder Nida Dar, and plans ahead of the World Cup. आपकी साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट साउथ अफ्रीका में 81 वाली जो पारी थी बहुत ही क्रूशियल नॉक था पूरी टीम के लिए। उसकी क्या यादें है क्योंकि वो बड़ी पारी थी आपके लिए?
ऐसा जैसे मैंने ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ इनिंग खेली थी और वो बड़ी इनिंग खेली थी तो उससे जो है वो मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल जो है वो काफी ज्यादा जो है वो अप हो गया था। और जब मैंने साउथ अफ्रीका के अगेंस्ट जब हमारी सीरीज थी तो वहाँ पे जब इस तरह की सिचुएशन मिली मुझे, तो पहले जब मैंने इस सिचुएशन को ऑलरेडी मैं जो इस सिचुएशन से गुजर के आई थी, इससे मैंने काफ़ी कुछ सीखा था। तो उसी एक्सपीरियंस को जो है वो आगे मैंने कंटिन्यू रखा और जो है कोशिश यही थी कि मैच जितवा दूं अपने मुल्क को, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली एंड पे मैं जो है वो आउट हो गई। और मेरी कोशिश यही थी, पहले जिस तरह से विकेट्स गिरी हुई थी बस यही था निदा डार के साथ। निदा डार मुझे अंदर समझा रही थी, वो पहले से अंदर थी, तो उन्होंने मुझे बोला कि पहले जो है वो अपना जो टाइम लो, तो उनके साथ पार्टनरशिप पहले लगाई और फिर उस पार्टनरशिप को अपना जो है वो कंटिन्यू रखा और कोशिश ये की कि मुल्क को मैच जितवा दूं, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नहीं कर सकी। बट नेक्स्ट टाइम कोशिश यही करूंगी कि अब फिनिश करके आऊं।
आपने निदादार का जिक्र किया और ये है उनके बारे में कहा जाता है कि वो तो पाकिस्तान की पहली प्लेयर है जो WBBL में जाके भी खेली है, उनके साथ आपकी बहुत सारी पार्टनरशिप भी हो चुकी है पहले, तो ये कितनी अहम है पाकिस्तान के लिए वर्ल्ड कप में जाते टाइम एक्सपीरियंस खिलाड़ियों की पार्टनरशिप?
डेफिनेटली बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है पार्टनरशिप डेवलप करना। अगर ऊपर से अच्छी पार्टनरशिप लग जाए तो मेरे ख्याल से जैसे डार होगी, मैं होगी, हम लोग अर्ली ऑन जो है वो जाते ही अपनी गेम खेल सकते हैं। अगर मुश्किल सिचुएशन मिल जाए तो फिर रोल चेंज करना पड़ता है उसके मुताबिक। तो इसी तरह से डार और मेरी पार्टनरशिप टीम के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हम लोग जो है वो फिनिश करें और इस दफ़ा अपने मुल्क को मैचेस जितवाएं। तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है जो है वो मेरे और डार की काफ़ी ज़्यादा जो है निदा डार की काफ़ी ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम मिडल ऑर्डर में जाके वो जो है मैच फिनिश करके आए एंड तक। जो है वो मुझ में से या मुझे लेने या निदा को लेने या हम में से कोई एंड तक जाना चाहिए। तो इस दफ़ा यही करेंगे कि इस मैचेस को फिनिश करेंगे।
अभी आपकी कप्तान बिस्मा मारूफ वापस टीम में आ गई है, फिर से लीड करेगी। उनका वापस आना वर्ल्ड कप के टाइम पे पाकिस्तान के लिए कितना मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर हैं और वापस आई हैं, और जिस तरह से वो खेल रही हैं अभी लास्ट जो है हम लोगों ने मैचेस खेले हैं यहाँ पे कराची में, तो अच्छी परफॉर्मेंसेस उनकी हुई हैं। तो एक एक्सपीरियंस खिलाड़ी के आने से काफ़ी फ़र्क पड़ता है, और मुझे उम्मीद है कि इस दफ़ा जो है वो टॉप ऑर्डर में जो है वो हमारा जो टॉप ऑर्डर जो है वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेगा, और बिस्मा के आने से काफ़ी फ़र्क पड़ेगा कि जिस तरह से पहले थोड़ा बहुत जो है टॉप ऑर्डर क्लैप्स कर रहा था, जल्दी विकेट्स गिर जाती थी। तो आई थिंक बिस्मा के आने से ये फर्क पड़ेगा कि टीम जो है वो बेहतर जो है वो उसमें शेप में नजर आएगी आपको।
फातिमा सना, वो डायना बेग, आप ये जो आपकी पेस ट्रियो है वो न्यूजीलैंड के पिच पे क्या लगता है कि ये बेस्ट चांस है पाकिस्तान का विद दीस 3 पेसर्स इन योर आर्सेनल?
बिल्कुल, फातिमा सना बहुत अच्छी फॉर्म में है और डायना बेग भी बहुत अच्छी फॉर्म में है, और मैं खुद पे भी जो है वो बॉलिंग में और मजीद काम कर रही हूँ कि मैं और अच्छा एज बॉलर अच्छा परफॉर्म कर सकूँ और एज एन ऑलराउंडर टीम के लिए परफॉर्म कर सकूँ, बेहतर कर सकूँ। तो जो फातिमा सना इमर्जिंग क्रिकेटर ऑफ द ईयर बनी है इस साल और आपके सामने ही है, तो इंशाल्लाह ताला डेफिनेटली आपको फ़र्क दिखेगा कि न्यूजीलैंड की पिचेस पे आई थिंक कि ये लोग जो है वो ज्यादा हेल्पफुल होंगे टीम के लिए। जैसे डायना हो गई, फातिमा हो गई, पेसर्स जो हैं वो ज्यादा आई थिंक हेल्प करेंगे टीम को।
वैसे देखा जाए तो आपके टीम का जो टूर था न्यूजीलैंड का वो पिछला तो 2016 के टाइम पे हुआ था, तो आपको वो एक तो पहला तो सवाल है कि वो कंडीशन से आपने एक्सपेक्ट क्या किया है और आपकी उस कंडीशन के लिए तैयारी कैसे चल रही है?
कंडीशंस की बात कर रही हैं तो कंडीशंस डेफिनेटली 2016 में मैंने टूर किया था और उसमें भी 1-2 मैचेस मैंने वहाँ पे प्ले किए थे, तो इतना खास याद नहीं है। बट कोशिश ये करेंगे कि जितना जल्दी वहाँ से बबल में से निकलकर जब प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट हो, जितना जल्दी उस कंडीशन को, जितना जल्दी उस इन्वायरमेंट को ऑब्जर्व कर सकें, जितना जल्दी उसको हम समझ सकें वो समझें और जितना जल्दी अडॉप्ट कर सकें वो हम लोग करें। तो डेफिनेटली कंडीशंस डिफरेंट होंगी यहाँ से, बट तैयारी के लिए यही है कि अभी ये हमारा जो है 10 डेज का कैंप लगा है यहाँ पे कराची में, और इसमें जो है हर इंडिविजुअल के साथ प्रैक्टिस होगी और यहाँ पे मैच सिनेरियोस भी हैं और मैचेस भी खेले जाएंगे, तो होपफुली के अच्छी तैयारी के साथ आएंगे।
फर्स्ट तो ये आपका पहला वर्ल्ड कप है, दूसरा तो आपके ऊपर एज एन ऑलराउंडर बहुत बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, तो क्या ये एक्साइटमेंट और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को मिला के क्या ये द वर्ल्ड कप ऑफ आलिया बन सकता है पाकिस्तान के लिए?
इंशाल्लाह मेरी पूरी कोशिश होगी कि मैं एज एन ऑलराउंडर टीम के लिए बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करूं, और मेरा पहला वर्ल्ड कप है और बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड भी हूँ और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी डबल है मेरे पे। तो जिस तरह से परफॉर्म करती आ रही हूँ इंशाल्लाह ताला उसी को कंटिन्यू करूँगी और उसमें कुछ चेंज लाऊंगी। लाइक जो मेरा काम है कि मैंने जब जाना है बैटिंग में तो अपना टीम का जो है वो एंड तक मैच को फिनिश करके आना है, तो जो मुझसे 1-2 मैचेस पीछे फिनिश नहीं हो सके और वो मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि इस दफ़ा जो है वो टीम को मैचेस फिनिश करके दूं और वो बाउंड्री लाइन जो है वो क्रॉस करूं इस दफ़ा, और जो है वर्ल्ड कप मेरे लिए अच्छा साबित हो।
क्वालिफायर्स ने आपने क्या-क्या सीखा है जो आप वर्ल्ड कप में लेके जाना चाहें?
क्वालिफायर्स में जो है वो काफी कुछ सीखने को मिला बिकॉज काफी क्लोज मैचेस हुए हैं और हमारे लिए एक जो है वो अलार्मिंग था कि जिस तरह से हाँ हमारी टीम है वो काफी उसमें जो है वो ट्रबल में थी क्वालिफायर्स में काफी जल्दी जो है अर्ली ऑन विकेट्स गिर रही थी और प्रेशर आ रहा था टीम पे। अच्छी चीज ये थी कि टीम ने जो है वो फर्स्ट मैच जो हम अनफॉर्चुनेटली लूज कर गए थे उससे हम लोगों ने जल्दी कमबैक कर लिया और जो आगे के मैचेस थे वो जीतने की तरफ जीतने लगे और थोड़ा मुश्किल था और उससे टीम को काफी ज्यादा सीखने को मिला कि हमें कितनी और मेहनत करनी है या कितनी आगे जो है टफ टीम्स आएंगी वर्ल्ड कप में। जिस तरह से सारी टीम्स जो है वो काफी अच्छी होंगी तो उनके साथ फाइट करने के लिए ये इनफ नहीं है। तो उस चीज को लेकर जो है वो आगे अब हम लोग जो है इन चीजों पे काम करें, जो वहाँ गलतियां या मिस्टेक्स की हैं वहाँ पे वो दोबारा रिपीट ना करें हम आगे वर्ल्ड कप में। तो इन्हीं चीजों में जो है वो अब जो है वो डेविड हमारे साथ जो है वो काम करेंगे।
Excited to know who is the next player that we're going to talk about? Well, it's the England spinner Sophie Ecclestone. She talked to us about the journey of team, the preparations for the World Cup and her partner Craig. You definitely want to check this one out.
Sophie Ecclestone, a name that's probably was not there on the England team sheet in 2017, but today might possibly be the first name on that England team sheet. This edition of Beyond the Boundary, I'm speaking with her about what it was to miss out on that 2017 World Cup to now being the prime spinner for England. Sophie, welcome to the show. First things first, this is a World Cup dream. You're going to play your first 50 over World Cup. What's that feeling like?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's amazing the girls won it obviously 4 or 5 years ago and I was in the crowd watching, so it's going to be great to be able to play in it this time and hopefully we can win again.
So you are also the defending champions. 2016, you went down to Sri Lanka with that England A team. You mentioned that you didn't feel great because it was sort of living away from your family and everything, and now it's all come down. That finally you've been traveling a lot in the last 3 years, and this is finally happening inside probably a bubble.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Obviously, it's been a few years coming to be able to play my first 50-over World Cup, and yeah, I've had a lot of time doing schoolwork in the last few years, so I've missed out on a few tours. But yeah, it's really excited to be back and for it to be my full-time job now. I don't have school to worry about.
That's your first full-time job. I want to take you down to what's happening in the world since the COVID has hit. You stay away from your partner, you stay away from your family. How much does that affect yourself, and how difficult it is to concentrate on the game just because of the circumstances, just because of staying in that bubble life?
Yeah, obviously it's not ideal being without the family when I'm away. Obviously the next 3 months I'm away, not going to see my family. They're not allowed to come out because they would have come out if there wasn't obviously for COVID. But yeah, it's not ideal, but obviously it's amazing to do what I do as a job, and I know they'll be waiting for me when I get back home, and there'll be other tours sooner rather than later, hopefully in the next year or so where they can come out too.
And how difficult it is to travel basically from one bubble to another, just thinking in your mind that, oh, okay, it's all that's probably going to affect me, and at the same time, how do you keep yourself mentally strong enough to just go out there and do all the magic on the field?
Yeah, obviously it's not great to have to go from bubble to bubble. It's not a lifestyle you choose at all, but obviously sometimes you just got to do what you got to do to be able to play obviously cricket for my country. But yeah, I think it's just making sure you got people around you that you really enjoy being around. I know I've got a few of my best mates in the squad, so that's quite nice, so we can go and spend time together and keep each other up and in good spirits before our games, and hopefully we obviously perform well on the field when we get to play.
So the last 3 years, the 4 years have been pretty good for you after that 2017 World Cup. You guys go into the World Cup as defending champions. And Sophie Ecclestone as a player has been probably the first player on that team sheet now. From not playing for England 4 years before and now to being the first member on that team sheet most probably. How does that feeling evolve?
Yeah, I think it's mad really how I've gone from obviously not playing in the squad. I was too young to being one of the a person's playing most games. Really, I think I'm really lucky. But obviously, it's a lot of hard work that goes into being like that. And yeah, I work hard off the pitch and on myself. And it's just things like the gym and fitness, and not just like your cricket skills that you need to practice. So yeah, I think it's just working hard off the field to make sure you're the first, hopefully, get on the team sheet on the field. And
still being so young, like you probably one of the youngest in the team.
Yeah, I'm still one of the youngest in the team. I think there's Dino, Charlie Dean, obviously a bit younger than me now, and I think me and Glennie are the same age, and Maddie Villas is just a year older than me. So there's a few young ones in the squad. So it's quite nice for me to have a group of young people in the squad, and it's great for us all to look out for each other. But yeah, it's still mad that I'm still quite, in terms of my caps, I'm quite an old player really. So yeah, but it's great to be alongside some of my best friends, and yeah, people at the same age as me.
Let me take you back to the World Cup. Let me take you back to that preparations. How much is your height going to help you in probably seam bowling tracks which you generally find in New Zealand? Because being a spinner, how much your height favors you there?
Yeah, like get a few bounce wickets hopefully. That would help me out a lot. So it wouldn't just be the spin that I'm relying on. I'll hopefully get a bit of bounce. But yeah, I think I just turn up to a cricket game, and whatever wicket it is, I'll just try and do my best on it and try and adapt as quickly as possible. But yeah, I love being in New Zealand, and it was great when we went last time. So hopefully we can do well again.
Do you have any regrets of missing out on the 2017 World Cup?
I don't think I had a decision in it, because if it was my choice, I would have been up for selection. But my mum and dad and Mark Robinson at the time said no. So I think it was all schoolwork for them. But looking back now, I was really glad that I've got my schoolwork done now, and it's all sorted that I can just keep playing cricket now and enjoy my cricket and not have to worry about education.
So is it time that Sophie Eccleston is going to vie for that gold medal which you missed out that time around, and possibly have that in New Zealand around now?
Yes, I really hope so. I've not actually won a major trophy yet since I've been playing cricket for England. So hopefully this year's the year.
So congratulations on your engagement. How much important is having a partner in your life, and how do they help support grow your game on the field?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's great to have him around. I think it's he doesn't really get cricket, so that's great for me and great for my personality, that when I get home from cricket, he doesn't talk about it at all. So I think that's great for me. But yeah, when he's here on tour, he's just a great distraction to what's actually going on. So when it's a day of a game, we'll go out and do something nice and go out, and if I get nervous, and it's just really nice to have him around, to have that support. He's so different. Yeah, he likes football, so that's quite nice that he likes football. Then I like football too, but he's a Liverpool fan and I'm an Everton fan, so that's not an ideal combination. He always supports me. I think if I've had a bad game, he knows that we need to go and do something nice, maybe go for some nice food or a nice drink. But yeah, he's always really supportive, whether it goes right or wrong. He's always there for me. So yeah, it's nice to have his support always there. When even if he's at home now, he'll still watch the games, and I still have support from 10,000 miles away, which is quite nice.
Super. Thanks a lot, Sophie, for your time. It was a pleasure speaking with you as always.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, her story is another inspiring tale. Yes, I'm talking about Rajeshwari Gaikwad. She tells us what it means for India, and she tells us the journey of Team India from the 2017 ODI World Cup to the 2020-22 World Cup.
वर्ल्ड कप की बात हो रही है, न्यूजीलैंड की बात हो रही है, तो आपका न्यूजीलैंड के अगेंस्ट वर्ल्ड कप वाला परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बात किए बिना हम आगे जा ही नहीं सकते। तो वो जो वर्चुअल क्वार्टर फाइनल था इंडिया के लिए 2017 में, जहाँ पे आपने 5 विकेट लिए थे, तो वो एक्सपीरियंस आपके लिए कैसा था?
बहुत ही यादगार मोमेंट है मेरे लिए। 2017 वर्ल्ड कप का जो मैंने न्यूजीलैंड के अगेंस्ट जो 5 विकेट लिए थे, हमेशा जब भी याद करते बहुत खुशी मिलती है कि इतने मैचेस न खेलने के बावजूद भी फर्स्ट मैच मैंने न्यूजीलैंड के अगेंस्ट खेला था और मैंने बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म भी किया था उस मैच में। तो बहुत ही बहुत ही मुझे खुशी मिलती है उस परफॉर्मेंस से, और होप करती हूँ कि वही ऐसे ही परफॉर्मेंस वर्ल्ड कप में भी और हो मेरे से।
आप उस टाइम से 2017 से लेके आज तक आप एक इंडिया की टॉप रैंक स्पिनर बन गई, एक मोर इम्पोर्टेंट स्पिनर बन गई, और इस वर्ल्ड कप में जाते टाइम तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है आपके ऊपर, जो 2017 से आगे आके बहुत आ गई है, तो उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
और रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो बहुत है कि एज ए स्पिनर हम लोगों को बहुत ही मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। ये नहीं कह रही हूँ कि कोई सारे क्रिकेटर मेहनत बहुत करते हैं, पर स्पिनर्स का रोल बहुत बड़ा होता है टीम में। और हम एज अ ग्रुप, जो स्पिनर का हमारा ग्रुप है, एज ए स्पिनर्स हम लोग बहुत ही ज़्यादा मेहनत कर रहे हैं और चाहते हैं कि हमारी मेहनत इस वर्ल्ड कप में रंग लाए।
आपने अभी बोला कि स्पिनर्स तो बहुत ही ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, तो ये वर्ल्ड कप में जाते हुए आपको आप वो कैसे देखते हैं कि कंडीशन आपकी अगेंस्ट है थोड़ी सी और आपको मेहनत वहां पे ज्यादा डालनी पड़ेगी स्पिनर्स के लिए?
कंडीशन तो बहुत ही अलग होती है जब हम इंडिया से बाहर जब मैचेस खेलते हैं, क्योंकि विकेट्स बहुत ही अलग होते हैं और स्पिनर्स को एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट डालना पड़ता है उस विकेट में बॉलिंग करने के लिए। लेकिन मुझे बाहर वाले विकेट में बॉलिंग करने में बहुत मजा आता है, स्पेशली जब ग्रीन विकेट होता है तो बहुत ही मैं बहुत मजे करती हूँ बॉलिंग करने में और हेल्प भी होता है टीम के लिए।
और विकेट्स की बात करें तो आपने जो इंजरी के पहले साउथ अफ्रीका वाला सीरीज था, होम साउथ अफ्रीका सीरीज था, इंडिया 1 साल के ब्रेक के बाद खेल रही थी और वो सीरीज में आप जॉइंट हाईएस्ट विकेट टेकर थी झूलन गोस्वामी के साथ। तो वो सीरीज मतलब आप 1 साल से खेले नहीं हो, उतना एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, लॉकडाउन में बहुत सारा टाइम जा चुका है और उसके बाद आने के बाद इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म करना टीम के लिए, तो मतलब वो तो बहुत ही आला परफॉर्मेंस था आपकी साइड से। तो वो एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था उनके साथ बॉलिंग करने का?
हाँ, हमेशा हम लोग बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं जब जुलूदी बॉलिंग के लिए आते हैं, क्योंकि एज ए सीनियर प्लेयर वो बहुत ही हेल्प करते हैं ग्राउंड पे। और जब भी जुलूदी हमारे साथ ग्राउंड पे होते हैं तो हम लोगों को बहुत हौसला मिलता है जब बॉलिंग करने के लिए। और जब वो स्टार्ट अच्छा देते हैं तो और भी हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा बढ़ता है, ज़्यादा बढ़ता है। और जब जुलूदी होते हैं तो एक्चुअली हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत हाई रहता है कि बॉलिंग अभी जुलूदी है तो चलो अभी पावर प्ले में तो विकेट मिलना ही है, ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस हम लोगों को रहता है कि पर उनके साथ जॉइंट विकेट हाईएस्ट विकेट टेकर थी मैं साउथ अफ्रीका सीरीज में, पर बहुत ही अच्छी फीलिंग थी कि दी के साथ सेम विकेट्स मेरे भी थे। और उसके बाद जब लॉकडाउन हुआ और जब मैं वो सीरीज के बाद ही मैं डोमेस्टिक खेलने गई तो वहाँ पे मेरी इंजरी हुई और इंजरी में भी बहुत ही दिक्कतें आई मुझे कि लॉकडाउन भी हो गया, मेरा कुछ रिहैब भी नहीं हो पा रहा था, तो बहुत ही टाइम निकल गया। और उसमें जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया सीरीज गई, जब पहला मैच खेली तो मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ही बढ़ गया कि थोड़ा बहुत रहता है इंजरी के बाद जब मैच खेलते तो क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, थोड़ा बहुत सोचते हम लोग, पर अच्छी रही सीरीज मेरे लिए।
और जैसे हमने झूलन गोस्वामी की बात की, आपने इतना सारा डोमेस्टिक और अदरवाइज भी मिताली राज के साथ भी इतना सारा अपना क्रिकेट खेला है, कैप्टन रही है वो आपकी, तो उनकी कैप्टनशिप पे कितना हौसला मिलता है कि कुछ भी हो जाए मेरा कैप्टन का सपोर्ट मेरे पीछे है?
एज ए कैप्टन मिताली दी बहुत ही सपोर्टिव है सबके लिए। और जब जैसे सीनियर प्लेयर्स जुलूदी और मिताली दी है टीम में, और टीम के लिए बहुत ही क्या बोलते हैं कि उनका सपोर्ट सबके लिए बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट होता है कि जब कोई भी डाउन होता है टीम में तो आके वो लोग बात करते हैं, हौसला दिलाते हैं सबको कि कोई नहीं, अभी अच्छा नहीं हुआ तो नेक्स्ट मैच जरूर तो अच्छा करेगी। ये एक प्लेयर के लिए ये बहुत मैटर करते हैं सारी बातें। और मिताली दी और जुलूदी के अंडर खेलने के लिए मैं खुद को बहुत खुशनसीब समझती हूँ और उनके अंडर खेलने के लिए बहुत मजा भी आता है। और मिताली दी बहुत कूल कैप्टन भी है और ग्राउंड पे बहुत हेल्प भी करते हैं।
और जैसे कि आपके अभी तक करियर में आपके डेब्यू से 47 ODIs हो गए हैं, आपका 50th ओडीआई न्यूजीलैंड में होगा, शायद सीरीज में होगा, शायद वर्ल्ड कप में होगा। तो ये एक जो माइलस्टोन है, करियर माइलस्टोन है कि मैं 50 ओडीआईज इंडिया के लिए खेलना बहुत बड़ी बात है एक प्लेयर के लिए। तो वो कितना प्राइड है आपको कि ये में एक अचीवमेंट है खुद का?
हाँ, बहुत ही बड़ा अचीवमेंट रहेगा कि इंडिया के लिए 50 मैच खेलना छोटी बात नहीं होती है। और जब मेरे 50 विकेट भी हो गए थे तो तब मैं वर्ल्ड कप में ही थी, 17 वर्ल्ड कप में, तभी मेरे 50 विकेट्स भी हो गए थे। और अभी वर्ल्ड कप खेलने जाऊंगी तो 50 मैचेस भी हो जाएंगे, तो बहुत ही मेरे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है।
जो हार्ट ब्रेक था 2017 वर्ल्ड कप का, वो तो आगे, उससे आगे जाके ये वर्ल्ड कप जीतना, ये इम्पोर्टेंट वर्ल्ड कप जीतना आपके लिए कितने मायने रखेगा कि बहुत बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है जो कप फाइनली इंडिया के लिए जीतना कितना इम्पोर्टेंट होगा आपके लिए?
वर्ल्ड कप जीतना तो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है टीम के लिए और हर एक प्लेयर के लिए। स्पेशली हम लोगों को अच्छा परफॉर्म करना है और जीत दिलानी है। जुलू दी और मिताली दी के लिए हम लोगों को अपनी जान लगा देनी है मैचेस खेलने में, और हम लोग जरूर उनके लिए मैचेस जीतेंगे और उनको कोशिश करेंगे कि हम लोग उनको वर्ल्ड कप जीत के दे।
ये जो पूरा वर्ल्ड कप टू वर्ल्ड कप का जो सफर है, 2017 वर्ल्ड कप से लेके 2022 वर्ल्ड कप का, तो ये आप जब देखती है कि ये सारा इसमें जो पूरे बदलाव हुए हैं आपकी टीम में से, आपके टीममेट्स में से, तो कहाँ पे ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो टीम है ये बिल्कुल रेडी है वर्ल्ड कप के लिए और इसमें वो कैपेसिटी है कि वो वर्ल्ड कप जीत के लाए कंट्री के?
और सारे यंगस्टर्स है और अच्छे भी है, जितने उन्होंने बाकी सीरीज खेले सबने परफॉर्म अच्छा करा है और परफॉर्म अच्छा किया है, इसकी वजह से वो लोग अभी टीम में है। और हम लोगों को भरोसा भी है कि वो लोग टीम के लिए कुछ करेंगे और वर्ल्ड कप में भी उनका परफॉर्मेंस बहुत ही अच्छा रहेगा।
Well, she recently put up a good show on display. In her initial part of her career, she got a knee injury and owing to that, she was away from the game. Yes, I'm talking about Sneha Rana. She made a splendid comeback to the Indian team and we need to know more about her journey.
Long over the fence. Massive blow there from Sophie Devine.
Sophie Devine, you have put on a show that we have all admired, and for me,
see, the whole thing was that obviously with those Sophie Devine's sixers around, then immediately after that she had to undergo a knee surgery where things, I don't think people dealt with her properly as a player. I was a selector for Indian Railways. I was not happy with the way she was facing her work ethic. So I did have a word with her in Vijayawada once and said that, are you satisfied the way you have been progressing or do you want to make a comeback? She did tell me that, yes, Didi, I want to make a comeback. So I told her one very clear thing was that, Rana, you need to lose weight. The first thing I did was to make her the deputy of Indian Railways. So that, her focus is more on planning. Because obviously when you start thinking about the team, you need to live up to that expectation from the players. So you need to perform.
Actually, I lost my father 2 months back. जब ये टीम आई थी उससे थोड़े टाइम पहले ही I lost him. तो थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट था या थोड़ा इमोशनल मोमेंट था because he wanted to see me play again for India, to see me on that jersey, but unfortunately he can't. So but ठीक है, it's part of life. बट मैंने उसके बाद जितना भी किया और अभी भी जितना भी करूँगी, मैं सब उनको डेडिकेट करूँगी।
When it comes to her hard work, she's never, missed any sessions or, for that matter, had any kind of excuses. She was always there, motivating the girls, motivating her own self. Only if you motivate your own self properly, then only you'll be able to motivate the girls. So I think this particular role of hers has played a very important thing in her success also. She's more confident as a player now. From last year to this year, she lost about another 3 to 4 kilos. Her work ethics has become better. Her focus, her diet, everything has changed completely. Because once you start, once you start tasting blood, then you want it more. And that is what has happened.
आई थिंक जैसे बहुत लोग सोचते हैं कि हम लोग कम बैक नहीं कर पाएंगे या इंटरनेशनल में कम बैक करना मुश्किल है, स्पेशली इन वुमेन्स क्रिकेट। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि शायद मेरी वजह से कुछ लोग इंस्पायर ज़रूर हुए होंगे और गिव अप नहीं करना चाहिए कभी भी, मेरे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। तो
I knew this day was coming for her because I had told her this 3 years back that you will make a comeback and you will do it well.
एज एन ऑलराउंडर तो आप काफी अचीव कर रहे हो और आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप में सिलेक्शन भी आपका एज एन ऑलराउंडर ही हुआ है। सो अभी इस टीम में, करंट टीम में जो वर्ल्ड कप जा रही है, उसमें 2-3 और प्लेयर्स है जो एक सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ रोल में है। देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ प्लेंटी इन दैट सेंस बिकॉज दीप्ति शर्मा का भी जो स्किल सेट्स है और आपका भी जो स्किल सेट है काफी सिमिलर है। सो इसके बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है कि किस तरह से आप लोग दोनों एक दूसरे को साथ में खेलना देखना चाहते हो, या हाउ डू यू मैनेज दैट, और किस तरह से टीम बिल्ड कर रही है?
मैं कभी भी ये नहीं सोचती हूँ कि या वो मेरे साथ है और एक ऑफ स्पिनर है, या ये कम्प्लीटली डिसीजन टीम मैनेजमेंट का है। वो लोग डिसाइड करते हैं आप कैसा खेल रहे हो, आपकी प्रिपरेशंस कैसी हैं। और अच्छी बात यह है कि वर्ल्ड कप से पहले हमारी न्यूजीलैंड के साथ एक सीरीज भी है जिसमें सबको अपनी अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिलेंगी, सबको अपना स्ट्रेंथ और अपनी कैपेबिलिटीज दिखाने का मौका मिलेगा। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो जो हमारी सीरीज है वो हेल्प करेगी वर्ल्ड कप में टीम प्रिपरेशन के लिए। तो मैं ज्यादा ये नहीं सोचती हूँ कि हम दोनों को मौका मिलेगा या सिर्फ मुझे मौका मिलेगा। आई थिंक जिसको भी मौका मिले वो टीम जीतने से मतलब होता है, आपकी टीम जीतनी चाहिए। ऑब्वियसली आप खेल रहे हो, आप 15 में हो, आप 15th मेंबर हो टीम के, वो बहुत मैटर करता है कि आपकी टीम जीते, बिकॉज टीम जीतेगी तभी हम भी आगे खेल पाएंगे।
उसके बाद आपने सीनियर चैलेंजर सीरीज में आप कैप्टन थे, आपकी टीम ने जीता भी। सो वो एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा आपका, क्योंकि आपने पहले भी कैप्टनसी की है, बट टू विन अ ट्रॉफी इस टाइम पे विद अ बंच ऑफ प्लेयर्स, उसमें से आपके कुछ प्लेयर्स सिलेक्ट भी हुए वर्ल्ड कप स्क्वाड में जो आपके अंडर खेले थे, मैं उनके बारे में पूछूंगा। बट एक कैप्टनसी का एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था उस टूर्नामेंट में?
जब आप जब कैप्टेंसी करते हैं तो आपके ऊपर बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज होती हैं आपको। और चैलेंजेस में सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज तो यही होता है कि हर एक स्टेट से, अलग अलग स्टेट से प्लेयर होते हैं आपकी टीम में जिनके साथ आप कभी खेले भी नहीं हैं, और सिर्फ 1-2-3 दिन का प्रिपरेशन टाइम होता है जिसमें आपको वो प्लेयर्स को जानना होता है, उनकी क्या स्ट्रेंथ है वो सब जाननी होती है। तो वो एक थोड़ा सा चैलेंजिंग मोमेंट रहता है कैप्टेंसी करने के लिए। बट उसके साथ ही मैंने बहुत एंजॉय करी वो कैप्टेंसी। मैं उससे पहले मैं इंडियन रेलवेज की कैप्टेंसी कर चुकी हूँ जब मिताली राज दी नहीं थे उस टूर्नामेंट के लिए। तो वो काफी अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस था जो मैंने उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड किया, और कुछ चीजें थी जो मिताली दी से सीखी हुई हैं वो चीजें अप्लाई करने की कोशिश करी। और सबसे स्पेशल तो यही रहा कि हमारी जो इंडिया ए टीम है वो ट्रॉफी जीती। ऑब्वियसली सब ट्रॉफी के लिए ही खेलते हैं, हालांकि हम वो लीग में मैचेस हार गए थे, बट हमारे जो हमने मैच जीता था उसका रन रेट इतना अच्छा था कि हम लोग फाइनल्स के लिए क्वालिफाई कर गए और हमने ट्रॉफी जीत ली। जो इंडिया जो डी टीम थी जो लगातार मैचेस जीत रही थी, उनको डिफीट नहीं मिली और हम लोग इतना ज्यादा वो हैप्पी मोमेंट था कि जो टीम लगातार सारे मैचेस जीतते हुए आ रही है लीग फेज में और उनको हराना फाइनल्स में, तो वो एक बहुत बड़ी बात थी और बहुत ही प्राउड मोमेंट था एज अ कैप्टन।
क्योंकि आपने कैप्टनसी की थी उस टीम से यास्तिका भाटिया ऑब्वियसली वी नो कितनी टैलेंटेड है वो, और रेणुका सिंह इज आल्सो वेरी टैलेंटेड, और अभी सिमरन दिल बहादुर को भी एज अ रिजर्व पिक किया गया फॉर द वर्ल्ड कप। तो एज अ कैप्टन आपने इन तीनों प्लेयर्स में क्या क्वालिटीज देखी जो आपको लगता है कि ये लोग जाके इंडिया के लिए ये क्वालिटीज भी यूज करके टीम को जिता सकते हैं इन फ्यूचर?
रेणुका का भी जो लास्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया सीरीज थी उसमें भी सिलेक्शन हुआ था और उसने वहां पे काफी अच्छा बॉलिंग प्रदर्शन भी किया, उसको चीजें सीखने को मिली। झूलू दी के साथ वो जब बातें कर रही थी तो उन्होंने अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस भी उससे शेयर किए, तो वो काफी अच्छे रिदम में है और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल बॉलर निकलेगी आने वाले टाइम पे इंडिया के लिए। और जहां तक बात है यास्तिका भाटिया की, मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत बहुत अच्छे से खेलती है अपनी इनिंग्स, बहुत अच्छे से बिल्ड करती है और उसको जो भी आप रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देते हैं, जो भी आप उससे बात करते हैं, वो हर चीज बहुत ही अच्छे से लेती है, समझती है और उसको प्लान आउट भी करती है और जब मौका मिलता है वो शो भी करती है। और सिमरन दिल बहादुर वो एक बहुत ही अच्छी ऑलराउंडर मैं कहूँगी उसको, बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर। वो इतनी बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है और उसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता उसके सामने कोई भी हो, चाहे वो उसके सामने आप किसी को भी रख दीजिए, वो बोलते हैं नहीं मैं करके दिखाऊंगी। तो वो उसका एक पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड मुझे बहुत पसंद है और इसी वजह से शायद मैंने उसको चैलेंजेस में बहुत मौके भी दिए, क्योंकि एक प्लेयर की जब आप उससे बात करते हैं, आप उसके साथ टाइम स्पेंड करते हैं, तो आपको पता चलता है कि वो प्लेयर के अंदर क्या क्वालिटीज हैं और आप उसे अच्छे से जान सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो एक बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंट प्लेयर है।
मैंने कहा एक्सपीरियंस और एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ स्पिनर अगर आपकी तरफ देख रहा है तो आपका काम ऑब्वियसली बेटर होगा, आपका परफॉर्मेंस बेटर होगा। उसी वे में रमेश पवार भी एक ऑफ स्पिनर थे। सो ऐसा कुछ है जो नुस्खे जो वो आपको इन द ट्रेनिंग बोलिए आपको बताते हैं जिससे आप उनसे कुछ नया सीख सकते हो, ऐसा कुछ हुआ है अभी तक?
ट्रेनिंग सेशन जब होता है तो वो खड़े रहते हैं नेट्स में और वो खुद एक इतने एक्सपीरियंस्ड ऑफ स्पिनर है। आई थिंक ही वाज द बेस्ट ऑफ स्पिनर अपने टाइम के। तो यस, थोड़ी उन्होंने मुझे बहुत वेरिएशन सिखाए जो मैं अभी भी प्रैक्टिस कर रही हूँ और उनको बेटर करने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ। और अच्छा लगता है जब एक जो गाइड कर रहा है आपको, वो इतना बड़ा ऑफ स्पिनर रह चुके हैं, तो अच्छा लगता है कि उनसे आप कुछ एक्सपीरियंस लें, उनसे नई नई चीजें सीखें। बिकॉज अब ये मॉडर्न क्रिकेट हो गया है, इतना आगे बढ़ चुका है क्रिकेट कि आप एक ही तरीके से सब कुछ नहीं कर सकते हो, आपको वेरिएशंस की जरूरत पड़ती है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो एक बहुत ही अच्छी चीज है मेरे लिए एज अ ऑफ स्पिनर कि मुझे उनसे सीखने को मिल रहा है।
रेलवेज के बारे में मेरा एक और सवाल है। रेलवेज टीम में जब आप आए, आपसे सीनियर प्लेयर्स तो थे ही, प्लस काफी ऐसे प्लेयर्स थे जो काफी एक्सपीरियंस के साथ आए, जो इंटरनेशनल एक्सपीरियंस के साथ भी आते हैं। तो उनका क्या इन्फ्लुएंस रहा है? कहिए मिताली राज का बोलिए या फिर पूनम राउत का बोलिए या बाकी जो भी प्लेयर्स थे रेलवेज में, उनका क्या इन्फ्लुएंस रहा है आपके करियर में अभी तक?
रेलवेज में ऑब्वियसली सारे इंडिया प्लेयर्स थे, तो पहले थोड़ा डर लगता है कि हम लोग कैसे वहां पे सर्वाइव करेंगे या कैसे करेंगे, ये हर किसी के मन में एक क्वेश्चन रहता है। तो बट आई थिंक जब मैं 2015 में जब मैंने रेलवेज ज्वाइन किया, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो लोग इतने फ्रेंडली हैं और इतना आपको हेल्प करते हैं हर चीज को लेके, चाहे वो मिताली दी हो, आप उनसे कभी भी कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं तो वो हमेशा रेडी रहते हैं उस चीज को बताने के लिए और आपकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए। आप पूनम राउत की आपने बात करी, मैंने उनसे कुछ चीज पूछी थी तो उन्होंने वो चीज, मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस बता रही हूँ कि 20 मिनट उधर ही खड़े रह के मुझे वो चीज समझाई, करके भी दिखाई। तो मतलब वो इतना हेल्पफुल है आपके लिए, अगर आप उनको अच्छे से अप्रोच करो, उनसे बात करो खुल के, तो वो बहुत हेल्प करते हैं और अपना हमेशा एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करते हैं हमारे साथ.
Well, Pakistan's Javeria Khan is the next story that we are going to unfold. So, let's have a look at it.
So, how did you start playing cricket?
My journey is a little bit funny, kind of. There came a letter in my college for the trials, and I didn't want to go, but it came in a period where I didn't want to take that class. So I just went to skip that class for trial so that I don't need to take those classes. So every day we used to go on that class, and it was economics class. So I skipped, and then suddenly interest developed, and then I played for my city team, then nationals, and this how journey started.
You made your debut for Pakistan at the age of 19. So, how was the experience?
Actually, I started very late. I started at the age of 18, maybe. After a year, I got to represent my country after a year. So it was really an honor for me, and was over the moon, and was really excited. And still now when I play the game, I'm still excited. So I think that passion is still the same.
So, coming to next question, how Pakistan cricket have changed over the years from the time you started to now?
There's a radical difference. Initially, there was nothing, no contracts, no facilities. We just played for the passion, and now it has grown. Contracts have been there, and different facilities have come, and more international games are here. So I think there's a radical difference between even the standards and the facilities too, but still, as it is said, that there's always room for improvement.
So, how do you think players like Sanam influence the growth of Pakistan cricket?
Of course, she is the backbone, and she has led this team really well, and she was in the transition phase in the difficult times where there were no facilities. So it was really, really important for her, and for the way she handled the troops. So at that time, we all were as a group, we all were not this established. So she was the one who instilled the belief and confidence in every individual players, and she made this team, and she helped this team to reach at a certain level where Pakistan team was recognized worldwide.
How do you see Pakistan's performance in the global events so far?
Honestly speaking, it's been up and down, and the talent which we all girls have, we have not translated those talent into performances, and we have not been this consistent. And we have given away those matches which we should have won. So I think it's been a little up and down.
So how do you think central contracts have helped Pakistan cricket to evolve?
Of course, it has made cricket a profession now, and because when there is security, people come and play it. But when there's no security, then of course parents will not allow their kids to come, because cricket is an expensive game. You have to buy equipment if you are not sponsored. So I think contracts and job securities is very, very important for an individual to opt a certain field.
So coming up to the current team, how do you think Bisma Maroof's absence has affected the side?
She's been the leader of this team, and she has always played an anchor role in the team, in the batting, and she's been the backbone of this team. So of course, when suddenly 2 to 3 senior players leaves, so there are vacant places. So it takes a lot of time to fill those, because experience has no replacement. It comes within time. So I think that has affected, but girls have taken it as a challenge and gradually trying to perform the talent which they have. Well, it was tough, and there were times when we could get results, but we were not able to win those. So their experience came, and we lost crucial games, but we never felt that we couldn't do it. There were times when we were able to give few games. So of course, as I said, it affects, but girls took it as a challenge. And now, if I say that batting unit is a little confident, so when she'll come back, so it will help the team to strengthen a lot more.
How do you see the growth of young players like Umaima Sohail, Aisha Naseem, and others in the current setup?
Yes, young players like Umaima, Muniba, Fatima Sana, they are shaping up really nicely and taking up the challenge and has performed in pressure times. So I think more opportunities they'll get, they'll become more better players and eventually will help Pakistan win many games coming ahead.
You just talked about Fatima Sana. Like, she has been in brilliant form in recent times. So how do you see her joining Diana Baig and leading the attack?
Of course, the partnership is really, really crucial for us. And Diana's kind of, she leads the attack and Fatma gives us crucial breakthrough. So the confidence and bond which these two have has helped this team, and the understanding which these two have and the game awareness, it eventually helps the team, and they've been brilliant in the past 1 year.
So as we know, current coach of your team is David Hemp, and he has influenced the team in a very good way. How is it different from previous coaches?
One shouldn't compare with anyone because everyone possesses different qualities. If I talk about David Hemp, he is a brilliant batter and he helps the batting unit quite a lot, and his preparation is really nice and he likes to empower people. So it's really good working with him and get the knowledge from him which he has.
So as we know, Vidadhar featured in the last edition of WBBL. So how do you see more Pakistan players featuring in it, and how it will help Pakistan cricket to grow?
I've been very vocal about this, that more and more girls should go there because this will eventually help Pakistan cricket. As we see that different countries, like for instance, if I give you an example of Indian women's cricket team, there are different players go and play. So the experience and exposure which they bring back to their team, they share it with them. So automatically their graph level goes quite up. So this eventually will help different teams, and as I said that those countries who are not being called should be called, because if our 3 to 4 or 5 players go, when they come back, they'll share their experience and suddenly the confidence and different environment of how it works, how it doesn't work. So people will share with different girls, and the graph and growth will automatically help this team to give better results.
So recently, PCB chief Ramiz Raja has So recently, PCB chief Ramiz Raja has talked about possibility of WPCL. So do you see it happening in the near future?
It was really great of him to say this and initiate this, and we all are looking forward for this to happen, and it will definitely help Pakistan women's cricket team, and it will definitely attract more girls to come forward and play cricket, and will help our more of the lot to play with international players and learn more and more.
We all know that Darcy Brown is one of the most important players of the Australian setups. Ever wondered why did she choose to take up fast bowling? Well, we have the answer of it. Check it out.
So I got called by Modi the day before, sort of like in the afternoon sort of thing, and he just said that they were going to play me, and I was kind of shocked, didn't really believe it, and just went pretty quickly from there. And it was really lucky to have a shooter to, give me my cap. I've been really good mates with her back home in the Scorps and Strikers, so yeah, it was pretty special. No, definitely not. I was a bit shocked, and I couldn't really believe it. I thought, there's heaps of other players that probably deserved it more than me, but I'm just happy to be here, and I feel really proud that I get to be, living, next door to the best players in the world. So Well, I've only really, kind of hung out with Megan the last few years at Scorps, and we've gotten pretty close over that time. We like to have a bit of joke around, talk a bit of smack mostly. So we enjoy each other's company, which is really good. And she's been, Scorps and Strikers captain. So yeah, it's just been nice to have her sort of input here and just to be able to hang off her shoulder a bit here and learn the ropes sort of thing. So yeah. I was pretty nervous at the beginning, like everyone would be, I'm sure. And it kind of didn't get any better. I was still nervous the whole 3 overs and the 4 overs, when I got whacked. But, I kind of felt at home sort of thing. And I knew, I'd done the work and, everyone sort of believed in me and backed me in. That's why I was there. I just wanted to bowl as quick as I could and just try and hit a good length. I did get hit for a few boundaries that over, but I knew, each ball I thought, I can't change the last ball, obviously, unless I have a time machine, which I don't, unfortunately. I just tried to back myself in and try and hit a good length, and I was bowling a bit full and into the slot sort of thing. That's when she hit me for that big 6. So try to go a bit wider, because even like when she hit me for a 6, it was, outside off, and I tried to bowl a bit wider and I got it a bit short, which probably wasn't a very good ball, but luckily it went straight to Moons and Moons held on to it. I suppose back to my brothers and my dad, as they're quite a bit older than me. My brothers are 7 and 5 years older than me, so they were a bit stronger and bigger than me, so I'd usually have 3 lives when I was batting, and I'd get out in 3 balls, so then I'd have to go and bowl and try and get a bat again by bowling as quick as I could, because otherwise if I bowled spin I couldn't turn it and they'd just smoke me, so I'd just get angry because I got out in 3 balls and just bowl pretty quick at them. Yeah, it's been really hectic actually. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Going from just playing with the boys and back home and usually not getting that much of a go, but just having, the best fun ever with some of my good friends, and then getting involved in the pathways, and then all of a sudden into the Scorps and Strikers, and then randomly got picked for this tour. So it's just been a whirlwind, and I love every minute of it. I suppose I kind of admire their fire, because I don't really have it that much. I suppose I get a bit embarrassed and I don't really know what to say in case I mess up, and at the same time, if I say something, then I've obviously got to show if I have to come out and bat, which I don't just yet. So I kind of don't try and bring that, or don't try and do that. I try and do the talking with my bowling sort of thing. I can't really don't really like confrontation too much. So I'll just bowl and see what happens with that. No, definitely not. I probably should have got sledged more than they should have. I suppose it was quite convenient having those sunnies on. Well, they were transition glasses, so I thought I rocked them at the time, but it's pretty cool to see, how far I've come. Just glad that sort of phase is over now, and I'm into this kind of cool surroundings. So it's pretty cool to see, even just the people that aren't here, the sort of caliber of players, Elise Villani, she's been making tons, it feels like nearly every week. It's pretty amazing how we've got, that sort of depth around Australia. It just shows how good women's cricket is now, and not just in a few states, or more all around Australia, which is really cool. I don't really know. I don't try and make too many goals. I just try and go with the flow and see what happens, and just try and enjoy it as much as I can, because as long as I'm trying my best and enjoying it, that's all I can really ask. And we'll see what happens. It'd be great to go away, go to the World Cup and stuff like that, but I won't be too I won't be too fussed. So it would be amazing to go, but understand why things happen and the way they happen. So just keen for the ride, and just see what happens.
Winning a World Cup is a dream for any team. England's Lauren Winfield-Hill tells us what it meant for the team in the 2017 ODI World Cup. She also talks about her comeback to the game. So let's listen to her.
So you missed out on selection during the T20 World Cup in 2016. How frustrating was it, and how did you overcome it?
The way that the game is now, and the standard of international cricket it's going to be tough at times, and you are going to go through waves of form and in and out of selection. I think there's very few players who consistently, perform and never get dropped. And I'm one of those people that I've been in and out throughout my whole career. But I think one sort of, I guess, real strength of mine is that I am very resilient and I'm very determined. So, if I get knocked down, I'll probably have a few sobs and get emotional about it, and then pick myself up and go again, and sort of just try and get back on the horse and train and prove people wrong, really. And I've managed to do that quite a few times throughout my career. But I think it's one of them things where you're just hungry to try and succeed and to try and do better. And it hurts at the time, but I think you never want to admit it, but the selections and things like that, it's always fair. I think if you truly reflect, it is always fair. I've been on both sides of it. I've been, selected in 4 players, and I've been on the other end of it where you are the player that's been dropped, and at the time you might feel like, it's not fair or whatever. But I think when you do truly reflect on it and maybe look at your performances and stuff, they're probably not where they've needed to be. Not through effort, just through the nature of form and struggling in those patches. So I think it's one of them things where it always hurts, but it's always fair.
So then you went on to have a successful World Cup and formed a partnership with Tommy Beaumont at the top, and you people had immense success and you went on to win the World Cup. So how was it, the whole experience like?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think that's why we're so excited to sort of play in this World Cup, really. I think we've got such fond memories of 2017. It's always different when it's on home soil, but it was one of those things where it really felt like it was just meant to be for us. There was lots of times when we had games where we probably had no right to win and we won. And then just to play in front of a packed out crowd like that at Lords, I mean, it'll never happen again in our lifetime with World Cup cycles and stuff, to be playing in a home final with a crowd like that in your own country. So it was truly special, and I think that's why we're all, and there's a large part of that group that's still together here with an opportunity to defend it. And I think that makes it that special, because you've got those emotions that you had in 2017 and a core of players who are obviously going to have an opportunity to try and defend it and keep it in our hands.
Okay, as you talked about 2017 World Cup, then Heather Knight was a young captain, and you people had a young side, and Mark Robinson was in charge. Now Lisa Keightley in charge, and how the Heather Knight's captaincy and England side evolved during the last 5 years?
I think everybody's evolved individually. I think what we've done really well is we've got a lot of new additions to a sort of senior core that's remained. And obviously in that time, the core has changed amongst it. Like this time last year, I wasn't really playing ODI cricket for England. But I think there's a core group of senior players now that have sort of played a lot of cricket together. But there's that real fruitful addition of lots of youth as well. You've got like Sophia Dunkley, Maya Boucher, Sarah Glenn, Charlie Dean, Freya Davis. Kate Cross wasn't wasn't around at that 2017 World Cup. So yeah, I think that's what good teams, that's what great teams have, is they have senior experienced players, but they have a lot of exciting youth, and I think that's what we've managed to do. Is we've kept a core together, but we've added some really exciting additions as well.
So you have opened the batting with Tammy Beaumont in all three formats. How do you see your partnership with her?
Yeah, I think it's a really important one. Like we've played a lot of cricket together, and we have like really good chemistry as a batting partnership. We sort of know each other's game really well. We can drag each other through tough periods and sort of enjoy some some nice periods of the game together. We communicate really well, and I think there's quite a lot of trust built up there because we have spent a lot of time together playing over the years. And I think it's this partnership that has been really successful for us. We generally have some pretty good partnerships at the top 50s, 100s, and set the game up really well. So I think it's something it's been quite important for us as an ODI team, especially, is to set a really good foundation. And when we've had really good success in ODI cricket, I think that's probably been quite a crucial part of it, is making sure that we sort of set the game up and go big and make sure that you've sort of got that 10 overs to explode at the back end.
So England will be looking to defend the World Cup in New Zealand. So how much the game has changed as a whole from that time in New Zealand?
Yeah, I think it has changed. I think the game's evolved a lot. The skill has gone up. People are playing with a higher tempo earlier. I think a big thing that's changed is the fielding, especially. I think a lot of the teams in the world now, their fielding particularly has improved massively from 2017. It's a lot more athletic game. There's a lot more twos run. There's a lot bigger boundaries hit. Better catches taken in the outfield and stuff like that. I do think the game's really improved. I also think things like the surfaces and stuff we're playing on now, the pitches have got better, which obviously creates a better game as well.
Enjoying so far? So the next one in our list is South Africa's Mignon du Preez.
She is known as one of the greatest South African women's cricketers, and I've had the opportunity to know her for at least 15 years. I'm talking about Mignon du Preez, and what an honor it is to speak to her for Women's Cricket Zone. Good to chat to you. You're looking great.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. You too.
I am looking at your career and I'm saying you're the Madonna of South African women's cricket. I mean, what a reinvention to where it all started to where it's come. Sitting here today, how are you feeling about who you have become in women's cricket?
Well, thank you, guys. That's a big compliment. The Madonna of cricket. I actually like the sound of that. But I must say, I'm actually really at a stage. I think for me, turning 30, as I said, is all about, I want to have fun. This last few years of my cricket career, I want to make it the best. And I think that's kind of, when you get a little bit older, you realize that there's more to life than just cricket, but you can find a balance and enjoy it and make the most of it. And I think that's where I'm at the moment. I'm really hitting the ball well, which is a big plus for me, especially leading into such an important season like the World Cup next year that's just around the corner in Australia.
I want to go right back to Mignon du Preez as this young girl scoring a double 100 as a teenager. Did you ever think at the time that you'd be sitting at the age of 30 still playing this beautiful game and playing at the highest level?
I definitely hope so, because I think there is a little saying like behind this athlete we've become is a little girl that fell in love with the sport, and that's that little minx. And I think some of my stories actually a lot of them in my international career started with I wasn't supposed to play, because at that day when I scored the double century, the 258 not out in a 40 over game, I was actually not supposed to play. And then the night before, the coach phoned me and said, listen, one of the players pulled out. They've got an extra space. Can I play? And it was under 13 Gauteng versus Gauteng North. I played for Gauteng North. And what a day it was. And I think that was probably when I realized I would listen, this is something that I want to do for a living. I think that was when the penny dropped, that cricket is probably the route I would want to take. I've played lots of different sport growing up. My parents was really into, I need to do a little bit of everything. So it was softball and athletics and tennis and table tennis, gymnastics. The dancing side of things didn't really work out for me. My sister did that in ballet. But all in all, I think to be well-rounded was a big thing that my parents stood for. But then when that happened as a 13-year-old, I think they also realized like that is the career that's probably out there for me. Unfortunately, at that stage, women's cricket was still in the baby stages. But wow, I mean, we've come, like you mentioned, 15 years later, and look where we're at today. And I mean, women's cricket being a viable career option in South Africa, and that's amazing.
They say stats don't lie, and that is the one story that really got you into the media. I remember interviewing you. Your dad came along 2005. You were so nervous in this live interview. But even then, you said you wanted to make a difference in women's cricket. When you look back at that time and there wasn't much happening for women's cricket, what kept you going?
Yes, I think the passion and the love for the sport. I think that's a saying, we don't like cricket, we love it. And I think realizing that for me, it was my God-given talent, and I really wanted to use it to make a difference. And like you said, one of the big things that always stuck for me in my career is I wanted to leave a legacy or change cricket for the better. And I think that's one thing that we did do in South Africa. Fortunately, quite a few of our senior players have been there for a long time, and we've been from the amateur getting into semi-professional to the fully professional era. And I think this is still just the start. I think there's so much more and exciting stuff that's going to happen to the next generation. But to be part of at least and get to see a glimpse of it was absolutely amazing, and I'm really excited about the future. I think it looks really bright for women's cricket in South Africa.
Lots of youngsters making their debut around this time for South African women's cricket. What was it like for you when you debuted for the national team?
It's quite a while back. I'm just saying, I have to go back into the archives, but I mean, it was special. I know I made my debut against Pakistan in 2007 in South Africa. And it was, again, one of, like I mentioned before, one of those stories. I actually didn't initially make the team for South Africa, which was really sad because I felt like I really had a good season. I made the fitness requirements, and to not get or made the team initially was a bit tough for me, but then got a call up. Unfortunately, at that time, Chandra Fritz over the December holidays got injured, and then there was an opportunity for me to step up, and I didn't initially play. I was carrying drinks, and once eventually when I got my opportunity, I scored my debut 50 in that series and kind of then played ever since. But it was very special. At least high school sweetheart, just know my husband Tony, he was there, and my parents, which was probably the best that I could ask for.
I want to talk about Tony because he plays such a huge role in your life, in your career, and for you becoming the woman that you have. What does his support mean to you?
No, it's one of those things you can't put it into words. I mean, I'm really fortunate that I've married probably the world's best husband. I know every woman says that, but for me, I mean, we've been high school sweethearts. We dated since grade 11. He would love me to tell everybody that I chased after him. So that's a story for a different day. But all in all, my persistence kept going, and at least now I've got the ring on my finger, so it did work out. High school sweethearts, but I mean, he's been there through the whole journey, and he's really supported me to live this dream. And even now, he just kept telling me, like, he is not going to limit me. I can keep going until I'm flippin' grey. He doesn't care. He just wants me to be happy, and that helps. I think going away, it's not always easy. I mean, definitely since we got married in 2015 in December, it's been tough going on tours. It's not always easy being away from home for so long. But to know that he's really supporting me all the way, and he loves the fact that I'm living my dream makes it a lot easier. I just miss him a lot. But it is special. And I mean, he's a cricket fanatic. He's one of those guys. He'll get up in the middle of the night in December holiday time to watch the Ashes or wherever there's cricket around the world. He thinks it's fun and it's a date if he wakes me up at 4, and I don't always agree because I tell him, remember, cricket is my career, to you it's hobby, so it's a bit different. So but it is still special to have that moments and drink coffee together, and then I can just fall back to sleep on his lap or something.
We're going to talk about the highlights, but the lowlights are what a lot of people try to avoid. I like the fact that you've handled your lowlights well. What has been the toughest part of your cricket career to date?
Yeah, I think it's actually been pretty recently. I didn't have the best season last season, and I think for the first time I was actually on a tour in South Africa where we played against India, and I actually got dropped from the team, and I think that was really like, it just kind of shook my world a little bit. I've been in the side, we've just chatted since 2007, and up until then I haven't missed a game, and for me it was a big wake-up call. I know it's where we're going, and there's so many talented players knocking on the door, so I knew I had to pull up my socks. But I think that was a little bit of a reality check, probably, to just also see that day when I had to sing the anthem and no, I'm not going to take the field with the team, really hurt. And I think that probably just made me realize how passionate I still am and how I just want to keep going and be better. And I think I did probably go back to the drawing board a little bit, find ways to just be better. And I think I could see I've didn't change much in the game because I've always been a hard worker. I think I've always had work ethic, but it was more just the mental side. And then I think ever since I turned 30, I think I keep on saying it, but then probably with age comes a little bit of wisdom, and I just like got to this point where I realized like I just want to have fun, and if I'm going to be tense and worry about sitting on the sideline, I'm probably going to be there more often than not because I'm not going to be able to play with freedom. And I think that's something that I just want to leave with the young girls out there. If they can actually find a way to just have fun and play for the little girl that fell in love with the sport, it will keep you going so much longer. So I think it's not always easy. International cricket, there's a lot of pressure, but to try and park that, and at the end of the day, we're doing it because we love it, and we just want to go out there. And for me, I realize like the biggest thing, it's my talent, and I want to give God glory by just playing and having fun.
You talk about being dropped. Was that tougher than relinquishing the captaincy? Because I know leadership is a big thing, and not many leaders who lose the captaincy still go on to do better things.
Yeah, I think it's probably also one of the lowlights that was right up there. But I think for me, maybe lowlight's not even the word, because I think the timing was probably right. It was just after I got married in the 2016 season, I realized like I've got new responsibilities being a wife, and also my priorities changed a bit. I wanted to spend more time with the family, but reality was also we had a chat with the management, and at that point in my career, my batting was suffering a little bit. The personality I have, I'm really quite a busy person, but for me, it was challenging to put captaincy aside when I had to go out and bat. While I was batting, I was still thinking about who's going to bowl where and which field am I going to set, and if all my players are okay. And I struggled to sometimes put that aside when batting, and I think my batting average then suffered a little bit under that. So I think the timing, I always knew that I'm still going to be in the team as an experienced player, and Danae at that time, she was still really young, and I felt like I can still give her some advice while I'm still there with her. But I mean, she's done a fantastic job, and then to take over and take us to the World Cup, getting us into that semi-final, I think she's done a glorious job with the captaincy thereafter. But they say just to still be part of the setup, and like you mentioned, there's different ways of leading, and I think I can still lead in my own way, even though I don't have to be a captain, but I still want to offer the youngsters some of my experience that I've picked up along the way.
So when you are in these low moments, what is that big highlight? You say, I'm down now, but I remember that day when I had the best day of my cricket career.
Well, from an individual point of view, I think one of the biggest highlights was probably scoring a maiden test 100 in Mysore in India against India. It was the first one I actually played in. There was one other test in the Netherlands in my first year that I was involved in, but I was carrying drinks. So it was not really the best time of my life. I just did fielding and I couldn't bat. And I think so this one was really special. And to do it in India where, I mean, they're such passionate fans, and to do it around here was really special. But then another one would have to be, there's two actually for the team. So when I was still captain in 2014, when we kicked out New Zealand to make it into the semi-finals of the T20 World Cup for the first time, I think that was really special. So just how the girls really, there was something we've worked so hard for, and to finally just stepping up that level. We've always just been mediocre, but then it was when we stepped up. We felt for a long time we came to World Cups making up numbers, and that was where we really competed. And ever since then obviously the 2017 World Cup, getting into the semi-final and actually getting so close, 2 balls would have been a different story. But I mean, for us, I think it's amazing how we've grown as players, and excited to see what the next few years are going to hold for us as a team.
So here you are in 2019 with lots of good things happening for you. You've signed an MRF bat sponsorship. You are in the leagues around the world. You're still playing for South Africa. Do you pinch yourself sometimes to think, here you are, Minx, living your best life?
Definitely. I think it's absolutely amazing. This, sometimes when you're on the treadmill and you're sweating and you're doing a fitness test, running the yo-yo, you think, why am I doing this? But then when you look up and you realize, but this, if I then chat to Tony and he's like, listen, I've been up at 4:30 this morning, driving to office, again got stuck in traffic. Then I had to be in the office the whole day, and I look at the cricket field and I think, this is my office. I mean, you can't really ask for anything better than that.
So where does the Madonna of South African women's cricket go from here? Because you're hitting the ball really well. You look like you've really reinvented yourself. What goals have you set for yourself in the immediate future?
Well, in the immediate future, I just kind of want to keep doing what I'm doing. I think it really worked pretty well for me in the Kia Super League and in the first game. Unfortunately, in the second one, but I just want to keep on having fun and playing without fear of failure and hitting the ball as hard as I can. But for me, in the near future, after this tour, I'm going to the Women's Big Bash and playing for the Melbourne Stars again, which is really exciting. And then, obviously, we've got a pretty exciting, busy season ahead next year. But obviously, with that World Cup in Australia, I would want to be part of the team and actually help take the team all the way to the final. And who knows, maybe at the MCG full stadium. I know that's a world record they're aiming for, and to lift a World Cup trophy, that would be something really special. So that's in the near future for me now.
I know it's tough to step into the shoes of a legend, but when you do eventually move on, who do you see as the next Mignon du Preez of South African women's cricket?
Oh, wow. No, that's tough, Kaz. Putting me on the spot there. There's quite a few exciting names. I think somebody that really, Laura Wolford, in the small time that she's been there, to see what she's done already as such a youngster. I think she's averaging in the high 40s in ODIs, and she's insane. And I can see she's working on the T20 format. The one thing that I would love to see her play Test cricket, because she's the only person that's ever told me she's more scared of fielding than actually batting. And where does that come from? She just loves batting so much. So I think she might be somebody to have an eye out for in the near future.
I like making interviews tough because I know how experienced you are sitting here in front of the camera, but what is the one thing you know now about your game that you wished you knew when you debuted? Because when you start, things are so tough. But right now, 12 years down the line, having played for the team for so long, what do you know about yourself?
I think the biggest thing is not to overthink. I mentioned before that I'm a really busy person naturally. So sometimes to just actually, while I'm batting, to settle down and not have my mind raised like a hamster on a wheel. That's probably the biggest thing. And two things that I've changed recently that's really helped, I've mentioned it before in an interview, is just actually telling myself, watch the ball, but continuously before I bat. So there's no time for my head to go spinning and to overthink. It's basically, you're just playing the ball on merit, see ball, hit ball kind of thing. And then probably looking at an area rather than thinking about a specific shot. So identifying where my gap is, but not really thinking of a specific shot to that gap. There can be a few different options. So I'm not limiting myself, but I realize that if I want to hit it to deep square, I might have to change my body or use my crease. But I'm not limiting myself to one specific shot and still play the ball on merit.
Lastly, what is your advice to young girls who want to make a career out of women's cricket? Because we're in an upward trajectory, I think, globally now, and there's a great opportunity to make a name for yourself.
Well, firstly, I think if your dream doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. So that's something that I want to tell them. I want to tell them they need to dream big. When we started, women's cricket was still seen as a male-dominant sport, and that's changed. And that's nice because they don't have to change the perception. It's already changed. So they can just go out there and be the best version of themselves. And then that little thing, just always remember why you fell in love with the sport, because that would just light that fire again and keep you going.
Such great inspiration from you, and having interviewed you over the years, I think this was the best interview because you're really finding yourself, and I think we are yet to see the best of Mignon du Preez.
Thank you, Kaz. I really like the sound of that, and I'll keep on prophesying that over my life because I'm excited. I also think the time ahead is exciting where women's cricket is at globally. It's just an amazing time, and I'm really fortunate that I can still be part of it for the next few years.
Well, I certainly hope you've enjoyed this interview here on Women's Crick Zone. Mignon du Preez, an absolute superstar. And as I've said, we haven't seen the best of the Madonna of South African women's cricket.
Amanda Jade Wellington is the next in our list, and let's see what she has to say.
You've been quite a consistent performer in WBPL for the last 3 years, having picked up at least 16 wickets every season. What would you say has been the secret to your success?
For me, I don't think it's any secret. I think just the way I am as a leg spinner, the way I sort of encourage batters to go after me with my flight, with the amount of tone I get. I think I'm quite a different leg spinner to everyone else. But as a spinner, you've got to recognise that you're a spinner. You're going to get hit sometimes. You're going to get wickets here and there. If you get like one for, you're okay. T20 cricket's so hard because you can bowl so well some days, but go for a lot of runs. You can bowl like terribly and get the amount of wickets, like 5 for or whatever. But I think just for me over the years is consistency. I think my consistency throughout the years have gradually improved each year. I guess I'm bowling less balls down leg. I'm bowling less extras. And I guess I'm always asking that question from a batter's point of view to always play at it.
Heading into the 2021 season of the WBBL, did you do anything differently? Because your numbers were quite good the season before, but it certainly went up in 2021.
For me, it was probably my length. I talked about it in the last few games about my long ball. So for me, I struggle bringing back my length quite a bit. So I brought in the long ball where I bowl at stumps, and my length automatically comes back a bit. So it's just bowling that bit shorter and having batters run at me and run past one. But it's also me also attacking the stumps quite a bit more. Like I wouldn't change. I don't think a lot has changed throughout the years. I think just more so the length that I'm bowling is crucial.
So did you speak to somebody regarding your lens? Did you discuss it with any coach or somebody, or did it come to you naturally?
I think it's just more so like having those conversations with my bowling coach, Jude Coleman, and also recognising that a lot of other spinners use long balls. Like, for example, this sister Lake used to always use long balls in her cricket career. And I thought, I was having trouble with my length, and, that's something I could implement into my game, and it actually quite worked. So I think that's something I'll probably practice more and continue having that in my repertoire. Because, for me, I feel like that's more easier to execute rather than bowling a normal ball but shorter length.
You talked about your international career. I would like to take you back to that first ball that you bowled to Milind Dupree, and what are the memories of that day? And players are generally so nervous when they are debuting, but your story had a fairy tale beginning, because you started the first ball that you ever bowled got a wicket.
I was so nervous, honestly. Even getting picked for the squad, it was out of the blue, and I remember telling my mum and dad, and they were, jumping up and down and hugging me, and, they came over to Coffs Harbour, and, I had my best friend there as well, and, I had so much support back home and people that came and watched me as well. And I remember getting thrown the ball, and I was so nervous. I was talking to myself. I was literally just saying, just bowl how you normally bowl in WNCL. Just do your thing pretty much. And it happened, and I couldn't believe it. And it was funny. My best friend that was there, Christy Williams, she actually said to me the day before, I would laugh if you take a wicket with your first ball or something like that. She mentioned something about it. It was quite funny, and then we were talking about it and reminiscing about it.
Let's talk about spin bowling. Who do you really enjoy watching as a spinner? And who would you say had the most influence in making you a top quality spinner?
I guess throughout the years, like when I first started bowling leg spin, it was my father. And obviously I would watch Shane Warne here and there. I remember, watching him off YouTube, watching all of his highlights. But then growing up, I had a spin coach, Shelley Nitsky. She did a lot of work with me. Throughout my career, and I couldn't be more thankful for her I love the no bullshit motto, which is, some, players don't like that, but, I'm someone who likes honesty, and, you're going to get the best out of me by not being so fluffy on me, like sugarcoating everything.
Why did you choose leg spin bowling? You could have been an off spinner, you could have been a pacer, but what was it about leg spin that it really attracted you and you chose this particular thing?
When I was younger, I was so silly. I did a flip off the monkey buzz and broke my wrist, both of my wrists at the same time. And then I was still playing cricket while I had cast on. I got approval to do that as well. But when I bowled during the game, for me, I was bowling leg cutters, and I could see it moving quite a bit. And then I sort of had an interest in the way the ball was moving, and I sort of, went down that line to choose leg spin. And then I knew Shane Warne was a leg spinner, and I just kept watching him and trying to perfect his bowling in the backyard, and I just wanted to be like him. And the more and more I did it, the more I enjoyed doing it, because I knew it was so hard, and it's such a hard to perfect it. I think I just get so much joy out of doing it and seeing how I guess the way that leg spin is, the art of it, and how hard it is. I think, yeah, I'm a perfectionist. I love to try and things at their best, and for me to try and perfect leg spin, I haven't got there yet, but I'll get there one day, I hope.
Now that you did speak about Shane Warne a couple of times, I would like to take you back to that one dismissal of Tammy Beaumont during that Ashes at home when you made your test debut, that ball of the century. Tell me about it. Like, what was the emotion involved? What was happening around the time when it happened? How do you look it up back? Even now, so many years later, people still talk about it.
I didn't just know it. I think after the game, I knew how big of a deal it was once there was clips coming out side to side and people talking about it here and there. I think, yeah, that's happened so many years ago and still people are talking about it. And I think, I always get compared to Shane Warne, and, I couldn't thank everyone else. I couldn't thank, so many people for doing that. I would never be like him, to be honest. The way he spins the ball, the way he plays with so much aggression, the way he bowls and goes about it, it's incredible. But yeah, during that day and bowling that ball, I thought we were in a situation where we needed wickets, and I was just trying my best to spin it hard, hit those rough patches, and get us wickets really. But yeah, when I bowled it, to be honest, I thought it was a bad ball because it was going to land on leg and not where I wanted to pitch. And then, yeah, just spun back, hit top of off, and, we celebrated. And watching it back on the big screen, I remember everyone watching it. It was it was something.
Well, Jemima Rodrigues is a live wire. We all know that. If you don't trust me, let's have a look at it.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. No, man, not like that. Good evening, everybody. So today, ladies and gentlemen, is the fun section right here. So we have our first guest. No, it's not you, Veda. It is Priya Punya, okay? So guys, no man, give it up for Priya Punya, guys. So Priya Punya, you had really tough competition and I believe you worked really hard for this. But how did you become the national crush of India? Like, what's the reason? What's the secret behind it?
So सोचा नहीं था कभी कि national crush ही बनूंगी.
You worked really hard for it, right?
हाँ, कुछ ज़्यादा ही inspiration है ना first national crush.
Okay, so leaving that aside, you just recently made your debut for India, and on your debut you scored a 50. So how is that feeling? And how is the feeling sharing the dressing room, with the legends of women's cricket?
बचपन से सपना रहता है कि खेलने का, मतलब इंडिया खेलना है, और मिताली दी, हैरी दी, ये सब थे, और डेब्यू पर 50 तो मतलब ज़्यादा ही अच्छा लग रहा था, और टीम जीती वो ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा था, तो काफ़ी अच्छा था, सब खुश थे.
So give it up for Priya Punya, ladies and gentlemen. Coming to my favorite member in the cricket team, I call her my granny, Veda Krishnamurthy. So it's coffee with Jemmy going on right now. So Veda, we've just heard, I got news that you had, changed your diet. Like you had started following that game changer diet. So what's the status right now?
So I changed from Coke to Thumbs Up now.
That's the But it lasted pretty long, like 1 month, I guess.
Yeah, the thing is I get bored very quickly. So after a month, I thought Coke doesn't taste well, so I've shifted to Thumbs Up.
I hope you don't get bored of me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the captain of the Indian women's cricket team. So, I sat with Women's Cricket Zone for like almost 2 hours. It was a very tough decision. But at the end, we thought, okay, this award has to go to you, Haridi. I mean, to have the messiest room and the one who sleeps the most. So, ladies and gentlemen, this award from Women's Cricket Zone goes to Harmanpreet Kaur. Give it up, guys! So, what's the secret behind you sleeping so much and you having such a messy room?
Messy room, I think, अभी तो नहीं है. हाँ?
गलत बात.
हाँ.
कल ही तो गई थी तेरे room.
See, I put all my energy on the ground, so I don't want to.
I think you and Smriti are the same category because it was between you and Smriti who sleeps the longest, but I think so hands down you won it.
No, I think Smriti gives a very tough competition. She's got the messiest room. I have to tell. Smriti's got the messiest room. I had to
Thanks, Veda.
I had
Thanks,
to be her
Veda.
room partner for one night, and I came and I was like, I didn't have place to keep my bags. So it is that messy.
Okay, fine. So would you like to share this award with Smriti Mandana? No, we'll just give this to her actually. So coming back, okay, now Smriti, Haridi has shared this award with you. So,
What was the room? When we were roommates, what was the room? Please tell.
मतलब जगह था चलने को रूम में. Okay, guys, so now we have the youngster, the youngest person, I guess, who's made a debut for India, Shefali Verma. So you all know that she bats extraordinarily well, you know that well. But I got to know from my secret sources that that the secret to her batting so well is her TikTok videos. Am I right?
क्या जब भी बोला था मत बोल यार.
Guys, all those who are on TikTok, please go and check out her videos. She has really amazing videos. इसका मतलब क्या है?
इसका मतलब कुछ नहीं.
Okay, so, and the last one for today is the girl like no one has ever heard about her. You know, she comes from a very small town and she's a really hard-working person. And I believe, okay, it's Jemmy's prophecy that one day she'll become the vice captain for India, Smriti Mandana. Oh, sorry, Mandana. Sorry, I had not heard her name a lot, so I didn't know. So Smriti, like, means people don't know much about you. Can you tell, means how did you start playing cricket and how it all started?
First of all, thank you for that introduction. Coming for you, ma'am. Like, I've grown up watching you.
Grown up watching me?
Wow. You know, you were my inspiration behind all the shots. So, you know, thank you for that introduction.
Okay, jokes aside, I mean, Women's Cricket Zone has done such an amazing thing today. You know, we hardly get to see this for women's cricket. So, a few words for, like, on what they have done for women's cricket.
Yeah, I think this is first of its kind, like awards for women's cricket. So it's a amazing, you know, start to the new year. And last year they came out with the magazine, and this year with the awards, and hopefully it keeps improving. So yeah, really happy with the way they are progressing.
Give it up for Women's Cricket Zone. And guys, this is all from me tonight. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
It's now time to know the story of Karnataka's batter, Divya Nyanananda.
Within women's cricket in India, Karnataka has often been the state with some obscenely talented players who, on their day, could take away the game single-handedly. Players who made batting and bowling look incredibly easy, whose movements seemed to flow like water. They played with the grace of dancers, but often their power made you feel like you were being sucker punched. From the strength of Shanta Rangaswamy, the guile of Pramila Bhatt, the smarts of Mamta Maben, the accuracy of Nushin Al-Khadir, the grit of Karuna Jain, to the aura of Veda Krishnamurti, Karnataka has produced some of the country's most skillful cricketers. And it is from that same land of gold that Divya Nyanananda has emerged. Like many others, Divya's entry into cricket was a bit of a happy accident. A talented young batter who played aggressively, always looking for the boundary, Divya broke into Karnataka's senior team as early as 2011. At only 15 years of age. There, she had the opportunity to learn from the likes of Karuna Jain, V.R. Vanitha, Veda Krishnamurti, and Rajeshwari Gaikwad, and took those lessons into junior cricket. Her under-19 years flew by, but by the time the under-23 came around, Divya's belief had grown manifold. And it was during that period that she began to realize her true potential as a batter. The transformation, though, was a gradual one. While the talent was there, and the ability to turn a game on its head was unquestioned. Inconsistency plagued her through those early years. She got off to starts, but rarely carried on. A big score was often followed by a string of low returns. From the outside, one couldn't help but be frustrated by her talent. After a middling 2019-20 one-day tournament, where she scored 229 runs in 7 matches, including at the time a career best 90, Divya's season was cut short due to the pandemic. With the time to introspect, she took the opportunity to have some difficult conversations, harsh words that would shake her out of her comfort zone and force her to face some difficult truths. It was a tough grind, but with some help from those around her, Divya continued to push herself in an effort to reach the next level. Of course, she faced her set of roadblocks. In the middle of the year, when she had chosen to leave home and create a little bubble of her own to focus on her game, she had to rush back after her parents tested positive for COVID-19. Elevated to the role of primary caretaker at home, cricket was pushed to the back of her mind. But after a little over a month away, Divya chose to head out to a gym nearby, just for a change of scenery. With all that work behind her, Divya came into the 2021-22 season with plenty of confidence. Add to that, a clear role and skipper Veda Krishnamurthy giving her a license to play aggressively. She thrived. Through the tournament, Divya dominated the opposition, racking up 346 runs in just 6 innings, including her maiden list A century, an unbeaten 128 in a chase against Baroda. She finished 6th on the run charts, just 2 runs behind fellow teammate Vrinda Dinesh, who was Karnataka's highest run getter. Divya's runs came at an astonishing tournament strike rate of 110, the highest by a fair margin for those within the top 10 run getters. On the back of those performances, Divya earned a call-up to the Senior One-Day Challenger Trophy, only her second tournament of the kind, having represented under-19 India in a previous edition many years ago. After years of waiting, it was an opportunity she was most looking forward to. Although she wasn't able to carry on her scintillating form, managing only 69 runs through the Challenger Trophy, Divya showcased glimpses of her extraordinary stroke play that has excited many around the country. She will no doubt take plenty of lessons from those experiences, and come the interstate T20 tournament, look to assert herself on the competition again, hopefully leading Karnataka to greater heights.
Well, the stories of all of these players are inspiring ones. Each one has their own story and it inspires us in their own different ways. So before we end this, you need to have a look at our Women's Cricket Zone originals.
Tell us that story that you were saying of.
Oh my god. So I told you she discovered this balcony kind of thing, which was in an auditorium, but like not in the auditorium, just outside. So she like went on, like she went at that balcony and she like came back and like, I discovered this place, y'all need to come and check this out. So we all were making her go, and like I don't know why we found that entertaining, but it was so entertaining for us. Like her just running
you were
there.
very young, no?
Yeah,
Like
I was like
8 to 10 years old. And
yeah,
I
you're
think she was
really
like
smart.
6, 7.
Yeah. So So I had my Crocs, my purple Crocs, and I just threw it, and like I intentionally threw it for her to go there. And I was like, Gemma, I think my Crocs are there. Can you help me and get it out? So she was like, yeah.
And we
I'm
were
going.
full dramatic.
I know. She runs and she like climbs over the wall and she goes to the balcony. And just like right before she could go get my Croc, she falls into this false ceiling underneath. And oh my god, and we were like, what
And
the
these guys
hell?
got scared.
In IS or?
Yeah, IS.
And these guys.
So it was because of you.
Yeah, it was because of Rachel. I almost lost my life because of Rachel. I went to save
Shock
her.
over here.
Yeah, and then these guys thought that I died. No, really. And they were like, shit, Jemima. They were like that. And I just fell. So there was a small plank kind of a thing. I put my leg and I fell. And these guys thought I was dead. And they were like, what are we going to tell our parents and this and that? All these things were going on. Because we're not allowed to play. And if we tell we're playing chappal fight, we will get
This was at church.
shouting.
Also at church.
Yeah. So then there was one girl who was sitting down and eating. So it was kind of a retreat, a whole day prayer kind of a thing. So then there was a meal afterwards. So one person was sitting down and eating and I fell directly on her head. And and okay, I fell, but if I wouldn't have fallen on her head, I would have like cracked my head or something very badly. So then I got hurt over here, okay, and I fell and I didn't know like what's happening. I was completely blank. Suddenly, when uncle comes over, Jemima, he runs, he catches me, and here I got hurt. Here only, Jemima, are you okay? Thump. And I started crying because there was a small nail or something had scratched me over here. So I'd fallen from the first. So I remember, and I didn't know what happened. But then yeah, the moment he hit me away, I started crying, and then they took me to the hospital. But luckily, nothing happened. Just 2-3 scratches. But apart from that, there was nothing major.
And you might have got a lot of scolding and stuff.
Probably, I don't remember.
Yeah. So you all also got, I also got. Yeah.
I don't remember getting.
I think Anil uncle and all had come up, and then Jason went to get the Crocs and something like that. I
remember Dana giving me like just a stare and like a very bad.
But they came to know what you did, like you threw the Crocs.
Yeah, I mean my shoe was there, so.
Honestly, I did, and yeah, I did, and it was not just it was like at a very young age. When I was 8, I started. We used to have cricket's always in May. Like Shivaji Park, I used to go for selections and all play there. So it was always in May, and it was this time of the year where our family used to plan holidays or picnics, like with all these guys. And I love being with my cousins and friends and all that. Especially the swimming pool. I love the swimming pool. So we all used to. But then because of cricket, like I should be at one corner, like at Cross Maidan, Azad Maidan. I had to go to play a match while these guys were, like chilling over there. So I used to feel bad. So that happened at a very young age, and it still continues. But now at least I know, okay, like what I need to do, what's my purpose and all that. But at that time, it's a bit difficult as you're young and you want to enjoy, you want to go out and chill with your family or have fun. So yeah, it happened at a very young age with me.
What other roles you want to play in Jemima's videos, or you want to do more videos?
I mean, yeah, I don't mind doing it.
You don't mind, yeah.
He's already
He
famous.
doesn't have anything to do. Anyways.
It should just be natural. Now people keep asking, hey, how's your brother Lamb, that small baji wala? Yeah, he's good. So yeah, he's already famous at this age.
You used to play with her, isn't it? So what was the equation in the team? Do you kind of used to restrain yourself from approaching her when you're playing together, or you be like any other?
No. I not really. The thing is that I was at cricket, I was really quiet. Like
because everyone used to speak Hindi and Marathi, and she's not fluent in that.
Kind of left out. But the thing is that she was like a mentor, like thing, like even in hockey. So like she would be a little more formal than our relationship outside the team, but I mean that was what we needed at that time. So she would like guide and help, like you do this. Like even I think once or twice I even like went to bat with her for a match or two. So it was more like her, helping me like, you know.
Was it odd for the first time ki this is not the Jemima I know off the field, and then probably she might have told you later the reasons?
No, because no matter how childish, like not childish, but like childlike she is, she always had this mature side, like even when she was small. So she was like, yeah, so it wasn't like something weird. She always had like, you know, this part where she took care of us, so it was kind of normal.
And she's been with me in practice, so she's seen that side of me.
But did you have to kind of explain to her why you are the way you are in a team?
No.
I mean, that was understandable. And they've been with Dada also, and they know Dada's a bit strict and all that, so that.
Rachel, tell us that broccoli incident.
Oh yeah, speaking of being a witness. I think, so once my mom made this really not amazing broccoli soup.
No, but it was very healthy. Like all the
Very
green
healthy.
veggies she could put, she put in
Yeah,
that.
so that like happens in my family, like in my family a lot. Like they'll just get like something and they'll just make some really healthy things that doesn't taste nice. So I think like this was like 6 or 7 years ago, and so we were all crying for some reason. Like, we can't have this, you can't give this to us, and like we were forced to have it. And then suddenly out of nowhere, Jemima comes to our house, and my mom's like, Jama, look at them. See, they don't have healthy stuff. See, she plays and she eats healthy food and she loves all of this. Jama, have. See how she has. And Jemima has the bowl of
I look at it and my face goes like, I can't eat
and
this.
then she has a sip. And then my mom's like, how is it, Jemima? Very nice. My God, yeah.
But I was the only one who was pardoned from having that soup. These guys had to still finish it off. I mean, I didn't tell anything, but then her mom, Suchi auntie, so Suchi auntie just saw my face and like, Jemma's okay, don't eat it. Keep it aside.
Bed of roses, it's not like that. So many times we have cried, she has cried. So when Jemima is getting the BCC award, we cried. The Malaysia tour where she was made to sing. We cried. She's getting the highest honor for 2 consecutive years like that.
So tell me, how did you get into coaching and coaching your daughter as well? What does that feel like?
Now, as far as coaching is concerned, it just happened. I also don't know how it happened. Jemima used to play the summer camps, MCA summer camp. Okay, and she was doing well in the MCA summer camp, but max she used to get 2 or 3 games because the girls' team are not very much there.
And I was selected as a medium pacer before I got selected as a batter. So, yeah.
So she used to do well, she used to bat well, bowl well. So 2 of the selectors or managers at that time, they just came up to me. Okay. One was Kanta ma'am and one was Meena ma'am. Both of them came and they told, why don't, if you're coaching your daughter, why don't you coach someone else? Okay, and it would be better if she gets a school to play. And there she will get many opportunities or tournaments to play. I was talking to my wife. Now what to do? So my wife told me, what to do? You are such a good cricketer. You only take over. So that is how I took over. And believe me or not, in the first year itself, in MSSA, we reached the finals. And it was neck to neck we just lost because when 2 balls were remaining,
1 ball, 4 runs.
no, 2 balls, 4 runs were required. Okay, and Pooja Yadav, who was a Mumbai opener with her,
The opponent team.
she was in the opponent team. 9 wickets down. Jemima is bowling. Okay, and Azad Maidan, full crowded just to see this game. Everybody has stopped their game. Edge of the seat. Okay, so means बाजू वाला जो पिच पे खेल रहे हैं उन लोग भी गेम स्टॉप करके ही गोइंग नेक टू नेक. Okay, and the girl Pooja Yadav got a short pitch ball. She pulled the ball. Okay, it went to the mid wicket square leg fielder. Okay, she misfielded it. There was only 1 run. She misfielded it, or there was no run, because if she would have taken 1 run, then the 10th wicket would have come on strike. So the moment she misfielded, they ran. Okay, this girl ran and everybody ran, but this girl took the ball, who misfielded, and she held her in the hand.
She kept it in her hand and she didn't throw it.
She did not throw. She was so frightened. They ran 4 runs. They ran 4 runs and won the finals.
But it was like her first time girls playing, first experience of a final.
And we have reached the finals. I started in November. This game is in Feb.
So it was like, yeah.
It was like a wonderful beginning.
Wonderful beginning.
Then the journey started.
Then after that, St. Joseph's were champions.
St. Joseph's were like dreaded team. Like they were to first find out whom they are playing. If St. Joseph is there, means
So they were kind of the Rizvi Ruparas that are in college cricket here.
Yeah. He was always crazy and passionate about cricket. And his aim was that what opportunity he missed, he wanted the sons to get that.
Oh.
And he was all out to teach them, train them.
Sons.
The sons.
Okay, not her.
She was the youngest, she was very small.
Oh,
then.
very small.
So it
I was like, Dada's helper.
Helper to get the ball.
Dada would only call me for fielding, but he's like, I'll give you batting. I'm like, batting, na chalo, I'll come like that. So I was like that. So I used to field for 2 hours for both of them. And then after only if I field, then I used to get to bat for 15 minutes. But I used to be very excited for that. So I used to go all out fielding and everything. So yeah.
But shifting to Bandra helped us because the crowds are there.
Big risk.
But risk factor was there because our classes was there.
We had well established, academically and in
Our house was very big.
and in Bhanduk our classes was number 1. Means business wise we were doing very, very well. And this was completely new. So, but I do not know, somewhere there was a peace within us, both of us, we collectively took a decision and said, okay, for our own purpose, no, but for the future of our kids, let's do it. So that was the big step that we took in faith. And we shifted to that. Now, like, my Bhanduk house is quite spacious. It's around
700 square feet.
700 square feet. And
It's 1 plus 1. 350 square feet down and 350 square feet up. So it's a big, like a rectangle.
It's a big house.
We used to play cricket inside.
So I said Bandra is a good area and all, fine lake and all. And one of Amin's prayer group leader, he helped us with the house and all. And he was saying, yeah, it's all nice and then I'll do the interiors and all. I was just wanting to do, and I was very inquisitive where we are going, where we will be shifting. And he had seen the place and come, he's saying it's very nice. I said, okay, I would at least want to see it once. Like, I should know. People are asking me, y'all are shifting, where we are shifting. So he took me to the place and all. And then I enter the house and all people are working. Like, the cementing work is going on. And I said, okay, even from here, where do I go? No, this is the place. I said, what? And I just walked out. I cried. Literally, it's not even 120 square feet. And I'm saying, where is that? And you're saying so spacious.
5 people at the stage.
why people have to stay? Okay, me and the kids. I just walked out and said, I'm not coming over here. And she's saying, no, Lavita, you look through my eyes. It's quite spacious. It's very nice. So then, but I knew, like, as I told you, there was a peace and a faith which told me that, okay, we are going to better place. And then I just made a small prayer and I said, God, you have told me that you will make me settle on my own place, own grounds. So now I trust you. And then I told him, I'm sorry, Ivan, that I spoke like this, but you do up this place. Once it is ready, I will step in. And believe me, he did everything, the interiors, and I think, like, even after marriage, we did not do so much of shopping for the house that he did. And then when I entered, I was so happy. I mean, like, suddenly the room looked so big. And at night when I prayed, like, he was on my right side, he was sleeping, and my kids on my left. And I said, God, what more do I need? I have a shelter above me and I can peacefully see them. I have no regrets. So that was my experience, and after that I have no regrets at all. I mean, even now we are staying in the same place, and of course the adjacent room also is ours today. But I knew that if it was God's hand, He would, and He has blessed us.
But in this small room, now if I minus another 20 square feet for the wardrobe, so in 100 square feet, means in 10 by 10 area, sofa in front. Okay, I used to sit down, give her knockings. That is where she mastered a covered rice. People ask, how did you master your covered rice? This is how. Don't say that there is no space. You have to make space. I would tell every kid who's watching this. People say, tell me, sir, मेरा घर बहुत छोटा है. कुछ छोटा नहीं है. It's where there is a will, there is a way. This is what I want to do. So she used to practice. Lavita used to take chadar.
I used to, pack myself with pillows because
the plastic ball.
If it's really red.
So Mama used to like that, and
I wanted to be there also, and at the
She
same
also
time
wanted
not
to see. Also, only her eyes could be seen like this.
But I used to watch. I wanted to be a part of everything, whatever my kids did, And the training was for all the three.
And the training was very strict.
Very strict. And somewhere I felt
she was the savior for them. She was the savior for them.
Because I had to stop him, like, okay, you're training fine, don't beat them.
Because if the leg does not move, if the footwork does not take place, they had it from me. It was like that.
So this is the long answer to the question, who is the stricter parent?
No, it is see, when technique is concerned, I was very strict.
Where discipline in the house was concerned about their speech, studies, that was my department.
Even today, when she becomes out, and she has become out by some wrong technique, she will ask, Mama, first she'll call her Mama, how is Dada?
no, I won't call her the Dada. Dada will call me. I'll delay it as much as possible because I know that day I'm going to get from Dada.
Technically wrong if she has.
But most of the time, I'm the punching.
But if a good ball takes a wicket, no problem. Technically wrong if you're playing and losing a wicket, then I get upset.
But Dada has become much better than what he was before. Before it was scary, like literally very scary. But now over the years he started understanding, and then Mama used to tell him, okay, she's not getting out on purpose. It's like it's happening that everyone makes. And now Dada's become more understanding, and he understands. Okay, my daughter won't purposely go and give a wicket. Okay, but yes, when he has to correct me, he will correct me. But yeah, apart from
So we know her as what we see on the cricket field. She's kind of the energy bringer to the field, or on social media she's the happy girl. If you are kind of down, you look at her profile and recharge. But how is she at home, like away from the camera, away from the glare? What is Jemima the person?
As such, I don't think there's any difference. She's a live wire. Even the family is very happy when she is there. I always say, she's the noise of the house. And when she is there, even the brothers are excited. They are energetic. She has that live wire, as I say, even in the family gatherings. Whenever she comes, like, everyone is excited. But that doesn't mean that she doesn't have, feelings and emotions. She is very expressive, but she chooses where she has to express herself. And sometimes she doesn't want me also or him to be disturbed for what she's going through. But then somewhere the eyes of the mom cannot, she cannot hide anything. So there are times where I herself, I call her and tell, I think there's something you need to talk, So then she waits for the right time, and then and we are just to give her a listening ear. Once she's out with it, then she feels that okay, maybe there's no solution. But since she has emptied herself, then she is ready for the next thing. She forgets it and then she bounces back. So I really admire that. She bounces back and she comes back stronger. So that's one thing very mature of her. And at home she is not Jemima the cricketer or a celebrity.
Right.
Errands, she has to go down. It's not that. Even the boys.
She has a turn to go down.
Yeah.
The boys will not go down. If it is their turn, they will go down.
So
otherwise, to buy eggs, to get that pav, kadak pav.
No, even till today, I go and get bread and milk and everything. My brother hey, go na, please. I have work, I have this and that. I go, then I have to go next.
So everybody, when they meet, baby, kashi hai? Kadi alis tu?
Yeah, down the people.
Everyone will, the doodh wala will say, the pav wala will say that.
But at home, I'm just Jemmy, and for my parents, baby, they call me baby. So I am that at home.
And there will be a lot of suggestions also when she goes down. Baby, चांगला खेलना, घाई करो नको. तू बहुत घाई करती है. अपना विकेट संभाल के खेलो. बाकी का कुछ होने दो. Like that also.
Those many coaches she has.
They all want her to perform.
Everyone means well, but sometimes as a player you should know when to filter those things and what you need to take or not take. Because if you keep taking everything, you yourself will get confused.
Yeah.
And it's happened with me many times. So, but it's a learning experience, so you get to know that.
And everybody wants her to do well. Even now, when she's practicing, he's just a groundsman there. Someone told me yesterday, जब जमीमा IPL खेल रही थी, तो उसने पूरा गांव को बुलाया था देखने के लिए कि हमारी लड़की है, हमारे ग्राउंड पे खेलती है. It's like that.
You guys, from your speech, seeing that you are quite religious, you believe in the higher power. So where does that thing stem from, and is that something that you have consciously integrated in your children, or is this something they have picked up on their own?
It's our family background. I think we both come from a spiritual family background, and Ivan right from his childhood was more into prayers, and that's his nature. It's inborn in him. There's nothing it was added or it was an attribute. So and I've also been from a family which comes with spiritual values. So we used to go for church, mass and everything. Prayer was a part of our life. So I think it was not that we went an extra mile to do, but yes, we became more conscious as we grew up and we are part of a church. We grew more conscious of the fact that without God we are nothing. And I know that if anything has happened to good with our kids also, it was both of us. He's more into prayer and the Bible reading and all that. He said that God should always be first. Rest everything comes. So the same thing we gave our kids. And I think every blessing we have to be grateful. It's a gratitude to God. Without Him we can't do anything. So it is not that we actually acquired from it. It was, I think, inborn instinct because of our very own families. Both of us come from a very spiritual background.
There is one verse that changed my whole life from the Bible. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and then everything shall be added to you. So what is my part is to seek Him. Once God becomes first in my life, everything follows automatically. In fact, many people don't know. That was the first thing that I gave up, cricket. Because that time I was playing for my glory. But now I know it's all glory to God.
Suddenly, he had stopped playing cricket altogether. And and then now he has come back into cricket because now he knows that it's all God's grace that is there, which is helping him to thrive in anything he does. It's like, so when the focus was right, cricket came back into his life, and today he is not only a personal coach of Jemima, but today so many youngsters are coming and learning from him. That's a difference.
For me, prayer was something that was forced on us as young kids, because as young kids, obviously, my mom and dad were like, okay, first you all have to pray and then only you all can play. And as young kids, we want to go and play, we want to have fun. So that was how we had to pray first, take blessings from mama and dad, and that's how our day would start. So that has been in me right from the childhood. So after some time when I realized and then I experienced, Jesus and his presence and everything. So now it's not, somebody has to force me to go sit and pray. It's just a part of me now that I want it and I know I need it. And, I would tell you that it has made me the person I am today. And if it was not, getting to know Jesus and the Bible and all that, I wouldn't have made it through some tough times. Because, when there's nobody around you, you're all alone on tour, having a bad phase. There's one person you can always go to and cry. Maybe your mom and dad may not be there, but Jesus is always with you. The Bible says he'll never leave you nor forsake you. So, it's good. You feel like you have always someone to fall back on, and someone whom in your tough times is with you and it's always rooting for you, is always there for you. It changes everything. So yeah, that's become a part of me now.
I always tell Lavita and my kids, if you want to cry, don't cry before any man. If you're going through a bad phase or someone has spoken against you or something is going wrong, don't cry don't cry in front of anybody. Go in your closet, cry before God. He will answer you. This is what I have been telling them always. And that is why you see Jemima happy and all. But when she is in prayer and all, she will focus. People have.
I am very quiet.
People sometimes have a wrong image, like about her focus is not there, or she's not focused. She's on social media. So I want to tell it is nothing of that sort. When it is time for social media, it is time for social. But when she is in the practice, you will not see her with the phone. Or if she is on tour, you will never see her with the phone or Instagram or Facebook or. Okay, so they know the limit where it is, and we respect everything, because you just cannot be focused cricket. There has to be a break somewhere so that your cricket goes to a next level after that. So this is what I and Lavita believes, and this is what we allowed our kids also.
Mostly when I'm on tour, I switch off Instagram and Twitter, and I ask my manager. We need to keep on posting, right? So I ask my manager to put it up for me and all that, because I don't like to be disturbed. And the thing is that always comments come when you're batting or anything, and you don't want to read that, because somewhere behind your mind it will play, "Arey, this person told something about my game." So why unnecessary to keep that, all that in your mind? So I switch off. So it's different. Like, I do have my time when I'm on, especially in quarantine, and or you have nothing, so you make those videos and all that. So yeah.
It is like any ordinary, because I see he playing like that.
In your eyes, how she's developed as a cricketer since the time she made her debut, in terms of how do you think her game has improved?
She has become more matured now. Thinking level has increased. I feel that she's playing more responsible innings as compared to before. And she has developed all-round shots, including hitting upish. So she's doing well. That is what I feel.
And in terms of Jemmy, what do you think your approach to training since, of course, say from 2017 to 18, how has it changed? Personally, how has your approach to training changed?
It's changed quite a lot, because first I didn't know the standard of cricket. Because if you go to see in India, domestic cricket and international cricket has a huge gap. But I believe it's the gap. We are closing down the gap. But since the gap is huge, I didn't know what kind of training I needed to be there. But once I got in the Indian team, I realized, okay, this is the standard. And then each and every team studies you. If they know you're good at a particular shot, they won't bowl there. So you need to develop more shots. You need to have shots all around the park. Maybe they might give bowl also in your favorite spot, but they'll pack the field. And you have to hit in the other direction. So you need to know all the shots. So I believe that over the years, as Dad said, even I feel I've matured a little more. And more strength has come. That's also there. And the shot selection and how to play on the bowler's mind, of the captain's mind. And more of a mental thing than skills have also developed.
So how do you think, Ivan sir, you seeing her or you working with her since she made her debut?
She was focused right from the start. There is no doubt about it. Even today she is focused, though people find her on social media, but that is only for the social media part. But when training and practice and all is concerned, she is very severe at that. Focusing, yes, she is focused. And for me, she is the same, but she has developed. Main thing, her strength has increased. That is another point. Her technique has increased. The grace, she is a technical player right from the start, but now she has become more graceful in playing. The same cover drive, if you talk, which is a favorite shot, she has become more graceful in playing that. And she now understands, as she told, what ball the bowler will be bowling. See, it's very important for a batsman to read the bowler even before he can bowl a ball, which ball he is bowling the next. So, and apart from that, as she told, because see, we have seen different countries approach towards Australia approach, England approach, how they approach the game. Okay. So, while South Africa, their approach is different. So, we do a lot of study, me, Jemima, her brothers sit, okay, and we see how they pack the field for her. Even if she is playing a cover drive, they'll put in the same area, they'll pack the whole offside, okay. So, in that same thing, whether she is able to play different stroke or she shuffles across and hits that bowler over cow's corner, or so this is all that we are working upon these days, and she is doing well. Means for a particular, when the ball is pitched in a particular area, that particular area she should be able to play at least 3 or 4 different strokes. Okay. Then she should be able to pierce the gaps. It's not required that you can have the same strike rate. I always tell her, you can have the same strike rate, which is the average strike rate. Before the World Cup was 126. You can have the same strike rate even playing along the ground. Not required that you have to hit big shots. But if you can pierce the gap, then you can have the same strike rate. And apart from that, her running between the wickets has improved. Then coordination with the players are increased. For running between the wickets, I'm talking. Okay. So, first we used to see her always diving to reach the crease. Means, so every time she used to do all those stunts. Okay, but now even I think striding has increased. When she came in the Indian team, she was 17. Now she's 19. So 20. Sorry, she's 20. Physical strength has increased. Speed has increased. She knows the front batsman. So all these things have worked, and I feel she's doing well. Plus, we are working on a bowling. Okay, so that will be an asset for India if they use her for bowling.
So, like, when you first made your debut, how big did you feel like the jump was to international cricket?
The jump?
Yeah, the jump from domestic to international cricket. How big a jump was that for you?
When I made my debut, nobody really, they really didn't know what my game and all is. And I really had a good debut. Even the next series was good. But I think it was sometime after my debut where I realized, okay, they're not always going to give me in my favorite zone. I need to work on more shots and, playing all around the ground. And I just can't say, okay, I'm young and I need to maintain a strike rate, because when I came, we were playing maximum T20s. So yeah, there's a lot of difference, I would say, from domestic to international cricket, and I realized that. So yeah, apart from that, I think it's just that it was kind of very different, mainly because of the mental aspect. I think the major difference in domestic and international is that in domestic you can still play with your skills and all, but international is more about your mental game, how strong you are mentally. They tend to do well and tend to win. So yeah.
So like you mentioned it as well, your start, no one knew who you were, so you probably burst onto the scene. But once people got to know you, they kind of figured you out. And then of course there was that period where you didn't play as much as you would have wanted to. So how did you deal with that personally? And then as a coach, as a father, how did you guys deal with that phase of where you weren't able to break into the 11?
So yeah, I mean, I had started off really well. Even a tour before Malaysia, which was the Asia tour, just a match before I had scored my first 50 against Australia in T20s, and then we had gone to Malaysia and I was kept out. And I mean, even till now, I don't know the reason why I was kept out. And it was a tough time for me, and like I've never sat out a lot, so it was something very new for me, something very different. And then I was going through a tough time back then. I started having doubts in my mind, like, am I good enough for international cricket? Means, am I capable to play for India? Do I have it in me? And I'd come back, I remember I'd come back to this ground only, and Mama knew something was wrong. So then after practice, we were there and she just asked, are you okay? And I started crying. Like, I am trying to stay happy. I know this will pass soon and, my time will come where I'll get a chance and everything. But I just broke down, I started crying. And the next day in the car, we just reached home. My dad asked, like, baby, are you okay? Again, I started crying. Like, I don't know what's happening, Dad. I'm trying to be happy, trying to be strong, but I can't. And I am not someone like that who can sit quietly. But I was totally quiet at home also. So my dad just told me one thing that stuck with me that time. He said, see, God has not brought you this far to leave you here. He has a plan and he will finish what he started. So, and he told me also, if you want to cry, just cry in front of God. Don't cry in front of any man, because he's the only one who listens to you and he can help you. So then after that, we started working on our batting even more. We started developing shots by working on my strike rate. And I would say, it's actually these phases in life where, you're going through a low time actually makes you the person you are. Because if that wouldn't have come, I wouldn't have worked on my batting as much. And if that wouldn't have happened, I don't think I would have been able to score after that and score at a good strike rate. And after that came the Sri Lanka tour. First, again, I was kept out. First match I got out on 0. And I was very nervous. I didn't even know if I'm going to get an opportunity to play the T20s because of my performance. Even the challengers, I had not scored. And in the challenges, I was all set. I'm like, chalo, I'm going to prove to them that I'm not this and, I can score. But I had my highest score was 10 in 3 games. And I got 2 zeros and one run or something. So then, yeah, it was a very challenging time for me at that time. Mom and Dad kept supporting me. But then before the first game, Harry D and our coach, Ramesh sir, came up to me and they spoke to me and they told, we are backing you. You're going to play all the games. Just go out there and express yourself. And, coming from a captain and the coach for me just, took off a lot of pressure. Because at one time you were like, am I even going to play in the team? But, that meant a lot for me. And then I still remember that first, till I didn't hit that first or get that first run on the first boundary, I was very nervous. My legs were also not moving properly. But once I got that first boundary over mid-wicket, I remember, then things started changing. Then, then I was able to bat freely and like the role was given to me, just go and express yourself. And I knew inside they were backing me. So that just took a lot of pressure. And that match, I became the first Indian to hit 3 sixes. And the whole Sri Lanka tour went well for me. And then even tours after that. So, I would just say it is those times, when you actually feel like giving up. You don't know whether you can, even put one foot in front of the other because you're so weighed down by pressure, media, challenges. And more than anything else, you're just disappointed in yourself. But those are the times that make you stronger. And if you have the right perspective and take it in the right way, you can get something good even out of a situation which doesn't look good.
So how do you think you dealt with that? Because obviously, watching from afar, not being able to do or affect or help her out of that situation, I suppose directly. How did you deal with that? Her being so disappointed and not being able to help her directly.
See, I and my wife always tell her, no matter what you are or whether you perform or no, you are still our baby. We'll keep on supporting you till the end. We know you are the best and you are the best. So just go express yourself, enjoy the game. For what you have started playing cricket? Is it not that you are enjoying cricket that you are playing cricket? Just go and enjoy yourself. Don't think of records or anything. Records will automatically flow. Once you start enjoying, performance will automatically flow. Okay, main thing, that is what I see. I always tell her, like she told her when we sat in the car, that was the most dejecting time that my family, all of us went through. I just told her, like, what God has selected you for. Okay, He has brought you so far. He will finish, He will develop, He will accomplish for what He has called you for. He has taken you not so far to put you down. He will always lift you up. So I keep on speaking to her from the scriptures, from the Bible, and we talk a lot. Forget about practicing and playing. Okay, we talk a lot. Okay, whenever she is on this thing, on the tour and all, at least she spends half an hour, 45 minutes just talking to me. And what is my part is I have to see that she is peaceful at heart. And once she is peaceful at heart, I know results will automatically flow. So my wife, always try to keep her as happy as possible. Even when she comes back, okay, we spend a lot of time with her. We plan just to go out for a fellowship meal or with the brothers. So just we plan out so that we spend some time with her, because it's very difficult for us, because she's hardly there at home. Now because of the COVID, at least she is there, and that has built up more of a relationship, and the bond has become more stronger. All this thing.
So does cricket form a part of, say, your mealtime conversations at home? Is it at all something you discuss?
In our home, every time meal time is different. Different people come at different time. There is no meal time as such. When she is hungry, she will eat. When I am hungry, I will eat. It is like that because all our timings are totally different.
My brother comes at 3 o'clock in the night.
3 o'clock in the night.
Enoch has work.
But when we go out, we try to see that we go out together. Yeah. So then we spend time. But that time we don't talk about cricket at all. Cricket, when she is doing nothing, when she is quiet, when she is peaceful at heart, then I talk. Slowly, I'll give a little puddis.
Okay. Dada doesn't let me watch a match in peace. Like, you ever see that shot? See how his bat comes? I'm like, Dada, let me watch the match. So there was this one incident. I think I was around 12 years old or something, and I think I was watching Chak De India on TV, and Dada was sleeping. Suddenly, I was sleeping, Dada was watching, something like that was going on. And suddenly, Dada wakes me up and says, Jemima, this year, anyhow, you have to play for India. I'm like, Dada, I'm sleeping, let me sleep in peace. So yeah, Dada is very obsessed with cricket. He loves the game, and he keeps talking about cricket. Yeah, but he knows when to talk, when not to talk. He understands, he sees me, okay, if I'm tired and this, he knows he doesn't have to speak. But yeah, apart from that.
So are you someone who, like for example, Shikha Pandey is someone who probably does extra research and like overanalyzes things. Are you someone who likes the tactical side of the game? Do you like reading into things?
Honestly, no. Because the more analysis to a certain extent is good. But if you keep getting obsessed over it, you'll find things which nobody will even see and which is not even necessary. So
our reader is her mummy. I don't read.
No, reading means talking about watching
Like
videos.
watching
Okay.
videos or like doing
No.
I only if like I'm
strategical
struggling.
things.
Not
She will see her own video where she has performed and now where she is going technically wrong. Okay, so she has her own stock of videos of her own where she has scored very highly, like the double century, this, that. So all those videos are there with her, the challenges and how she came in the Indian team. Like if you ask me, what is the difference in 2017 and now? Okay, she just told that she was the first Indian to get the youngest Indian to get the first T20.
Yeah.
Okay, but now if you ask her and if you ask me also, we don't like seeing that video at all. That batting at all, because there is a vast difference between now her batting and what was there before. That's the thing. So as time passed by, the level has increased. Okay, competition has increased. The variety of strokes have increased. So you have to maintain that standard.
So you've played in all major cricketing nations by now. Which is your favorite?
New Zealand.
Sorry.
I love it.
And why is that?
New Zealand in New Zealand.
Anybody. I've just played New Zealand in New Zealand, so because firstly I scored a lot over there, and secondly the wickets are like pata. It has good bounce and comes nicely on the bat, whereas India is kind of on the slow and lower side. So that's why I love playing in New Zealand.
So is it very different to Australia?
Kind of. I feel like they have better wickets than Australia. I feel Australia, the wickets are tricky. Sometimes you might get a full pata wicket. Like Perth, they had a fully pata wicket, but other wickets are a little spongy. And some wickets play like two roles, two paced wickets. So yeah.